Chapter 1 of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California. Chapter 1 of Mr. Wicker's Window. Christopher Mason felt numb. It seemed to him that he was as good as an orphan already, for his father, a commander in the Navy, was far away at sea, and Chris's mother was in a hospital, not expected to live. Chris scuffed along the brick pavements of Georgetown, but he did not, as he usually did, look about at its familiar houses. This friendly core of the growing city of Washington, D.C. today seemed to him almost hostile. Georgetown, where Chris lived, is the oldest part of the capital city, built by early English settlers long years before Washington itself was ever even planned. Grouped at the head of the navigable part of the Potomac River above Georgetown's bluffs, the Potomac foams and dashes over wild rocks and waterfalls. And across the river, the country starts. Chris had just left his mother's sister, his Aunt Rachel. Aunt Rachel, white-faced, was preparing to go to the hospital to be with his mother and asked him, "Don't you want to come too, Chris, for a little while?" But a cold-edged wing of fear had brushed the boy like a bat wing in the night. He had shaken his head, speechless, grabbed his sweater, and slammed the front door. Now he hesitated on the corner, suddenly dismayed, not knowing quite where to go or what to do. The whole city, with its white marble buildings and temple memorials, its elm-lined avenues, seemed all at once very empty. He looked down to the Potomac, always for Chris, just the river, where it glinted blissfully blue and silver at the edge of the street. Factories along the riverbank cut off all the farthest stretches of water as the river moved under bridge after bridge beside the banks of Maryland and Virginia. Chris made up his mind to see what might be in the Pep Boy store, far down the hill on a long traffic-filled M Street. Somehow the tawdry bustle of this street, with its many shops, appealed to the boy who carried misery inside him like a cold, heavy stone. Running, he started down the hill between the lines of old brick houses, left Rock Creek Park behind him, and turned to the right up M Street, reached the hardware glitter of the Pep Boys. And it was there, as he stood staring in at the chromium bicycle lamps, red glass tail lights, and wire baskets, that Mike Duggan found him. End of Chapter 1 of Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 2 of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or on how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California, February the 14th, 2010. Chapter 2 of Mr. Wicker's Window. Mike was in his class at public school, in the 8th grade. Mike was all right. Chris liked him. "Hi, Chris." "Hi, Mike. What you doing?" "Nothing much. Just looking." "Say, you know something?" Mike wriggled himself across part of the Pep Boy's window to gain Chris's attention. "Old Wicker's got a sign in his window. He needs a boy. For after school, I mean." "I think he'd pay, huh? Why'd you try?" Chris looked from a nickel-plated flashlight to a car jack and spark plug. "Oh, I don't know," Mike persisted. "Well, I'll tell you what. Know who needs a job bad? That's Jakey Harris. His mother's sick, and he's got that bad foot. Why'd you ask for him, huh? You sit next to him in school." All Chris heard was, "Needs a job bad. Mother's sick." "Okay," he said. "Only why didn't you ask him yourself?" Mike became uneasy and fished an elastic band out of his pocket, made a flick of paper, and sent it soaring out in M Street. "Well," he admitted, "I did. Wicker's such a queer old guy. That old antique shop is dark and spooky and Well, I went in, and there wasn't nobody there, only him and me. Mike stopped, and after a pause, just said, "So what?" "So..." Mike swallowed. "So I said they was there about the job, and do you know what he said? He said..." He went out without any urging, but with a frown of perplexity ridging his forehead. "He said, 'Turn around and look out that window, son, and tell me what you see.'" Mike stopped and looked at Chris with a comical expression. "Everybody knows what's outside his window," he burst out. "Of all the silly things!" But he turned around and looked, like he told me to, and of course there was the traffic going by, and trucks and cabs, and people crossing the street and the freeway red, and you know. "So what did he say?" Chris asked, and for the first time that day the heavy weight he carried within him lifted and lightened a little. Mike examined the toe of his worn shoe. "Oh, he just smiled, that funny little crackly smile, and said, 'I'm sorry, young man, you won't do.'" For a moment both boys stared into each other's eyes, each questioning, wondering, and neither being able to supply the answer. The last broke the silence. "Queerest thing I ever heard. Gee, what do you suppose?" Mike took heart. His expression believed and his bafflement shared. He spoke cheerfully. "It doesn't make sense, but Wicker's so old he may be addled, don't you reckon? Who else would keep an antique shop where nobody ever looks? All the other antique shops are along Wisconsin Avenue where people go to shop." "You reckon Jakey would really use the job?" Chris asked, his courage ebbing as he pictured to himself the dark little shop with its bow window with small panes and Mr. Wicker. So thin and wizened he seemed only bones and wrinkles. "Think he really needs it?" he pursued. But Mike was certain, or perhaps he needed a companion on this curious experiment. "You bet he does. He told me at noon today he wished he could find something that would help bring some money in." "His mother's sick," he repeated, "and Jakey don't look so good himself." "Well," Chris said, half agreeing. "I'll go with you," Mike announced, as if that finished the argument, which, as a matter of fact, it did. Chris did not feel too happy about his mission, and hung back a moment longer, looking in the Pep Boy's window at things he had already seen. He would have liked to get the job for Jakey, who needed it, but somehow the task of facing Mr. Wicker, especially now that the light was going and dusk edged into the streets, was not what Chris had intended for ending the afternoon. Although he had been quite certain how he would spend the rest of the morning daylight, Mike's plan did not seem to fit his present mood. "Are you coming?" Mike challenged with a hint of derision. "Yes," said Chris suddenly. "I'm coming. I'll ask for Jakey." Mike's expression changed at once to one of triumph, but Chris was only partially encouraged. The two boys walked to the corner of M Street and Wisconsin Avenue. Traffic roared up the first short block of Wisconsin from under the high-heavy steel freeway down to their left. Chris glanced down into the slope of Wisconsin. Houses and shops thinned suddenly on both sides of the street. Far down at the very end, on his side, he could see the brick walls and slate roof of Mr. Wicker's house. Chris knew it well, for times without number he had pressed his nose to the square Georgian panes of Mr. Wicker's window to gaze at the strangely fascinating jumble of oddments they were displayed. Now, however, he felt in no mood to visit the curiosity shop, and stood shifting his feet and looking aimlessly about. Mike, beside him, was becoming restive and gave him a poke. "Bet you aren't going after all." Just turned on him. "Am too." Mike looked disdainful. "Oh, you're stalling." "Not any such thing. I'm going now." "Okay, let's see you." Chris turned his back on Mike and started down the hill. After a step or two, not finding his friend beside him, he turned. Mike was standing on the corner. "Hi," Chris called indignantly. "You said you were coming with me." "Well, I was," Mike held back, "but I just remembered. My mother told me to bring her some stuff from the Safeway. I'll run all the way and come back and meet you." "Oh, shucks." Chris collected an insistent pebble and scowled, but a chore was a chore and was never worth discussing. "I'll meet you in 15 and 20 minutes, Mike shouted. "It won't take me long." And throwing out his hands to signify that there was nothing he could do about it, he disappeared. Chris started off once more, passing a bleak little Victorian church perched on the hill above Mr. Wicker's house. An empty lot cut into by Church Lane gave a look of isolation to the L-shaped brick building that served Mr. Wicker's both house and place of business. Chris paused and looked below him. Even from where he stood, 50 feet above the house, the slope of the hill was sharp, and the plan of the house below him could be plainly seen. It was built like an inverted L, the short wing facing toward the street and traffic of Wisconsin Avenue. The longer wing toward the back had a back door that opened on a water street. The space between the house and Wisconsin Avenue had been made into a neat oblong flower garden, fenced off from the sidewalk by box shrugs and a white picket fence. Behind it, along the other side of the long wing, lay a meticulously arranged vegetable garden and a few apple trees. His gaze moved back to the house itself. It seemed to have been built at about the same time as the vacant storehouses opposite, for they had a similar look of design and age. The windows of Mr. Wicker's house had smaller panes of glass than were used nowadays. Unlike the warehouses across from it, Mr. Wicker's had many dormer windows jutting out from the slated roof. Unlike the warehouses, however, which were rickety and down to heel, Mr. Wicker's home was well cared for. The windows, except for the bow window and the shop to the right of the front door, had shutters painted a pleasing bluey green, and at their sides could be seen the edges of gay curtains. The traffic freeway was high above the roof, dwarfing the old house and casting a deepening shadow over the whole length of Water Street, shading even Mr. Wicker's back door, so close did it rise beside the house. The air was filled with mechanical sounds, the roar of cars speeding up the hill, the grind of gears, the shuddering throb of wheels along the freeway, and the clanking bang of trains and weights in the factories along the shore. The sun was dropping, and the sky beside Chris made a sinister promise for the golden day. A livid yellow stained the horizon beyond the factories, and gray clouds lowered and tumbled above. The air was growing chill, and Chris decided to finish the job. All at once he wondered how his mother was, and everything in him impinged and tightened itself. At the foot of the hill he reached the house. As he came to the bow front, the old familiar excitement that always seized Chris when he looked at Mr. Wicker's window touched him again, and he stopped to take a look at its well-memorized display. For as long as he had stopped to look at Mr. Wicker's window, which is as far back as he could remember, Chris had never known the objects to vary or be changed. There were three things that always caught his eye amid the litter of dusty pieces. On the left, the coil of rope. In the center, the model of a sailing ship in a green glass bottle, and on the right, the wooden statue of a Negro boy in baggy trousers, Turkish jacket, and white turban. The figure was holding up a wooden bouquet, the yellow paint peeling from the carved flowers. The figure's mouth was open in an engaging, toothy smile, and its right hand was on one hip on the chipped red paint of the baggy trousers. The ship, so often contemplated by Chris that he knew every tiny thread and delicately jointed board, with a three-masted schooner, sleek of line, painted at one time a dazzling white. Now, with dust dulling the green sides of the bottle, its sails looked loose, its sides grimed. But the name still showed at the prow, and many a time Chris, safe at home in bed, had sailed imaginary voyages in the Mirabelle. It lay there, snug and captured, as if in the bottom of a tropical sea, seen through the glass sides of the bottle, and Chris never tired of looking at it. But perhaps the coil of rope, so meaningless, so meaningful, held his imagination by an even stronger hold. Why a coil of rope in an antique shop? Who would want it? People bought rope in a hardware store. It was one farther along M Street near the old deserted Lido Theater. But here, in an antique shop? Chris shook his head as he stared. He had never seen anyone go into Mr. Wicker's shop, now he thought of it. How then did he live, and what did he ever sell? A sudden car horn woke him from his dream. Oh! He looked up, seeing for the first time the small card hung at eye level in the window. In a beautiful script such as Chris had never seen before, but very legible, the card read, "Boy wanted, could pay. W. Wicker." J.T. Harris came back into Chris's thoughts. He looked over his shoulder at the darkening sky, streaked with citrio strokes, noticed the wheel and tackle high up at the loft door of the warehouse opposite, and put his hand on the doorknob. The last flicker of light scudded across the steel sides of the freeway to pick out the lettering above the shop window. William Wicker, Curiosities. Chris opened the door, and a bell jangled very faintly. Chee-chee-chee! Far away in some distant part of the house. End. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 2. End. 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 Chapter Chapter 3. Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California. Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 3. The last vibrations of sound hung in the air and jangled in Chris's head. Of the many times he had examined Mr. Wicker's window and pored over the rope, the ship, and the Nubian boy, he had never gone into Mr. Wicker's shop. So now, alone until someone should answer the bell, he looked eagerly, if uneasily, around him. What with the one window and the lowering day outside, the long narrow shop was somber. The ceiling seemed close above Chris's head. Heavy hand-hewn beams crossed it from one side to the other. A few dusty pieces of furniture stood about, whether for sale or for use, Chris could not determine, and almost lost in the black shadows at the far end what appeared to be boxes and bales, piled one upon the other. The growing silence, now the bell had stopped, gripped Chris. A chill made itself felt in his feet and spread rapidly over his body so that he gave a convulsive shiver. He was about to turn and go out when, at the farthest end of the gloomy shop, a small primrose oblong of light seeped for a little way across the floor, and a door opened. Fascinated, Chris stared as into this distant pallor stepped the short and remarkably spidery figure of a man. Mr. Wicker's back being toward the source of light, Chris could not see his face. The figure paused with a fragile hand scarcely bigger than that of a child's on the door handle, and then came forward. The silence, Chris noted, was still unbroken as Mr. Wicker advanced toward him and shuddered again as he stood waiting and watching. But whether it was with cold or with fear, and the room was indeed very dank and unaired, it would have been hard to say. Mr. Wicker had come within a few feet of Chris. The final vestiges of daylight from outside reached the extraordinary man facing the boy, and for the first time Chris was able to examine the old man who was more legend than fact throughout Georgetown. William Wicker's face in itself was not forbidding. What made an icy mouse seem to run the length of Chris's spine was the impression of enormous age in the appearance of the man confronting him. The thin lips crackled, the withered and multi-wrinkled cheeks in the ghost of what had once been a smile. The nose, once hawk-like and proud and denoting strength of character and purpose, was now pinched by the ever-tightening fingers of a procession of years. The double fans of minute wrinkles breaking from eye corner to temple and joining with those over the cheekbones were drawn into the horizontal lines across the domed forehead. Little tufts of white fuzz above the ears were all that remained of the antiquarian's hair, but what drew and held Chris's gaze were the old man's eyes. Mr. Wicker's eyes were not those of an old man at all. They had the vigor of a man in the prime of life, and their presence in that puckered face of age which confronted Chris was horribly disconcerting. Chris blinked and looked again. Yes, they were still there. Eyes so deeply brown that they might well have been black, but clear, sparkling, and with a decided glint of humor and mischief, while the boy had been too frightened to move at the sight of Mr. Wicker's ancient cheeks, pinched nose, and hairless head. He was encouraged by the friendly eyes. Chris could not help but like those eyes, even though it was hard to believe they belonged to the man before him. As though from a great distance, Mr. Wicker's voice came to his ears, and this, too, Chris found difficult to credit. There, not 4 feet in front of him, was the old shopkeeper, and yet the high, thin voice might come from anywhere else, the rafters, the room beyond the lightened door, anywhere. "Well, my boy, you wanted something?" Chris swallowed, and his voice came back to him. "Yes, sir," he said. "I saw your sign, and I know a boy who needs the job." He looked at Mr. Wicker as though he was unable to look elsewhere. "He's a schoolmate of mine. Jakey Harris his name is, and he really needs the job. I wondered—" Mr. Wicker's eyes, laughing at him just a little, confused Chris, and he began to stammer, I just wondered if the place was still open." Mr. Wicker studied Chris for a moment or two before he replied. What he saw was a fresh-cheeked lad, tall for 13, sturdy, with sincerity and good humor in his face, and something sensitive and appealing about his eyes. His cheeks showed obstinacy and tenacity. His nose would shape itself well as he grew older. Unruly, tawny hair was blown and ruffled in every direction, and his hands, even young as he was, showed ability and strength. Said Mr. Wicker, and his remote smile broadened while his eyes sparkled with the warmth of a fire on a winter's night. Yes, the job is still open, young man. But while you're here, why not apply for it yourself? Chris, somewhat less ill at ease, now he'd got this message out, shifted his feet and gave a short laugh. Oh, no, thank you, sir. You see, I don't really need it, and Jakey does. It wouldn't be fair for me to take it if Jakey has a chance. He looked away and saw that the light from the distant hiding room was jumping and flickering on the shadowed walls. He guessed there must be a lively fire in that room beyond. Of course, Chris added anxiously. I don't know what the job is. You don't say on the sign, and Jakey isn't awfully well. He has a twisted foot, and it makes him slow in walking. Would that interfere with Jakey getting the job, sir? Chris inquired. The reply was slow in coming, and Chris heard as if the words had been spoken not before him, where the black outlined figure still stood, but as if at his very ear, soft but clear, the words sounded. It would not interfere, Christopher, my boy. But now that you are here, you must make the test. Jakey will be cared for, never fear. Almost as if in a dream, Chris felt an atmosphere drenching him as though a powerful scent filled the air. His head swam a little, and he realized that it was a long time since he had had lunch. He thought he detected a pleasant smell of herbs like the potpourri his mother had in bowls in their house. The sharp black outline of Mr. Wicker impressed itself on his eyeballs, and in the room, now totally dark except for the light that streamed from the faraway open door, Mr. Wicker's body seemed to radiate a bright edge like a carbon paper held up to the sun. The voice in his ear once more filled his head within his hearing. You will make the test, my boy. Now, just turn around and tell me what you see out my window. Chris, in spite of the strangeness rising above him like a mist, remembered very well what lay outside the window. But even as he slowly turned, the thought pierced his mind. Why had he not seen the reflection of the headlights of the cars moving up around the corner of Waller Street and up the hill toward the traffic signals? And why had the sound of wheels, of gears, and of horns been so completely muffled out? The room seemed overly still. Then, in that second, he turned and faced about. The wide bow window was there before him, the three objects he liked best showing frosty in the moonlight that poured in from across the water. Across the water? Where was the freeway? It was no longer there, nor were the high walls and smokestacks of factories to be seen. The warehouses were still there. They were the very same, for Chris could make out the winch and tackle he had used as he opened the door. But instead of factories, instead of the freeway, the river flickered silver under the moon, and hulls and masts of countless ships broke the starry sky. Flabbergasted and breathless, Chris was unaware that he had moved closer to peer out the window in every direction. No electric signs, no lamplit streets. Going as far as a wall to his left and leaning forward, Chris looked up towards M Street, where the People's Drug Store had stood but half an hour before. Rose the roofs of what was evidently an inn. A courtyard was sparsely lit by a flaring torch or two, showing a swinging sign hung on a post. The post was planted at the edge of what was now a broad and muddy road. Even as Chris stared, not knowing whether to believe what his eyes saw or not, there was a great sound of hoofs and a cracking whip. A coach with its top piled high with luggage stamped to a halt beside the flagged courtyard. Ostlers ran out to hold a team of horses streaming in the cool night air, and link boys carrying torches and orange lanterns ran out to help the travelers in. A coachman wore knee breeches and a cockaded hat. Two gentlemen got down from the interior of the coach, stretching their cramped legs. Chris could catch the shine as lantern glow touched the silver buckles on their shoes. Their full-back coats were slightly lifted on the left by the tips of their rapiers, and a froth of white, lace or muslin fell from their necks onto satin waistcoats. They moved into the inn. The coach rattled off to the stable. Before the window, farm carts rumbled by, and instead of the broad outline of Georgetown roofs, Chris could see only a few chimneys against the stars and many lofty trees. "What do you see, boy?" asked the voice, so gentle at his ear. Chris, frightened and dumbfounded, shook his head. "I will tell you," Mr. Wicker said. "My window has a power for those few who are to see. You are looking back into the past, my boy, the way it used to be." Then the coldness, the strangeness, the flickering of the light was too much for Chris. Blackness descended on him as if a hood had been dropped over his head. But before he was quite gone, he heard what he thought was Mr. Wicker's voice saying kindly, "You will do." End. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is made by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California, February the 15th, 2010. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 4. When Chris came to himself, he woke from sleep and lay for a moment without opening his eyes. He waited with his usual sense of irritation for Aunt Rachel's step at the door, and her voice saying, "Get up, Chris. You're late again." But the step did not come, and feeling rested and hungry, Chris opened his eyes. What was this? The high, regular walls of his bedroom were not around him, nor the familiar furniture. Chris sat up, rubbing at his eyes as if this would help clear his vision, and looked about him. He was in a narrow bed in a small, sunny room. An attic room it would seem to be, for the walls slanted down at two different sharp angles from the low ceiling to the broad wooden planks of the floor. Two dormer windows projected from the room beyond the roof, making two niches in the wall across from where Chris lay. And a third window in the wall above his head showed that the room, as well as being at the top of the house, was also at a corner of it. A door was just beyond the foot of the bed. A chest of drawers and a table with a blue and white porcelain washbowl and pitcher stood along the farther side. Wooden pegs were placed at hand level here and there, and a rag rug in bright colors lay on the floor by the bed. The walls were white, and the sunlight poured in to dash itself upon the floor and splash up the walls in irresistible gaiety. There was no doubt about it, bare though it was a pleasing room, snug, clean, and cheerful, and somehow well suited to a 13-year-old boy. Chris half smiled as he looked, leaning on one elbow, and then his smile faded as he caught sight of the chair and what it held. The only chair in the room was laid with carefully folded clothes, but they were not Chris's clothes. Chris jumped out of bed and then looked down with a quick, startled intake of his breath. He was wearing a white nightshirt, something he had never even seen before and barely heard of. The sleeves were long and cuffed, and the nightshirt fell in linen lines to his feet. "Golly Moses!" Chris exclaimed, completely baffled. He returned to the examination of the clothes that were obviously laid out for him. It was a fine white shirt with full sleeves and turned-back cuffs, white cotton stockings, knee breeches of a blue-gray worsted material, a matching frock coat with silver-carved buttons. Below the chair, Chris saw, was a pair of black leather shoes with polished silver buckles. "Fancy dress, huh?" Chris murmured, and then, as if he had been slapped into full awareness, came the remnants of the evening before, of Mr. Wicker, and of the dark, flickering shop. Chris sat down suddenly on the edge of the bed, his mouth, in spite of all his efforts, drawn down at the corners and his eyes blank with confusion and misery. "Oh, my golly!" Chris said, and stared at the clothes he still held in his hands. Then another idea struck him, and he jumped up to run to the nearest dormer window, the floorboards, where the sun had lain on them, warm under his bare feet. But no freeways, no factories. The window looked out over Water Street, skirting the edge of the Potomac banks, and there below Chris's amazed eyes rose a forest of masts and spars of ships at anchor along the shore. Water Street, below him, was swarming with activity, but not the activity that Chris had previously known. Men dressed in the same sort of clothes as those laid out for him pushed cotton bales, rolled hogsheads along to the docks, or rowed out to ships anchored in midstream. Most of the stevedores were hatless, and Chris snickered at the sight of the short braid of hair at the napes of their necks. Many wore brilliant scarves tied around their heads, red or mustard yellow or green, and the sound of deep voices swearing, laughing, or rising in their sea chanties excited Chris and sent the blood tingling along his veins. He rushed to the high-placed window overlooking Wisconsin Avenue. No Cree bridge was to be seen in the distance, only stretches of field and orchards scattered with occasional houses of russet brick, and when he craned his neck there was the inn where the People's Drugstore ought to be, a sign swinging high above the road. Wisconsin Avenue? Chris had to laugh. If it could see itself! Only a wide, muddy road full of ruts and puddles along which someone's line of geese was waddling, impervious to cursing and pattering carters and riders on horseback. A little below him, Chris could see the two old warehouses he remembered from the night before. But now they looked quite new, their brickers bright and their walls solid. Barrels had been being lifted by the winch and tackle into the upper loft, and Chris watched the busy scene for quite some time. His rolling stomach and a simultaneous smell of food reminded him of his hunger. Dressing quickly in the strange new clothes, he opened the door and peered outside. His bedroom door was at the top of a narrow, curling stair that twisted away to the left out of sight. It was steep, and Chris stood silent and intent on the top step, listening. A deep woman's voice was on, "Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies," came rolling up the stairwell to the accompaniment of a brisk clatter of pots and pans. What rose also to Chris's nostrils was the smell of newly baking bread, frying bacon in wood smoke, and the combination put an end to his indecision. For a while he decided to call a truce to any attempt at solving the mystery in which he found himself, and following his nose went softly down the stairs. Rounding the last turn of the staircase, Chris remained in its shadow while he stared with unbelieving eyes at the room and figure before him. "If this is a dream," he said to himself, "it's the best one I've ever had. Very best." What confronted Chris was Mr. Wicker's kitchen. This room took up almost the whole side wing of the house. Across from Chris, two casement windows showed the shrubs and flowers and white picket fence of Mr. Wicker's garden, and at his left was the back door opening onto Water Street, flanked by two smaller windows. These seemed most inviting, each possessing a window seat from which one could watch the busy comings and goings of the docks, with a view of the ships beyond. But what drew Chris's eyes and made them grow round with wonder was the extraordinary figure in front of the fireplace. The vast, deeply set fireplace was in the wall that faced the back door. So deep it was that there was even a bench on one side of it, and over the smoking logs were hung all manner of trivets, spits, and cooking irons. It was, in short, a fireplace such as Chris had never dreamed of. Yet the tall, buxom woman stirring the hissing pots and singing to herself was what held Chris rooted to the last step of the attic stair. The woman stood easily 6 feet, broad and brawny enough to be a match for almost any man. Countless yards of sprigged cotton must have gone into the making of her dress, to say nothing of her apron. A mastiff fichu of freshly laundered muslin went around her neck and was tucked into her bodice. A white turban was on her head, but on top of the turban, Chris simply could not believe his eyes as he counted rapidly. On top of this amazing woman's head was a gigantic hat supporting 4 roses and 12 waving black plumes. Chris's jaw dropped at the sight of the turbaned, hatted head, the flowers bobbing and swaying, the ostrich plumes blowing and curtsying with every slightest movement. As if blissfully unaware that her costume was not the usual one for cooking, the woman hummed and stirred, tasted, and hung up a burrito. But the sight was too much for Chris. Before he could stop it, a shout of laughter had flooded from his lips. He laughed and laughed, and the indignant expression on the woman's face when she turned to stare, glaring at him with her hands on her jutting hips, only added to Chris's laughter. At last, sobering up somewhat, as he realized that his behavior was rude. To put it mildly, Chris stopped and caught his breath, shaken only now and again by a finishing paroxysm. Seeing the spark of bad temper in the red face of the enormous woman, Chris decided to pour oil on the troubled waters. "Good morning, ma'am. I'm Chris Mason from upstairs, and I'm sorry I laughed so loud. He floundered and grabbed desperately at any passing idea. "I saw something comical out the window there," he pointed wildly, "and it just set me off. I hope I did not disturb you?" Mollified, though not entirely, the woman accepted this effort at peacemaking, and her face eased a little. "Well now, so you are awake at last, eh? And hungry, being a boy, I don't doubt." She moved to the dresser and took down a plug and plate, the roses and ostrich plumes moving in agreement. "So you are Christed, you say?" "Christopher, that would be. And I am Mistress Rebecca Boozer, should you be wanting to know. Becky Boozer, they call me." She bustled over to a covered bowl, dipping out a creamy milk with a long-handled dipper, and set bread and butter and bacon in front of Chris at a table pulled up on one of the window seats. "Eat up now, young man," Becky Boozer advised, every rose and feather sending her words. "For Mr. Wicker will be wanting to see you when you have done. It's late, past 8 of the clock." She glanced out the window. "It might just be possible that Mr. Asta Siley will be passing by before long for a mid-morning snack, and here I am gossiping with you instead of getting on with my work." Chris ate with a will, looking around as he chewed. The spotless brick floor and starched curtains at the windows, the shining copper pans hung beside the large fireplace, were proof of Becky Boozer's housekeeping. "Don't you have an icebox?" Chris asked, his mouth full. "What may that be?" Becky asked sharply. "To keep the food cool," Chris answered. Becky stopped to consider this, her hands on her hips. "We have a larder on the cool side of the house, if that be what you mean," she told him, nodding. "Keeps the food pretty well up on April or May. Then the heat makes everything go. Oh, the heat! Prosperity, Maryland, where I come from, and on the seacoast as it is, was never like this." A table with a wooden tub and dishes stacked nearby caught Chris's eye. Buckets of water stood between the table, and presently Becky Boozer took off a small pot of steaming water from a hook above the fire, poured it in the tub, and dipped cold water from one of the buckets into it. "What a system!" Chris thought as he watched Becky busy with her dishes, thinking of the neat white kitchen he knew at home. Aloud he said, "If you had a little wooden trough that led from that tub up through the window there, you could pull out a bung when you were ready and the water would run outdoors. It would save you carrying that great tub about when you were in a hurry." Becky Boozer rested her soapy hands on the edge of the tub and looked at him admiringly off her shoulder. "I would never have thought it," she said, "by the look of you. Never in this world. You've brains, young lad, that's what you have. A better idea than that I never heard. Indeed, it is just what I've been needing since years, and that's simple I might have thought of it out myself. I shall set Master Siley to work on it when he comes. He's right handy with tools, is Ned Siley." At this moment, a short knock sounded on the back door. And an instant change came over Becky Boozer. It was impossible to imagine that anyone as ponderous as Becky could be coy. But at the sound of the knock, this was what she became. Wiping her hands hastily in one of her many petticoats, she pushed and pulled at her hat, which remained immovable, straightened her tissue, and smoothing her dress, she minced her huge bulk to the door with a welcoming smile. A little man scarcely higher than Becky's barreled waist, with a rolling sea-gite and twinkling blue eyes, bounced into the room and strained up on tiptoe towards Miss Boozer's blanching cheek. Chris, behind the opening door, had not yet been perceived. "Come now, Becky, me love!" shouted Sally, the sailor, in a good-humoured roar. "How can I start the day right without a kiss from my Boozer?" Becky blushed and simpered and cast down her eyes. "Get along with you, Sally! What a way to behave!" she admonished, delighted and abashed. "See, there's company here." She pushed her suitor off with an elephantine shrug and gestured to Chris. Chris was feeling the contagion of laughter catching up with him again at the scene he had watched. He was glad when the sailor turned and came over to where he sat. "A visitor, eh? Well, well, of a ship?" No, Becky put in quickly and gave Chris a look. "No, he is a friend of the master's from," she searched her mind, "from another part of the country. He got here last night and slept late, as you see." "Indeed and indeed," said the sailor, settling himself comfortably and as if for a long stay in his chair and observing Chris through his keen blue eyes. "Well, young man," he announced genially. "I am Sally," he said, stretched out a hard brown hand. "Christopher Mason," Chris said in return, and they solemnly shook hands, taking account of each other as men do when they meet. "I shall sit here, Master Becky, your leave," Sally cried out, as if Becky Boozer were a mile away, "to keep this lad company, as it were." "So you shall," Becky answered warmly, smiling broadly, wrinkles of pleasure at the corners of her eyes. "And could I tempt you with a morsel, Master Sally?" Ned Siley appeared to consider this invitation from all sides before he gave his reply, cocking his head on one side like a parrot as he reflected. Finally he answered, "How could I refuse when I know your fame as a cook?" he said, with a smile at Becky and a wink at Chris, and put his horny forefinger and thumb the distance of a thread apart. "But a crumb, Masters Becky, a morsel, a taste, just to pay my respects to your art, as it were." Then such a commotion took place in the kitchen. Chris watched flabbergasted as Becky set before Siley a meat pie, a large cheese, fruit preserves, 2 kinds of bread, cakes and cookies, latees, tarts, and pickles in jars. And with a beaming smile, Becky drew from the cask a jugful of ale, which she set down on the table with a thud. "Just a morsel, Master Siley," she added, adding a coaxing tone. "Try just a taste, to please me." Ned Siley, his eyes winking with anticipation and smacking his lips, attacked the meat pie and the cheese, tarts, and pickles with a will. "Here, try this," he urged Chris, heaping the boy's plate as lavishly as his own, and the two ate in silence and gusto while Becky stood by with roses and feathers bobbing. "You must keep your strength up, Ned Siley," she admonished, "for 'tis a hard life you lead," she warned him. Ned paused long enough to swallow. That it is," he agreed, wagging his head, champing his nose, and digging into the food. "A hard life as a sailor," Ned said with an effort at sorrow, which failed signally, and he took a great draught of ale. After a while he silently slowed, wiped his mouth with his hand, and leaned back in his chair, rolling a dazed eye at the anxious face of the waking Becky Boozer. "Mistress Boozer," he announced, "I am a new man." He heaved a sigh of repletion. "You've saved me again. Mistress Becky, what a treasure you are." Becky curtsied and giggled, her fabulous hat shaking as if with a secret all its own. Just then a bell tinkled at the end of the badge. Ching-ching! "That will be the master," Becky said, bustling away. Then she turned. "I shall be back, Master Siley. I pray you, do not leave." Chris seized his opportunity. "Please, Master Siley," he said, leaning across the empty plates in his interest. "Why does she wear that queer hat?" Master Siley cocked an eye at the boy before him, picked comfortably his teeth with an iron nail he took from his pocket. and loosened his belt buckle. "Ah!" he said. "So you've not heard? Quick then, I shall tell you, for that is truly a tale." The sailor stretched back in his chair, one hand holding the mug of ale. His short nose and red, burned cheeks seemed to share the joke with his eyes as he finally leaned forward across the table with an air of conspiracy. End. Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 4. End. Chapter 5 of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California, February the 16th, 2010. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 5. "Well now," began Sally, "that's a tale not everyone knows, don't you see? And Mr. Specky would not care to be reminded of it, mark you, for reasons I shall shortly tell." His eyes, humorous as they were, took on a shrewdness under their sandy brows, as if judging the character of the boy before him and his ability to keep a secret. "First and foremost," he said, "you'd best know who I am." He leaned back and hooked his thumbs under his armpits in a prideful gesture. "My lad," said Neely, steadily sitting at his chin, "I'm a member of the Mirabelle's crew." "The Mirabelle?" Chris exclaimed. "Why, that's a ship in the bottle." "Aye," agreed Sally, nodding sagely. "The model of it's in a bottle right enough, since it's myself that made it the last trip home from the Chinese seas." "You made it yourself?" Chris breathed, looking aghast at the gnarled, knotted fingers, thick and roughened by work and weather, imagining to himself the delicacy of the miniature ship that lay so snugly in its transparent walls. "How in the world could you get it inside?" he asked. Ned wagged his head. "Ah, 'tis a trick and a tedious thing, no mistaking, but there's time and to spare for it, coming hard from China." "China? You've been there? What's it like?" Chris wanted to know, his eyes eager. Silly smiled at him, a snaggle-toothed friendly grin. "That's a tale for another time, my boy, for there's much sailing there. You wanted the story of Becky's fine hat." "Yes, yes." "Well now," began Sally, "being a member of the Mirabelle and all means I see quite a bit of this port when we're home." He looked arch, as if Chris must know the reason for that. "On seeing as how Mistress Becky and mine first friends, well, she's told me a thing or two that not everybody knows." He took a pull in the mug and wiped the froth from his lips. "It seems," he began, "that in her younger days Mistress Becky had one craving. She seen this hat she knew hers at a milliner's, and have it she must." "No," said the sailor, leaning forward as that story held his own interest. "Now a hat of that sort cost many a shilling, and Becky worked and saved for that bonnet for over a year." He eyed Chris again closely. "If you tell what I tell you, Chris lad," Sally conjured him, "I shall get even with you. I swear I will. For I would never want to hurt the feelings of Becky Boozer, on my oath." "I'll not tell, sir. Not to anyone," Chris assured him. Ned Silly seemed satisfied. "Well now," hunched closer to his chair, "it seems at long last you paid for that bonnet and decided to wear it to the spectacle that very afternoon." "The spectacle?" Chris questioned, his forehead wrinkled. "What's that?" "Ha! Ha!" cackled Haley. "You are a country boy. What a spectacle! Where the players are. The theatre! What else?" "Oh," Chris said shortly, and thought of television and the movies, and held his tongue. He was beginning to try to fit himself into 2 centuries before his own time. "Yes," took up Shirley. "So, as I was saying, Mistress Boozer being young and flatty in them days, and frightful proud of the bonnet she had took so long to earn, wore it to the spectacle, together with their best gown. Now, as you seem not acquainted with the theatre, my lad, let me tell you that we give it here and here in any hall standing vacant, and out of doors in fair weather. We set the benches in the rows for those that pay for seats." He pulled out an evil-smelling clay pipe and stuffed it with tobacco, tamping it down with one grubby forefinger, and when it was well lit, pointed the stem at Chris by way of emphasis. "Mistress Becky gets herself a good place on this occasion, and sits herself down." and tossing of her feathers and her flowers, and as proud as a peacock. Every inch of her, the people pack the benches, and the performance then begins. Rightly, and sadly, I stammered Chris, rightly only ladies of quality rare such hits as Becky wore. And should they go to the spectacle, which would be doubtful, for the crowd makes no place for gentlewomen, they would be sitting off apart, don't you see? But Becky starts bang in the centre of the hall, and you've seen the hat. 'Tis big enough for two and no mistake, and spreads along as well as up. Well, the time came to begin. The players came out on the stage, a speaking of their parts and a brandishing of their arms as they do, when all at once a gentleman sitting behind Becky Boozer leaned forward and asked her, ever so polite, "Madam," says he, "please be so good as to remove your bonnet." Here Siley leaned forward, one hand on his shoulder to facilitate a bow, aping as best he could the speech and manners of a gentleman. In a flash he resumed his own character and turned to Chris. "Well, did you take it off?" Ned demanded of Chris, frowning with concentration, who was asked with rare politeness. Anyone who could agree to that. He shook his head solemnly. "Why, no, Master Christopher, that she did not. Our Becky had just paid the final pence upon that hat, and after a year, 7 months, and 18 days, the hat was hers. She wanted all but holders to admire it. What cared she if the gentleman seated on the bench behind her saw more of her bonnet than the play? In Becky Boozer's opinion, 'twas more than fair exchange. So she tossed her head, did Becky, and deigned not even a reply. Siley tossed his own sun-blenched thatch and pursed up his mouth in imitation of Becky. Then, with another rapid change of grimace, he squinted up his eyes to signify the growing intensity of the situation, and leaning halfway across the table, shoved the dishes, pies, and pickles out of his way with his elbows. "Shh!" His deep voice sank to a husky whisper. So the performance went on, and neither a glimpse of it did the poor gentleman see, seated as he was behind our Becky Boozer. So once more he bends forward and speaks at her ear, urgent-like. Siley's eyebrows rose and fell with his agitation. So strong was the grip of the story upon him, it was evident that he fancied himself at the play, and could see the whole thing before him as plain as day. The poor gentleman says again, he took up, "Madam," he says, "I beg of you, please to be so kind. Nothing of the spectacle can I see. Please, and be so good, and to remove your hat." "And would you believe it, my lad?" "No." Ned Siley shook his head from side to side. No, you would not." He leaned back, waving his hand as if to wipe away any lingering doubt in Chris's mind. "Mr. Rebecca Boozer was that proud. He dropped his voice, that not for the world would she remove her bonnet. Dear me, no. She tossed her head again, feeling all them plumes a-tossing too, and sat up straighter than before. And she a tall woman. Master Siley took a red bandana handkerchief from his coat-tail pocket and mopped his face, so excited and heated had he become at his own telling of the tale. Then once more he leaned forward confidently. Well, little did she dream, our Rebecca Boozer. For when she tossed her head the second time and made no motion to remove her hat, the gentleman bent toward her, and no doubt his words were for her alone, and this is what he said. Siley's blue eyes popped, and he cupped his hand to the side of his mouth so that his words could carry no further than the few inches dividing the boy and the man. He said, and so she told me, it did sound like a roar of thunder, no one else did seem to be aware of it. So then, Rebecca Boozer, wear your hat, the gentleman said. The devil himself shall have no power to take it off on you. And do you know, whispered Siley in a low rumble, his eyes starting out of his head as if were Chris's own. 'Tis our belief it must have been the devil himself who sat behind her, for from that very time Rebecca Boozer has been unable to remove that hat, neither by pushing, pulling, prying, steaming, cutting, tearing, nor by any method whatsoever. The devil it was! The devil it must have been! Master Siley, exhausted by his recital, fell back in his chair with just enough strength left to replenish his pewter mug from a jug of ale. Then, refreshed, he set the mug down, wiped his lips, and cocked an eye at Chris, who stood staring at him open-mouthed. "Try it yourself," he suggested, wagging his head. "I have. You'll not be able to heave it off, but that I promise you." That hat is here for good and all. Mistress Boozer will doubtlessly be buried in that bonnet. He cocked his head the other way. And what do you think of that? Ned Cilley inquired. After a long and thoughtful pause, Chris found his voice. Master Cilley, he said respectfully, does she sleep in it? He asked. The picture of the elephantine Becky Boozer with the counterpane under her chin and the hat with 24 red roses and 12 waving black plumes rising above the pillow took hold of the sailor's fancy. He tipped back in his chair and laughed till he cried. And as he was coughing and spluttering, Mistress Boozer herself came rustling out of the passageway and across the kitchen table. "Be off with you, boy!" she cried. "You and Cilley! You're two of a kind, that's plain to be seen." She looked from one to the other, and Chris decided that it was a good thing for him that Becky likened him to the object of her doting, Master Cilley. "Get along with you!" she cried again, pulling just out of his chair with its collar. "You are wanted by the master in his study, so look sharp. It's down the passage and to your right," Becky said, "and knock before you go in." Chris started off, but in the dusk of the passage he looked back in time to see Becky Boozer lost in tittering giggles and wild blushes as Master Cilley, reaching up as high as his arm could go, chucked her under the chin. End. Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is made by Arthur Pantadosi, Los Angeles, California, February the 16th, 2010. Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 6. Chris stood for a moment before the closed door of Mr. Wicker's study. His head was full of the story of Becky Boozer's hat, or he might have glimpsed the room beside him, for the passage stopped at this point. Beyond the passage lay the dimly glittering shop, with its bow window at the far end and the door to the street beside it. He might have been able, had he not been so intent on Dickie's story, to slip past the dusty bales and cases and out into... what? But Chris's head was ringing with Ned Cilley's tale, and with all the things so different and so absorbing that surrounded him. He put out his hand, knocked, and on hearing a low reply, stepped inside. The room Chris entered, with his eyes round in order to take in every new sight, was a small study. It stretched across the back of the house. The kitchen fireplace has its echo in a fireplace on this side of the wall, and facing Chris, 3 windows looked out onto the bleached pear and apple trees, the ordered rows of the vegetable and herb garden. A final window at the end of the room, at Chris's left, looked out on a little hill behind the house. Chris, without thinking, stepped forward a pace or two in order to look for the familiar ugly red and gray church at the end of Church Lane. It was not to be seen. There was only a pasture hemmed by woods and fine trees, with, in the distance where M Street should be, a roof or two. A thin voice that came from nowhere and was everywhere broke into Chris. "No, my boy, the church is not yet built. That will come in 70 years. In 1860, to be exact. Confusing, is it not?" Chris whipped about at the sound of the antiquarian's voice, but for a moment longer he could not see him, and looked towards the end of the room with interest. Mr. Wicker's study was cozy and bright, well warmed by a cheerfully burning fire. The heavy curtains, drawn back now from the windows to let in the morning sun, were of a fine ruby damask. The furniture consisted, as far as Chris was concerned, of antiques. 2 wing chairs, covered in red leather, tacked at the edges with brass-headed nails, looked invitingly comfortable. One had its back to Chris and the door, and the other was empty. Both were drawn close to the snapping logs. A grandfather clock stood in the corner between the fireplace and the first window, and gave out a steady, deep tock. Ding, dong, tick, dong. The carpet was a soft Indian rug of fine texture in many colors, red, blue, and gold predominating. Most surprisingly, a steep spiral staircase of polished wood came down into the room in the right-hand corner near where Chris stood, and Chris wondered for a moment if Mr. Wicker's voice had come from the top of the stair. Turning back, he saw that a desk opposite him stood between the two windows that faced the garden. It seemed very old-fashioned to Chris. No neat folded writing paper, but large, bold sheets covered in Mr. Wicker's delicate handwriting lay on the open top, with several goose quill pens standing at the back and a pen holder. Chris noticed prints of sailing ships on the walls, and candlesticks holding candles and candle snuffers on the desk, table, and mantelpiece. A closed cupboard with carved doors stood at the far end of the room. Once again Chris turned back to look for Mr. Wicker, and to his astonishment, now saw him in the chair he had thought empty a moment before. Mr. Wicker, his elbows on the arms of the chair and his fingertips tucked lightly together, was watching Chris with interest and amusement. When the boys caught sight of him, Mr. Wicker nodded, smiling, and motioned Chris towards the other leather chair across from him. "Good evening, my boy," said the other man. "I trust you slept well." Chris slowly let himself down into the offered chair. "Oh, yes, thank you, sir," he replied. "I don't even know how I got to bed." Mr. Wicker made a sound that seemed to indicate it did not matter. "And breakfast?" Mr. Wicker asked. "Becky fed you?" "Yes, sir, and Mr. Siley, he fed me too." "Indeed." Mr. Wicker's eyebrows went up an inverted V above his dark eyes. "Ned Siley so early? Well, he is a loyal soul, is Siley. You shall know more of him." He fell silent, observing the boy sitting on the edge of the big chair. Mr. Wicker looked as if casually at the clothes Chris now wore, and which fitted him as though made to his measure. What he saw seemed to please the old man, for he nodded his bald head, and his wrinkles multiplied themselves across his face in a way Chris took to be his smile. At last he spoke again, and his voice was strangely gentle and kind. So kind that the forlornness Chris had momentarily forgotten that the mystery of his position, the puzzlement and lost feeling that reclaimed him instantly should he allow himself to wonder at how he could get back again into his own life and time, was reawakened by the something he heard in Mr. Wicker's voice. The tears gathered in his throat, and he had to swallow and cough several times before he could reply with any degree of clearness. "Feel, well, all right, I guess, in a way. But there's a sort of spinning in my head and my stomach if I try to figure any of this out. I just don't get it." He shook his head dubiously. "I feel alive all right, and the toad tasted good just now, but how in the world can all these changes come about or be? And there's something I should see to at home." All at once he needed desperately to know how his mother was that morning. He stood abruptly. "If I can just go now, please," he asked politely but firmly. "It's been very interesting, but His throat tightened up again, and he made a helpless gesture with his hand and looked toward the window, wondering if he could jump out into the flower beds and be off. Mr. Wicker's voice, soft with such authority that one did not question it, came again, and it had a healing in its sound. "Sit down, Christopher, my lad," he said, and his eyes were kind, intent, and eager. "We have much to talk of, you and I, but first your mind and heart shall be put at ease. Do you know who I am?" Restive and anxious to be off, Chris nonetheless found it necessary to reply. "You sell old stuff, that's all I know," he answered, beginning to feel a trifle surly. Mr. Wicker nodded, tapping his fingertips together. "Yes," he agreed. "I sell old things in your time, but now, in this time, what do you know of me?" As he spoke, there was a change of tone, as if a younger man was speaking, and in spite of his impatience to get home, Chris looked up sharply. Mr. Wicker was leaning forward, and Chris felt himself unmovable under the vigor of those dark eyes. "Nothing, sir," he heard himself saying, not taking his eyes from those of the man before him. "I am a ship owner, Christopher, for one thing." Mr. Wicker drew a slow breath. "A merchant trading tobacco, cotton, corn, and flour. But I am also," He paused as if to give Chris time to hear each word. "I am also quite a fine magician," said Mr. Wicker. Chris leaned back, disappointed and scornful. "Rabbits out of hats?" he inquired. "No, young man," Mr. Wicker answered with no show of annoyance. "Not rabbits out of hats. That, as you would say, is for toddlers. Suppose I prove to you just how good." "Go ahead," said Chris, whose only thought was still to get home, but who would admire into himself a faint stir of curiosity. "Watch closely, then," demanded Mr. Wicker. "I have been in my 20th century shape so that you would recognize me. Now I shall regain my appearance of this time. Not a great change, I grant you, but there will be a difference. Watch me closely." Chris leaned forward in his chair. The room was well lit from three sides. Sunlight and firelight mingled to wash Mr. Wicker in their adjoining apricot glow. Added to this, the two chairs, Chris's and Mr. Wicker's, were not more than 4 feet apart. Chris hunched forward yet a little more to lessen the space and watch for any movement, however swift. He had seen magicians before, he told himself, but what he saw was so amazing that Chris's lips parted in astonishment and his eyes stared unblinking. For the tall figure of the man before him, wizened with age and wrinkled past belief, before his eyes shook off not 10 or 20 years, but 150. It left him, while not a young man, middle-aged, a vigorous man of 40 years. The face was smoothed out and firm. Thick chestnut hair was caught back with a black ribbon bow. Dark eyebrows were level above the steady eyes. "I don't believe it," Chris breathed. "You looked almost like a mummy before. And now—" Mr. Wicker rose from his chair, and now he stood 6 feet, no longer wizened, no longer feeble. "Fascinating, is it not?" he remarked with a sardonic smile. "A good trick, do you not agree?" Chris, looking at him, amazed but still incredulous. "Well, yes," he admitted, "but maybe with makeup or something." "Ah," said Mr. Wicker, and his voice was deeper and more vigorous too. "Ah, then we shall try another. See if you can find me." And before Chris's eyes, Mr. Wicker vanished into thin air. Chris looked about and got up. He looked under the chairs, under the table, behind the curtains, up the chimney, up the spiral staircase, out the windows, in short, everywhere and anywhere a man might hide, in a great many places where it was impossible for him to be. Finally he stood in the middle of the room. "You're not here," he said aloud. "Oh, yes, I am," said Mr. Wicker's voice. "Look on the table." Chris looked on the table. A bowl of flowers stood in the center. A small silver tray with a finely blown glass and a round-bellied silver pitcher of water stood at the other side. A few leather-bound books were all else to be seen, except, if one could count that, a blue-bottle fly that buzzed, lit on the flowers, and buzzed again. "It's not fair!" Chris challenged aloud. "You've got some trick hiding place. You're just not here." "Yes, I am," came the voice. "I'm within reach of your hand, Christopher," Mr. Wicker told him, "and I will reappear in whatever part of the room you wish. Choose." Chris looked around him and then pointed to the end of the window. "There," he said, "by the window. There's nothing anywhere around it. Come back there." "Very well," sounded Mr. Wicker's deep new voice. The bottle fly buzzed from the table, flew directly at Chris's nose, hit it, flew around his head, and bumped into his ear. "Darn that old fly," Chris muttered and made a grab at it. The blue bottle buzzed towards the window, swirled about, hit Chris on the nose again with remarkable stupidity, and blundered off once more towards the window. Chris ran after it, saw it on a pane of glass, swooped down and felt the angry wings and heard the enraged buzz in his cupped hand. Zzz. Before he could squeeze the fly or open his hand to let it free, Mr. Wicker stood before him, and Chris found himself holding onto the tail of Mr. Wicker's coat. "And what did you think of that trick?" asked Mr. Wicker, smiling. And of Mr. Wicker's window, Chapter 6. Chapter 7. of Mr. Wicker's Window. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi of Los Angeles, California, February the 16th, 2010. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 7. Chris was speechless, and Mr. Wicker answered himself. Yes, it was a good trick. Before we talk, I should like to show you one more. He dropped his hand on Chris's shoulder, and somehow the firm touch was wonderfully comforting to the boy. You want to be at home, do you not, Christopher? Mr. Arthur asked. Yes, sir. Please. Well, that cannot be for a time, Mr. Wicker replied, for you've important work to do. Mr. Wicker turned and walked back to the two leather chairs with his hand still on Chris's shoulder. He stopped near the table and looked down. I know that all this. He waved a hand to take in not only the room, but, Chris thought, the different time as well. All this seems impossible to understand. He paused, pondering. Perhaps we had better sit down, and I will try to make it understandable. Let me put it this way, Mr. Wicker began when they were seated once more in their chambers before the fire. You have a television set at home? Oh, yes, Chris agreed enthusiastically. And say, some of the programs... Yes, they are splendid, I know, Mr. Wicker broke in. But will you please explain to me how television works? Chris stared at his questioner for a moment and then settled back in his chair, his forehead puckered with concentration. Well, gee, he stopped. Well, he began again. I think it has to do with light rays passing through there's an electric impulse, see? I guess that sends out... He stopped altogether. Well, golly Moses, Mr. Wicker, he ended lamely. It seems to be pretty complicated to go into. Mr. Wicker smiled, a wide, engaging smile, showing strong white teeth. It is, he agreed warmly, his eye twinkling. Is it not? Very complicated. You probably would not be able to describe to me the details of how the radio or long-distance telephone work either, would you, young man? Chris had to grin back when he saw that Mr. Wicker was not laughing at him, but rather at the complexity of such mechanical things. No, sir, I guess not. We're just glad to be able to use them, I expect. Ah, said Mr. Wicker in a tone of immense satisfaction. Quite so. You are just glad to be able to use and enjoy them. Well, then, my boy, the things that I have just shown you, and what I am about to show you now, are parts of knowledge which have to be discovered and learned in a time beyond your own, and the ability to move within time. Within time, said Mr. Wicker, stressed, leaning forward towards Chris. That faculty is also still in the future. In the meantime, it remains a rare gift. Mr. Wicker put a strong, lean hand and tapped Mrs. knee. You have it, Christopher. You were born with the ability to move backwards into time that has passed. Whether or not you will ever master the gift of moving into the future, that, of course, Mr. Wicker shrugged, is impossible to tell. You may, but for my purposes, that you have been able to return this far is enough. He looked searchingly at Chris. Have you understood what I've been saying up to now? He asked. I think so, sir, Chris answered slowly. This ability to move back and forth in time, Mr. Wicker continued, is no more far-fetched than the ability to send colored images and sound across the land into your own house, where you can see and hear them. It is something which, so far, and I mean, of course, in your time, has not yet been discovered. But it will be, mused Mr. Wicker thoughtfully, pulling at his underlip with his thumb and forefinger. Yes, it will be. He looked across at Chris as if returning from a great distance. But until it has been, it appears fantastic, does it not? It certainly does, Chris replied with fervor. If it weren't happening to me, I wouldn't believe it. No, nodded Mr. Wicker, and I wouldn't blame you. But now, he announced, rising and turning toward the table. "You must have your mind set at rest regarding your mother." He motioned for Chris to join him. "You will need to know only once, and they say," he smiled down at the boy beside him, "they say that seeing is believing, so you shall see for yourself." Mr. Wicker picked up the round-bellied silver pitcher and set it in front of Chris. "They say, too," Mr. Wicker said scornfully, "that crystal balls are the things to look into. Perfect tommy-rot. This will do equally well. Look and see." Chris bent to peer at the polished silver side of the pitcher. At first it shone, as no doubt it always did from Becky Boozer's powerful rubbing. Then, as he watched, the rounded side of the pitcher misted over as if it had been filled with ice water. Next, the center of the misted portion cleared away, and as it cleared, a picture formed, welling up into his sight as if from within the pitcher through the silver of its sides. What Chris saw was a hospital room. On a white bed lay his mother, and beside her were his Aunt Rachel and a white-coated man Chris took to be a doctor. Then, as if inside his head, for he was not conscious of sound within the room, which had grown deeply still, he heard voices and words, and saw the lips of the doctor and his Aunt Rachel move. The doctor said, "The turn has come. She will pull through, but she will need careful, watchful care." "Oh, thank God! Thank God!" Aunt Rachel cried and covered her face with her hands. She burst into tears. The scene misted over once again, and when it cleared, the pitcher was merely a pitcher on a table in Mr. Wicker's room. Chris looked up at the man who regarded him gravely. "Is that a trick too?" he asked. "Just to make me stay?" He commanded more loudly. "No, son," the man replied, and his eyes confirmed his words. "That is how it really is. My word of honor." And to Chris's great surprise, all at once he felt tears on his cheeks, while simultaneously a great lightness invaded him and a wild rush to laugh. Mr. Wicker poured him a glass of water and held it out. "Drink this," he said. "All is well. You can be at peace. And now," he went on in a brisker tone, replacing the glass Chris had drained, "let us begin our talk." End of Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi in Los Angeles, California, February the 17th, 2010. Chapter 8 of Mr. Wicker's Window. Chris returned happily to his chair and curled up in it as if he were at home. Even Mr. Wicker's expression seemed to have changed, and as a matter of fact it had, for the relief and portion of content that showed now in the boy's face was reflected in some measure in of the man. Before seating himself, Mr. Wicker ran his silver bell "ting" on the tray by the pitcher. In a moment Becky Boozer had knocked on the door and stuck her gigantic hat through the opening. "You rang, sir?" She had the feathers and roses bobbing as cheerily as live things around the sweeping bed. "I did, Becky. It occurred to me," said Mr. Wicker, looking sideways at Chris, "that some hot chocolate for Master Christopher and coffee for me would not be amiss this hour of the morning. And," he added, seeing an interesting spark in the dog's eyes, "some of your delicious little cakes, perhaps." "Most certainly. Most certainly, sir. I have a chocolate hot, as it happens, and some cakes new baked." She bustled off and in no time returned with a tray of china cups, matching flowered pots for coffee and for chocolate, a bowl of sugar, and a plate piled high with cakes. From one corner Becky pulled out a small table which she placed between the two chairs. The tray was safely settled, the fire given a poke, and a fresh log before Mistress Boozer removed herself in her starched dress and apron and her outrageous hat from a master's study. "Now," said Mr. Wicker, pouring out the steaming drinks, "we shall refresh ourselves, and you shall listen, if you will." Chris took a sip of the hot chocolate and a bite of the golden cake, deciding he had never tasted better. This point decided on within himself, he gave his attention to the man across from him. "I told you," Mr. Wicker said, "that I was a ship owner and a merchant. That is true. But these are troubled times. A revolution has had the land in its grasp. Times are bad, and this vast land is now convulsed with the birth throes of democracy. Money is hard to come by, and much needed for General Washington's troops with farmers all the way from their harvesting or sowing. The period of healing for them and for the land would be long and costly. He paused to sip his coffee and then put the stuff down. Destruction is so fast, and to construct and build, Mr. Wicker said, staring at the fire. That is what is slow. He turned to Chris. Without financial help, without money for the beginning of this new land and this new government that is struggling to be born, this free place and this fine democratic experiment will fail. I know of a way to save it, and you have been sent back to the past from our future, my future, and yours, and that of the land, to help us and make it real. It will not disappoint me, Christopher. Mr. Wicker turned burning eyes on Chris's face. You will help our country get its start. A wave of excitement such as he'd never known surged over Chris, and he started to his feet, almost upsetting the table and making the caps rattle on their sources. Oh, yes, sir, you bet. If I can, I'll help. Mr. Wicker's face had stretched his satisfaction. He rose too and held out his hand. I knew you would, he said. It had to be, for it could be no other way. But there was also his doubt. Your hand, my boy, for we have work to do together. The two hands, large and small, were firm, one on the other, and Chris felt a new power coming to him from the man whose hand he had clasped. Listen closely, Mr. Wicker said, and Chris grew nearer. There is a wondrous thing, unique in the world, in which, for the benefit of this country, we must obtain. Its possession will mean we can pay for many things. A new city here, tools, building materials. This wonderful object is the jewel tree belonging to the Princess of China. Chris waited, listening. This jewel tree, Mr. Wicker went on, is a tree that grows and puts out leaves and flowers and bears fruit. But here is the wonder of it. And he bent his piercing eyes on Chris's intent face. This growing tree is made of jewels, leaves and flowers, and even seeded fruit. The leaves are emeralds, the flowers diamonds and sapphires, the fruits huge rubies seeded thick with pearls. Imagine such a treasure if you can. He spread his arms wide, and Chris's eyes were shining with excitement. Imagine the position of such a plant. Mr. Wicker went on. Break off a branch of it. Another grows. And flowers and fruit, much like old orange trees, to bear both their fruit and flowers at the same time. They sat down again, the better to continue their conversation. The taking of such a prize would be hard enough, Mr. Wicker continued, for it is well guarded, but there is a greater hazard. He rose from his chair to walk about in his nervousness and eagerness at what lay ahead. Then he went on. There is a man here, posing as a merchant, Claggett Chew. You will see him in the town when you walk there, which you'll do presently. But he has some magic powers and knows me well, too well. Mr. Wicker shook his head, and his eyes began slits of rage. We have been enemies for long, Mr. Wicker, but he has yet to get the better of me. Is he after the jewel tree too? Most wanted to know. He is. He heard of it, by power and magic certainly, for it is a secret so well guarded that those who carry knowledge of it, all but myself up to this time, all others have died before they could make use of it. You can well imagine, Mr. Wicker enlarged, turning his eyes to gaze on Chris, that the treasure that replenishes itself is beyond price. The Chinese emperor knows it well. So do the guards about his palaces. And so does Claggett Chew. Mr. Wicker strode about, striking the closed hand of one hand in the palm of the other. And Chris scrambled out of his chair to stand watching the pacing figure. And it came to Chris as he followed with his eyes the black swinging coat, the silver-buckled black knee breeches, the neat white stock and black brocaded waistcoat of the magician. It came to him that he had a great confidence and affection for this man. Even knowing him as little as he did, having to take so much on trust, still in Chris's mind there was no smallest grain of doubt, suspicion, or distrust. He knew, without having to think it out, that Mr. Wicker was a great man, great in knowledge and in heart, reliable and kind and wise. In that moment, Chris put his full faith in the man he had not known more for a day. There is one way, Mr. Wicker said, wheeling about and standing still, and that is where I need your help. He strode back across the room towards Chris. This villain, Claggett Chew, for that is what he is, no better. This villain knows me, and he knows my power. But if my power were in a boy, a lad he would never suspect, then Mr. Wicker put both hands on Chris's shoulders and looked searchingly at him. Then only we have the opportunity to seize the jewel tree. Can you learn what I know? Demanded Mr. Wicker. Can you learn my magic? Magic? Chris stammered. Those tricks, the fly, and others? Yes, said Mr. Wicker quietly. Many more. Well, Chris answered after a moment's thought, I got here, didn't I? I've gone back all those years, so I guess I could. He looked up with a grin. At least I can try, he said. Mr. Wicker gave Chris's shoulders a little shake of pride and acceptance. Good lad, he said. I know that you can learn. For you it will not be hard. There's just one thing, Chris said with puzzlement in his voice. You say, sir, seize the tree. That means just stealing it? Must we do that? Mr. Wicker looked at Chris, and his face was serene and smooth with great satisfaction of his feelings. You are the lad for me, he cried, and Chris felt himself colouring with pleasure at the tone of Mr. Wicker's voice. I knew it from the first. It would be stealing, boy. But for one thing. When, and heaven willing, if you reach the tree, you will break a branch from it and stick it in the ground. It will root itself and grow and thrive, and the princess will still have delicate yellow flowers for her hair. And now, he said, I smell a broiling chicken. Off you go and eat your lunch. Later we shall talk again. Chris went out, smiling. End of Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. In the kitchen, Chris leaned against the corner of the passage and kitchen wall to watch Becky at her tasks. How different from the compact white kitchen they had at home. And yet there was a cozy feeling about the huge room in front of him with its ruddy copper utensils. Tub-sized wicker basket of vegetables, steaming pots hung over the fire, and the browning row of 4 chickens on a revolving spit that gave out a friendliness and welcome modern kitchens did not have. Becky finally paused in her work long enough to glance up from under her hat. Chris. Now then, my lad, 'tis not yet time to eat. That young belly of yours takes a bit of filling, and no mistake. Be off, you know, and do not be bothering Becky for a bit. I shall soon call you when it all's done. Chris would have liked to go outside and put his hand on the handle of the back door when a momentary confusion overtook him. He wondered if in going out he would step back into his own time before he completed the work Mr. Wicker wanted him to do, and suddenly unsure, turned away regretfully. Not knowing where else to go, he climbed the stairs to his bedroom. Becky had made his bed, and the little room looked spruce. Chris walked into one of the niches made by the projecting windows, pushed up the sash, and leaned perilously out. This was to be the first of many such times that Chris was to lean out so. King of this new world spread out both follow him as far as the eye could reach. A vast and absorbing panorama lay beneath and beyond him. Immediately below turned Water Street, narrow and muddy, while the broad wharves and wooden storehouses spaced themselves at intervals along the shore. Beyond, the sailing ships of all kinds that he had admired that morning pointed their bowsprits along the docks or swung at anchor along the river. Chris looked down at the many vessels. He could not tell one from another, but names began to drift into his mind from some forgotten trip to a museum or from the passages of a book read long ago. Frigate, schooner, brigantine, good ships all. The creak of rigging sounded, and the names, the harsh whip of salty winds, and the heart-lifting sights of white sails cutting across blue water. Chris leaned on his arm, his eyes shining. If he should ever go to sea in a sailing ship, what a day that would be! And then he remembered that he must do so if he were ever to obtain the fabulous jewel tree. All at once the dangers of such a quest were terrifying, and Chris turned his thoughts away from them to look at the view. Where the city of Washington lay in his time were only woods and marshlands, no monument, no Lincoln Memorial, no houses. Lying in the river like a great green ship, he could see the island which had once belonged to his ancestor, George Mason. Once? Now it probably still did. He could make out figures moving at the bank of it, and a ferry pushing off from the shore. What fun this was! Harris chuckled out loud. What a chance! to see what once had been. He was enjoying himself increasingly as he glanced down at the activity along the river banks. So close to noon, the sailors and stevedores had vanished to eat their meal, and passers-by were few. The street was nearly deserted when along the muddy ruts of Water Street, Chris heard a wailing cry, "Pity the blind! Pity the poor blind!" The boy looked down, and the drop below him to the road made his head swim until he refused to think of it. He saw below him a grotesque figure making its way, turning its head toward the houses as it made its cry. It was a hunchbacked man, and with a wooden peg leg and a crutch. Tied crisscross over his snarled hair were two black eye patches. He was unshaven and in a rare state of filth, his coat green with age and speckled with greasy stains, the stocking on his one good leg wrinkling down into his shoe, and his hands gnarled with long-handled nailed fingers. Chris gave an involuntary shudder. But the sight of the man held his gaze, for he'd never seen anyone quite like him before. As the cripple advanced slowly past the few houses of Water Street, here and there a window was open and a coin was tossed out, which the cripple held out his cap for, or grubbed with his filthy hands where he heard it fall. Watching his progress, Chris became fascinated with the accuracy with which the blind man caught the coins or found them when on the road. After a passing gentleman on horseback had tossed a silver piece in his direction, the hunchback made his way off around the corner of the stables beyond Mr. Wicker's garden. The boy hung out even farther and craned his neck to see what the blind man would do. From his determined gait, he seemed to have a purpose. Feeling along the side of the barn to guide himself, when he came to the back of it, the cripple darted around and then, to Chris's amazement, lifted the corner of one black eye pouch and peered out from under it. Seeing no one, and thinking himself unobserved, the cripple nonchalantly pushed both eye patches onto his forehead, fished in his pocket, and began examining the silver piece he had just retrieved. It appeared to satisfy his scrutiny. Turn it over and over, though he did. But to be quite sure of its value, he bit tentatively on it with his back teeth. This seemed to be the final test, for the cripple grinned from ear to ear, disclosing even fewer teeth than Master Silly. Next the hunchback sat down upon a heap of straw, laying his crutch beside him, and with a quick movement wriggled himself out of not only his jacket, but his humpback too. Chris could scarcely believe his eyes, but he now saw that a false hump had been cleverly sewn into the jacket from inside. The cripple untied a patch that formed a trapdoor in the hump, and putting his hand inside the hollow, drew from its hiding place in the false hump a small bag tied at the neck with a string. Then, as Chris watched, he counted the contents of the bag, pieces of money that winked in the sun, and added to his hoard those pieces he had begged that morning. The bag was then retied, replaced, and the jacket and hump put back on its wearer with evident satisfaction. But the cripple had not yet completed his work. Holding the silver piece between the blackened stubs of his front teeth, with difficulty he managed to hoist his peg leg over his good knee. Then, after darting many a sly look all about him, he unstrapped the wooden peg off the stump of his leg. From the interior of the stump he pulled out an assortment of rags used for stuffing and to cushion the weight of his stump. Then, after spreading a torn banana handkerchief after him, he dipped up the stump, and from its hollow leg out rained a shower of coins. Chris looked and looked again. Gold and silver money flashed on the rumpled handkerchief, and adding to it the last silver piece he had held in his teeth, the loathsome cripple stirred the heap around and around with one dirty forefinger. His mouth stretched in a cackling grin. After a while he caught up the coins, counting them over not once but many times, and at last let them fall slowly one by one into the hollow peg of his stump, strapping it back securely. Finally, after looking about with his face close to the ground to make sure that no smallest coin had escaped him, the cripple replaced his eye patches and heaved himself up with his crutch under his arm. Turning to make his way once more towards the dock and the ships, his wailing cry lagged behind him like a cur dog. "Pity the blind! Pity the poor crippled blind!" Yet Chris now noticed that his head was tilted back to enable him to see under the patches as he went. The boy was straining to see him out of sight when the resounding bellow from Becky Boozer let him know that dinner was ready. Hastily shutting the window and running downstairs, Chris could think of only one thing. Becky, he cried, bursting out of the bottom stairs. Who's the blind man that just went by? The hunchback. Becky never even turned from the plate he was repairing. Oh, him? That would be Simon Gosler, one of Claggachew's men. How he can be a sailor beats me, but Claggachoo has hired him for years. Plague take him. Now, and she came toward the sunny table with a beaming smile, eat up, young man, or I shall think my cooking does not please you. Chris hurriedly set about proving his appreciation. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 9, End. Chapter 10 of Mr. Wicker's Window. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. The learning of magic was by no means easy. The days went by with Chris's mornings and afternoons spent in Mr. Wicker's study, reading books too heavy for him to lift, learning incantations by heart, and how to blend simple formulae over the fire. He had told his master at once about Simon Gosler, his hoard of money, and his hiding places for it. Mr. Wicker, though interested and attentive, gave Chris the impression that what he had been told was not new to him. In time, Chris was allowed to run about the large vegetable garden and climb the orchard trees, but he was told that the moment had not yet come when he could wander at will in early Georgetown. Chris had tried it once, rebellious and bored at the now familiar ground, but it was as if an invisible wall kept him in the confines of Mr. Wicker's land. A slippery glass wall he could feel but not see, and in which he could discover no chink in which to put his toe to find the height of it. So there was nothing left to do but work as fast and as well as he could. There are rumours that Claggachoo is preparing a ship, the Venture, for a voyage east. There is much activity about his ship. It is laying in stalls, so I am informed. We must get it forward with all haste, for the ship is a fast one, faster than the Mirabelle. Chris therefore threw himself into all the preliminaries of his task. His head swam when he laid it on his pillow at night, and Becky Boozer would stand with her hands on their barrel-sized hips, shaking her hat until its plums and roses madly over her boys, shadowed eyes, and weary air. For Chris was now as accepted a member of the household as Mr. Wicker himself, and he had not been for the robust guffaws of Ned Silly, the ministrations of the now devoted Becky, Chris's days would have been tedious indeed. One afternoon when he had returned after a rest to Mr. Wicker's study, he saw that there was something new in the room. A bowl with a goldfish in it stood on the table, but Mr. Wicker was not to be seen. Now, however, Chris was not the boy he had been a few weeks before. He went straight to the bowl and addressed the fish. "Sir," he said to the goldfish, "I am here. What should I do first?" The goldfish might have almost been said to have changed its expression and smiled. Before, brushing a drop of water from his sleeve, Mr. Wicker stood beside the table, smiling. "How you've improved, my boy!" he had exclaimed. "It is now time for you to try. And this is as good a change as any." All at once, at the immediate prospect of really changing himself into some other form, Chris became frightened and his hands grew cold. "Oh, sir, do you really think I should know how?" he cried, gazing up into the face of his master. "Suppose I change and can't change back?" Mr. Wicker shook his head with a smile. "Never fear, Christopher. You shall know enough to start, and I feel reasonably sure you will be quite able to change back again. If I get stuck, I can help you. Come now," he said, putting out his hand to touch Chris's shoulder in a reassuring way. "Here you go. Remember Incantation 73, Book 1. It's just stared at this fishbowl, empty now. He remembered Incantation 73, Book 1, quite well, but his knees began to tremble and he stood as if paralyzed. Mr. Wicker waited patiently beside him for a few moments for Chris to get up his courage. Then, as nothing happened, with a voice like a whip, Mr. Wicker said, "Start at once!" Chris was so startled at his usual gentle master's tone that without further thought or effort on his part, he began intoning to himself the words and sounds of Incantation 73, Book 1, As he went on, concentrating on becoming a goldfish in the bowl on the table, he became aware of a humming sensation in his head. This grew until it seemed that all his body was filled with a strange new vibration, tingling from his feet to the crown of his head. The sensation spread faster and faster. His head swam and he felt faint and a little sick, but he persisted through the final words. Somewhere deep inside him there seemed a sudden lurch and then a wonderfully cool, liquid sensation. He felt buoyant and rested and looked about, only to get a wavery glimpse of Mr. Wicker, looking more than a reflection in his circus mirror than himself. With a twist of his body, just floated over to see that the room looked the same, and rolling back he could see that Mr. Wicker was peering in at him from above and smiling broadly. "Good Lord, I'm a fish," Chris said, and he heard that words ruffled as they came back to him through the side of his bowl. Well, what do you know? He thought, not without a feeling of pride, and commenced experimenting with his tail and fins with such enthusiasm and delight that some little time elapsed before Mr. Wicker's voice boomed close by. "Better come back now. Take it slowly, son. 74, Book 1, The Return." The strange sensations flooded Chris as he made the change back to his own shape. But when he stood once more on his own 2 feet on the carpet in Mr. Wicker's study, he was pleased and happy despite his weakness. Mr. Wicker took hold of his arm and helped him into a chair, and taking a small vial from the cupboard at the end of the room, he dropped a pellet into it and handed it to Chris. "This will seem to sniff the smoke and drink the liquid that remains," he said. Chris did as he was told, and his momentary weakness vanished, leaving him quieted and as strong as usual. "There now," Mr. Wicker said, rubbing his hands with immense satisfaction. "That was not so bad, was it? A peculiar feeling, but as you come to do it more often and more quickly, the change will come more rapidly, and in time you will be scarcely aware of the sensations at all." He looked at his pupil with pride. "You will do famously, my boy. In another moment, when you have rested, we shall try another one." From that time, Chris became increasingly proficient, and as his ability grew, he began to find magic a wonderful game, which he and Mr. Wicker played together. They played this new and unique form of hide-and-seek, each one taking a new shape, turn by turn, as a challenge to the other's power of his imagination and detection. Soon, Chris could turn himself into a limited number of things, for even Mr. Wicker's magic had a limit. A singing bird in a cage, a part of the pattern in the brocaded curtains, or a section of the design in the Indian rug. The bluebottle fly or the goldfish became as easy as saying, "Eureka!" And on one occasion Chris turned himself into the chair on which Mr. Wicker was sitting, and then walked across the room on his 4 wooden legs, carrying Mr. Wicker, who laughed more heartily than he had in years at this display on the part of a student. One day, Chris wandered alone into the dusty shop. The time had nearly come when he could walk about in early Georgetown and know that it would still be the Georgetown of the past, and not the one into which he had been born. This afternoon, a rainy one, he had tired of changing himself into and out of objects. Mr. Wicker was busy, and Becky Boozer had gone off to market, accompanied by Ned Silly. Chris felt somewhat forlorn and lonely, as any boy might, and kissed the piece of wood ahead of him into the darkness of the shop. Going up to the shop window, he stood with his hands thrust into his pocket, staring glumly first out the window and then, idly, at the 3 objects he had once longed to contemplate: the Mirabelle and her bottle, the coil of heavy rope, and the carved wooden figure of the Nubian boy. Without interest at first, Chris stared at the little Negro boy, so gaily dressed in full red trousers, gilded jacket, and white turban. The figure's shoes, carved in some Eastern style, had curved up-pointing toes. Then all at once the idea came to Chris. If he was to be a magician, could he make this boy come to life? The prospect excited him wildly, for he had had no companion with whom to laugh and share jokes. Grown people, however gay and kind, were never quite the same. The more he thought of it, the more Chris knew it had to be attempted. He squatted on his haunches, examined the carved wooden figure attentively, and felt convinced that, once alive, the boy would be an ideal and happy companion. But how did one change inanimate to animate? Chris got up and stole back to Mr. Wicker's door. He heard the magician going up the spiral staircase to his room above, and after changing himself to a mouse to slip under the door and see that the room was really empty, resumed its proper shape and opened the doors of the cupboard at the far end of the room. On its top shelf was Book 3, a book a foot thick and bound in heavy brass, studded with semi-precious stones in the forms of signs and symbols. With difficulty, standing on tiptoe, Chris lifted it down and, placing it on the floor, turned over page after page. The afternoon, rainy before, increased in storm. Dusk came 2 hours before its time. Thunder snarled in the sky. At last Chris found it. There were the words, and there the charm. Certain elements were to be mixed and poured at the proper time. He hurried, memorizing as he closed the book, and hoisted it once more to its high shelf. Looking about, he found the ingredients that had been listed, and in an empty vial poured first 2 drops of this, and then 17 of that, and ran to heat it out the fire. Mr. Wicker began moving about upstairs. The floorboards creaked, creak, creak, and still Chris could not leave until the potion fumed and glowed. After what seemed an endless time, amid a growing grind of thunder, and in an almost darkened room, the phial in Chris's hand gave off an arching, rosy glow. Chris, his cheeks hot from excitement and the fire, tiptoed out just as Mr. Wicker's step creaked on the topmost tread of the spiral stair. With infinite caution, Chris closed the doors silently behind him, and running lightly forward, reached the figure of the Negro boy. The words came out, interrupted by peals of cracks of thunder. The shop was black, except for the paler crescent of the bow window giving onto the street. The crash of thunder. All but drowning out his words, the boy shouted in the emptiness of the shop as he poured the rosy liquid on the figure made of wood. And then, appalled at his audacity, Chris dropped the vial, which splintered on the floor. Watching there in the darkness, he shook so with nerves that he had to kneel, for in the blackness lit only by the lightning and its own eerie glow, the wood was changing as he watched. It was as if the stiffness melted. Under his eyes, wooden folds of cloth became rich silk. Embroidery gleamed in its reality upon the coat, and oh, the face! The wooden grin loosened, the large eyes turned, the hand holding the hard bouquet of carved flowers moved, and let the bouquet fall. The feet of the boy twitched and shifted in their pointed shoes. Aghast, Chris remained frozen as the boys moved slowly, and the final of thunder seemed to split the sky apart. Outside, the rain poured down as if over some skyward dam. The boy looked down at Chris with a radiant smile and put out his hand. "I'll help you up," he said to the kneeling boy in front of him. "I'm Amos." And as they turned, the light and the dark hands holding him firm, the firelight was streaming from the distant door, and Mr. Wicker waited. Mr. Wicker's Window. Chapter 10. End. Chapter 10 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Arthur Piantadosi. From that time on, Chris and Amos were inseparable, with the exception of those times when Chris studied alone with Mr. Wicker. Amos, during those hours, soon endeavored himself to Becky Boozer, to whom he became invaluable, for he took over those chores Chris had undertaken as his share. These consisted of carrying water, peeling potatoes, or watching the roasting meat in case it should burn, for Chris had less and less time for such jobs, and Amos's laughter and wailing happy nature soon made Becky spoil him as much as she did Chris. Another cot was put into Chris's room, and night after night they would hang out the 2 mansard windows, watching what went on below until it was too dark to see. Or else they would talk by the light of their candle until they fell asleep. Chris now knew how lonely he had been until he set Amos free from his wooden shroud. But warned by Mr. Wicker, he did not tell his new friend that he came from another year as yet unreached by the time they lived in. "It is enough for a while," cautioned Mr. Wicker, "that Amos get used to being limber and alive. As is change enough from the carved wooden finger. It would only confuse and trouble him to think you do not really belong where you are. So let him be happy. And I shall seal your lips in regard to the secret of the jewel tree, for that must be known to no one." And so saying, he rubbed his salve over Chris's lips. "Now tell me what you're to journey after," commanded Mr. Wicker. But when Chris attempted to talk of the jewel tree, the words would not pass his lips, but remained in his mouth like a handful of marbles. "Good," said Mr. Wicker, rubbing his hands. "Not even to me. Excellent stuff, this," he added, turning the tiny case to contain the salves in his fingers. "I got it in India years ago, and this is the last of it, but I hardly imagine I shall need it again. Its use is something more drastic, but occasionally wise." "Mr. Wicker," said thoughtfully one afternoon after his lessons in memorizing were over for the day, "of the 3 things in their shop window I liked best, 2 have been explained, yet the third, which still interests me, seems to have had, so far, no significance. I mean, of course, the rope." "Ah, yes," Mr. Wicker agreed, nodding and stretching his feet out towards the fire. "The rope. Very well, my boy. Since it has come into your mind again, that means that the time has come for you to discover its use. Go and bring it to me." Chris ran to get the coiled rope. He experienced almost a shock when he touched it. It had looked harsh and coarse to the touch, of rough hemp fibre, but on picking it up, the coils in his hand seemed almost silky. Certainly they were more than usually pliable. Returning to the study, the boy put the rope beside Mr. Wicker's chair. The magician did not move, his feet still stretched comfortably towards the flames. His dark, handsome face was dreamy and remote, and Chris wondered in what faraway place or time his creature moved. The apprentice sat down cross-legged with his back to the fire, and presently Mr. Wicker took his gaze from the sparks and smoke to look thoughtfully at him. "You've heard of the Indian rope trick, Christopher?" "Yes and no, sir," Chris replied. "I'm not sure how it works." Mr. Wicker gave him a chuckle. "Indeed? Well, let me tell you, my boy, no one else does either. The rope is made to go into the air so swiftly that the fakir, that is, the Eastern magician, can climb it. Some claim to have seen the fakirs climb up it and vanish from sight, and the rope disappear after them." Mr. Wicker waved one hand as much as to say that those who had seen it could believe as they pleased. "A good enough trick in its way," consented Mr. Wicker, "but this rope is capable of so much more remarkable possibilities as to throw the Indian rope trick completely in the shade." With one of his quick gestures, Mr. Wicker reached down for the rope and was out of his chair for all in one movement. "You shall learn, last of your lessons, a new way of loosing a lasso. Not lassoing." Mr. Wicker held up a finger to stress his point. "That, too, you should learn, but how to use this particular rope to make the most of its, shall we say, qualities." Mr. Wicker smiled a sardonic smile through his eyes, which were snapping as brightly as a fire. "Now, Christopher," he began, running the rope through his long, fine hands, "just post that table and the chairs to the wall. There's a good lad, and we shall get the sniftest out of this rope." Chris cleared the room. "And pull the curtains, my boy," added his master, "for one never knows but that Amos or Becky Boozer might pass by at the crucial moment." "They do not know," muttered the magician. "It's best for them." When the room was safely rearranged and candles had been lit, Chris returned to stand by the fireplace beside his master, who was turning the rope lightly in his fingers. "Now, Christopher, your attention, please," said the magician, and his tone was crisp and authoritative. "Imagine that you are in need of a boat, and there is no boat." With several twists of his hands, the rope spun out into the middle air of the room. It moved and twisted like a live thing, and Mr. Wicker, Chris thought, seemed to be drawing the outline of a boat in the air with a moving line. Even as this thought flickered in his mind, the rope formed in midair the skeleton of a dinghy. And then, mysteriously, the rope added to itself until the bare struts and sides were filled in, and there, rocking lightly from the speed of its creation, a small rowboat hovered in the air as if it were tied up to a dock. "Go and feel of it, Christopher," Mr. Wicker urged. "Climb it if you like. I have left the 2 ends of the rope long enough to make oars, if necessary." Chris ran over and felt the sides of the boat. It was sound and secure, no doubt of that. He went all around it, pounding its sides, and at last heaved himself over to fall into its center. The boat never stirred, and stamp as he would, the rope bottom and gunwales resisted firmly. "Gee, Mr. Wicker," exclaimed, "this is the best yet, except for Amos. Golly Moses!" and as he sat down and took up the 2 loose ends of rope still remaining, he found that he held not rope ends but 2 oars. "Even oars!" Chris cried in delight. Mr. Wicker stood with his hands behind his back, that fire outlining his black clothes and neat dark head. "Yes," he said in a matter-of-fact voice. "Quite so. Now climb out and I will show you some of the other shapes of which it is capable." "A ladder," Mr. Wicker remarked as Chris rejoined him, "is almost too simple. We can do that at any time." Grasping the end of one oar, with movements too fast for Chris's eye to follow, in an instant the boat was a rope again, coiled over Mr. Wicker's arm. "Now!" said Mr. Wicker, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. The rope flew out again, but this time it took a strange outline. The outline of an elephant. "It will have to be a small elephant," murmured Mr. Wicker, his hands flying, "because of the size of the room." The elephant, like the boat, took shape, the final ends of the rope hanging down at its tusk and tail. After the elephant came a horse, an eagle, and a dolphin, and Chris's admiration and zest to learn the secrets of the rope grew with every change of shape. "Very well," ended Mr. Wicker. "You shall learn." And placing his hands over Chris's while the boys held the rope, he began slowly to show him the magic twists and turns. Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON, Chapter 11. End. This is a LibriVox recording of Mr. Wicker's Window. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or on how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Arthur Piantadosi, Los Angeles, California, February 14th, 2010. Chapter 12 of Mr. Wicker's Window. The time had come when Chris could go out beyond the confines of Mr. Wicker's gardens. It was a bright fall day when Amos and he stepped out the kitchen door. Becky Boozer's huge frame blocked it behind them as she stood in the sun to see them off. Each boy had been given meat and bread, some cakes and apples for their midday meal, and Chris stood looking up and down the street for a moment before starting, savoring the promise of new sights and new adventure. The only drawback was that Amos would not and must not know why Chris might be surprised at certain places. Georgetown in the year 1750 might be new for Amos, but not nearly as new as it would be for Chris. "Where are we going in the first place?" Amos asked. Chris had long ago decided. "We'll take a look at the Mirabelle," he said. While looking about him, Chris glanced more than once at Amos. The colored boy's brilliant foreign costume was very noticeable, his friend thought, but when no one paid attention, Chris decided Amos's clothes were not unfamiliar to the seafaring men among whom they were walking. A ship had just come in, the sailors browned and cheerful at being once more in their home port. Merchants in coats of fine but sober cloth was talking with the captain and mate, while they kept an eye on the cargo being laboriously uploaded by stevedores. For some time Chris and Amos stood watching the men carrying out bales or kegs on their shoulders. When one part of the cargo had been assembled on the dock, an auction was held forthwith to sell it off at once to the highest bidder. Listening and looking, Chris saw bolts of silk, hardware, china, wines and liquors, needles and pins, all manner of things auctioned and sold. The ship, American-owned, had come from England, and Chris overheard one man say to another, "See there, the thin man, that must be Mr. Mason's agent. I hear he's here to buy the ballast bricks for his master's plantation on the island." Chris, not understanding, asked, "Ballast bricks? Please, sir, what's that?" The man, astonished to be interrupted by a boy, and looked down to see 2, each with an apple in his hand, turned around and after a moment's scrutiny, answered, "Ballast bricks? Why, anyone knows that these are the bricks brought over in the hold, my lad, should there not be sufficient cargo, both to make ballast for the vessel and to sell once here. English bricks are cheaper than those we can make ourselves. Do you not know, young man," he said, frowning with disapproval, "that our bricks for building houses have all come from British kilns?" "No, sir. Thank you, sir," Smith said, and moved away, not in the least abashed. How I should have loved to told him I didn't belong in this age anyway, and that in my time we do make our own bricks, he chuckled to himself. Further on, a ship being painted a dazzling white caught their eyes. "The Mirabelle!" Chris cried, running forward, and sure enough, black and gold letters along her prow pronounced that indeed it was the Mirabelle. "I know those lines anywhere," Chris said to Amos, and the two boys stood gazing at Mr. Wicker's ship. The Mirabelle was a three-masted schooner of more than usually trim lines. Even at the dockside, the curve of her bow gave an instant vision of how the waves would curl back as she drove forward over the sea. At the waterline, a clear light green contrasted well with the weight of her sides. Above decks, the size of the masts and nearly full sails showed at a glance that the Mirabelle was hardy enough to weather many a storm, and also that her crew was able and well trained. Looking about, Chris soon spied Ned Silly on deck, lounging against the side of the ship and smoking his pipe. Master Silly's eyes lit up as he saw his friends and hurried down the gangplank, shook them by the hand as warmly as if he'd not seen them for a month instead of just the night before, when he had shared with them what Becky termed a taste, a mere spoonful of supper. "Eh, well, looky here," he exclaimed, delighted. "Chris and Amos, by me soul." Ned Seeley beamed at them and leaned back on his heels for a better view. "Looking about, lads. Eh, that's a way. Is she not the finest ship that ever ye did rest your eyes on?" The boys were agreeing enthusiastically when a remarkable couple came into sight, pacing the decks of the Mirabelle. Soon the watchers were given a better look, for the two men came down the gangplank to examine cases that had been brought to the dock for loading, and Chris and Amos were hard put to it not to laugh out loud at the comical pair. The first man was so round and so short he appeared to have no legs at all. Below a tight round paunch, two small feet, looking rather like mice, went in and out as he walked. The roundness of his face was underlined by three folds of chin, but his small, nursing blue eyes had a way of suddenly opening wide that made Fierce feel the man was no fool. He constantly burbled with laughter, and was in a high good humor, occasional remarks from his companion causing him now and then to chuckle with amusement. What the other man could be saying that was so entertaining, Chris could not imagine, for he was the opposite of the fat, good-humored one. This second person was twice again as tall as a plump little fellow beside him, and was as dour and thin as the other was cheery and fat. He seemed in a state of perpetual depression, and no amount of chuckles on the part of the plump gentleman could cause even a passing smile over the long, sad face of the dour man. "Who in the world are they?" Chris asked silently as they drew near. Chris looked scandalized at Bruce's impertinence in finding them in any way droll. "Them? Why, bless my cap and buttons! That there's the captain of the Mirabelle, no less, and his first mate. Captain Ezekiel Blizzard, he is, and Mr. Elisha Finney," Ned silently told them, watching the earnest conversation of the pair with evident affection. "Blizzard and Finney, that's them," he said, "and a better captain and first mate is not come by in the whole land, I shall warrant you. He may look too plump for his own good," Master Siley went on, lowering his voice and bending down on a level with Chris and Amos, "but believe me, there's no sounder captain afloat. They all know it hereabouts, for Ezekiel Blizzard knows the Chinese seas better than the sight of his own feet. Make no mistake about it. As Mr. Elisha Finney is glum, I don't deny, but faithful. That's true of the two of them. Whatever they can do for Mr. Wicker is law for Ezekiel Blizzard and Elisha Finney. They swear by Mr. Wicker, so they do," Ned said, shaking his head to the certainty of it. "Mr. Finney's kind, too," Ned went on, "though I don't look it, bless me cap and boots. He's tender-hearted as a bird, under that gloom, is Finney." "Could we go aboard the ship?" Chris asked, when the captain and Mr. Finney had moved off to the far end of the wharf. "No, me lad," he answered gravely. "'Tis better not. Wait till the master do present you proper to the captain, for the Mirabelle is Captain Blizzard's castle, like. I would sooner ye were asked aboard by him." Then, seeing Chris's crestfallen face, Siley clapped him so hardly on the back that the boy staggered forward a pace or two. "Come now, cheer up!" Ned cried. "Come, meet some of the crew," he invited, and taking Chris's and Amos' arms, drew them towards a group of seamen. Chris looked quickly around at the faces of the men, for these, he secretly knew, were to be his companions on a long sea voyage soon to start. With a deep sense of relief he found that he liked them all perhaps, but one. Then he gave his attention to Ned Silly, with a flourish was making introductions. "Me lads!" he cried. "You're two likely young uns living in the house of Mr. Wicker. You've heard me speak of them. Amos here, on my right, and Chris, that's me on my other side." He beamed at both and on the men confronting him. "No, boys!" he roared. "This good man here is Bowie." The short, muscular, low-legged man with a friendly grin nodded his head at them and cut off a piece of black tobacco with his knife, stuffing it into his mouth, knife blade and all. Chris gave a shiver as the blade went in and it came out, and Bowie champed contentedly on his chew. "This here's Albert Jones," Sally went on, "and that one's Abner Cloud, and that one," nodded Ned, "that one's Zachariah Height." Chris smiled and nodded, or shook hands, and Amos followed suit, but when they had reached Zachary, a tall young man of 18 years or so, Zachary bent his handsome surly face and fumbled at his shoe. Chris stood there with his hand out, feeling the red blood surging angrily up his cheeks, and then he wondered who Zachary was looking at from the corner of his eye. Chris turned his head and did not have to hear the name buttered by Siley or by Bowie at his back. Chris found himself staring at Claggett Chew. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Claggett Chew possessed a face and bearing not easily forgotten. A giant of a man, standing well over 6 feet 3, he stood bareheaded in the morning sun. Contrary to the custom of the time, he wore no pigtail at his neck, nor even hair caught back, tied with a bow. Claggett Chew's head was shaved so close that the pale skin of his skull showed through the peppery stubble, making him seem bald. Below the bare skull, as if in counterbalance, his black eyebrows started out, tangled and thickly black, and under them, as out of a rocky cave, his small pale eyes blinked like cornered foxes in their dens. His nose, overlarge to start with, had at some time in his life been broken. Its crooked shape leaned to the right as if still bending beneath the blow that had battered it. A long untrimmed mustache shadowed his mouth, and stray hairs caught inside his lip when he opened and closed them. His lip, like his eyes, were pale, and his skin sickly as that of a man who sees but little of light. His cheeks and chin were stubbly like his head, and his beard seemed more reluctant than half-grown. His whole appearance in his sallow yellow vest, gun-gray coat, and breeches, and canary-colored stockings was one of mingled power and weakness, strength joined with an unhealthy habit of never being in the sun, and a cruelty best enjoyed when he knew that he could win. His cold eyes pinned Chris with their gaze as if the boy were a butterfly transfixed with it by a pin. His thin, pallid lips curled with disdain, and yet, Chris thought, uneasiness, perhaps, as he eyed the two lads and the little knot of men. One strong, too white hand held a whip, its long leather tail ending like a scorpion's sting, and a length of wire. He held at 5 feet of the whip loosely, caught in his hand against the plated leather handle, and Chris had an icy sensation as he looked at it that it was never far from the large white hand of Claggett Chew. A little behind Claggett Chew, examining the scene through a pair of jeweled lorgnettes, stood an even weirder figure. "Osterbridge Hawsey," whispered Ned Silly, as if to himself, as he followed the direction of Chris's eyes. Osterbridge Hawsey, younger than Claggett Chew, but 20 years to Claggett's 40, was dressed in the French mode. Anything more out of place in the dirty, swarming docks of Georgetown could scarcely have been imagined. His three-cornered hat was rakishly set at an angle on his fair hair, which was meticulously rolled in curls above his ears, and the curls were caught at his neck with a black velvet ribbon. Beside Claggett Chew's offensive bare skull, the hat in its delicate blue velvet, silver braid, and airy rim of ostrich feathers was ludicrous. Osterbridge Hosney's costume was of a piece with the hat. For his coat was a fine blue velvet, too pale a shade for any use outside a drawing-room. It, too, was edged in silver braid, and its owner holding a lorgnette, and with his right hand, with his left, pushed back the velvet folds to display the delicacy of his flower-embroidered waistcoat. Satin knee breeches, a cascade of white lace at his throat, and lace falling gracefully over his small, well-kept hands made up the picture. As Lucas looked at him, fascinated and repelled, he noticed that the young man wore a patch in the shape of the crescent moon on his left cheek. Chris, who had been not a little overawed at seeing Claggett Chew, could not restrain himself at the sight of this fop. The touch of fear he had felt, looking into the pale, expressionless eyes of Mr. Wicker's enemy, found release in an uncontrolled burst of laughter when from his pocket Osterbridge Hosney drew his tiny bottle of smelling salts and held it delicately to his nose. Chris's young laughter rose in peal after peal. Amos was warmer, quicker laugh joined in, and in a second laughter had spread to the group of seamen who doubled up, convulsed, fell on one another's shoulders as they wiped their eyes and slapped their hard thighs with their roughened hands. The pair stood so amused the rest, Claggett Chew and his fine friend, had stopped some 10 feet away at the first sounds of mirth. Then into Claggett Chew's gray-white face came astonishment, for he was used to creating many impressions, fear, hatred, or cringing obsequiousness, but never before had he or any of his friends been laughed at. Furthermore, he, the dreaded Claggett Chew, and his gaudy friend Osterbridge Hosney were seldom seen so little account that a boy dared laugh at them. After a surge of deep, ugly red into his head, Claggett Chew's face became whiter than before, and his eyes were murderous. "Oh, Claggett, they seem to be laughing at me," Osterbridge Hosney whined in a high-pitched voice. Unfortunately, at this moment, Chris, forgetting caution in the grip of his laughter, held on to Amos, shouting feebly, "He's got a patch on his cheek. What do you know? A beauty patch." The derision in his voice, in spite of his laughter, was unmistakable, but before he could so much as draw another breath, he heard Claggett Chew's voice for the first time. "So, you little found ugly twerp, you idiot of a snapper, let me give you one to match." And quicker than the eye could follow, the whip flicked out, and with a cutting sting lashed Chris's cheek. That cut from the metal wire was deep, almost to Chris's jawbone, but he did not feel hurt as much as he realized, his laughter gone, that Claggett Chew was now his deadly enemy. "Next time," in Claggett Chew's sneering voice, "I shall take an eye from you, my laughing boy, and see if that amuses us as well." And turning on his heel, followed by the sauntering, giggling fop, the pair picked their way along the wharf and disappeared. It was only then, looking around at the sobered, silent sailors, Chris remembered that Zachary Height was the only one who had not laughed. End of chapter 13. Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. Chapter 14. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Barely were Claggett Chew and Osterbridge Hawsey out of sight when Chris simultaneously became aware of two things. One was the deep throwing ache of the whip cut, so painful it made him feel sick and faint. And the second was the blank figure of Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker was threading his way in and out of the crowds and litter of the wharves, and although to most he might have seemed leisurely, Chris was able to detect in the step of his master a certain haste. He came up to the little group of men, glanced at the back of Zachary Height, who was moving away as if on some uninterrupted duty, and at Chris's white face and the reddened handkerchief with which he held to his chin. Mr. Wicker looked slowly at all the faces and then raised his eyebrows as if in surprise. "Well, lads," he said, "what has happened here? You all look angry and somewhat affrighted. What occurred, Ned?" he asked, addressing Ned Seeley, whose fine face was puckered with sympathy for Chris, and Sue stood pulling at the stocking cap he held in his hands. But Chris spoke up before Ned could reply. "It was my fault, sir. I expect I got what I deserved, but it seemed to happen in spite of myself. I laughed at Osterbridge Hawsey's beauty patch. And at him. All of him, really. We all did. Claggett Chew got mad, and I guess I wouldn't blame him. It was a dreadful thing to do, to laugh at someone to their face, and he lashed out with his whip and gave me a beauty patch." In spite of the pain, Chris managed to grin as he took the handkerchief from his chin to bear the deep, cruel cut. "But truly, sir," he ended, "I never saw anything like Osterbridge Hawsey before. He's a Tilly." Before they knew it at all, including even the habitually grave Mr. Wicker, burst into another shout of laughter. Mr. Wicker soon stopped, however, and reached back into the pocket in the flap of his coat-tails. When he drew out his hand, it held a small glass box. With unhurried gestures, Mr. Wicker's fine fingers took off the lid. "What a fortunate coincidence I haven't just at this time," he said casually, "and that I have with me such an excellent ointment." Master and pupil looked at one another for a moment, and there was a hint of a wink in Mr. Wicker's right eye, and the vestige of an answer from Chris's left. "This will help to stop the bleeding, my boy," said Mr. Wicker, "and take away the pain. It hastens the cure," he went on, lightly applying the ointment to the wound. "In an hour you will scarcely know how it happens," he concluded. Seeing the color seep back into Chris's cheeks, the men touched their caps to Mr. Wicker and went back to their interrupted tasks. Ned Silly, with his hands on Amos's shoulder, moved off to point some details in the Mirabelle, and Chris and Mr. Wicker were left alone. Mr. Wicker looked down quietly at the boy, but there was a sadness also in his face. "Perhaps," he said as if to himself, "I've set you too great a task, my poor Christopher, for you are but a boy." He laid his hand on Chris's arm. "You are but a boy, but what lies before you is a man's task, and no mistake. You cannot in the future allow yourself the luxury of such childish enjoyments as a laugh at Claggett Chew or his friends." "I know that now, sir," Chris replied solemnly. "I asked for trouble that time." "Yes," agreed Mr. Wicker in a tired voice. "You did. Too bad," he added, and Chris saw fatigue for the first time in his master's face. "Laughter you could not resist has meant that you came forcibly to Claggett Chew's notice in such a way that you will never be forgotten." Mr. Wicker looked from some distant horizon back to Chris. "I saw it happening while I was in my study, but could not warn you in time," he said. "So I came down with the ointment for your poisoned wound." "Poisoned wound, sir?" Chris whispered, suddenly feeling much worse than he had before. Mr. Wicker sighed. "Yes. Sometimes Mr. Chew has a way of dipping poison onto the little tip of his whip. It is a slow poison. It does not take effect for days or weeks. In fact, so long after his ash that no one attributes the whip cut to the death that finally follows. Never fear," he said, smiling his reassurance. "The ointment I have put on you will take care of that too, and your cut will be closed and healed before the day is over. What is unfortunately more lasting," said Mr. Wicker, "is Mr. Chew's memory. Well," and Mr. Wicker shrugged his shoulders, "there's no help for what is done. Use caution in the future, Christopher. That is all I ask." "I shall, sir," Mr. assured him. They turned to join Amos. "Enjoy yourself the rest of the day, my boy," Mr. Wicker urged. "Be constantly on the alert and look in all directions. Here," he said, putting his hand on his pocket, "took these few coins in case you should need them. Now find Amos and be off with you." Although Chris would have liked to investigate all the wharves and see as many of the vessels as he could, he understood the warning given him by Mr. Wicker. So with Amos he moved away from the scenes he preferred, taking the first road he saw leading off Water Street. M Street was, for Chris, completely unrecognizable. It was merely a broad, unpaved road in what seemed at best a country town. Groves of old trees, pasture lands, and orchards of large size surrounded the few houses. It was hard for Chris to realize that this was the core of the capital of the vast and teeming country into which he had been born. It was difficulty, for the streets were all had different names if they existed at all. Chris looked for his own street. Going back to what he had known as M Street, not even the Pep Boys or Iron Horse Grill was to be seen. Instead of two wide stone bridges, now there was only a rickety one crossing Rock Creek Park. The boy walked to the bank above the park and looked down. The broad asphalt traffic lanes were gone, and so was the tidiness of the park lanes. Below him, Chris saw the tangled, thick forests that had always stood there. The creek itself, in the quiet of its earlier time, could be plainly heard running over its stones. Chris turned and led Amos to where he half expected to see his mother's house, but where his house would stand in some future year, nothing was to be seen but a dense grove of trees growing along the top of a little rise of ground. Someone had once built a fire at the corner where his front door would one day be. Chris looked idly at the stones, picked up a metal button blackened by the fire. "What are you all looking for?" Patient Amos asked. "Just something I hoped I'd find," Chris answered, filled with a sense of desolation. Then he made himself remember that the house had not yet been built, and aware of the hollowness of his stomach, he said to Amos, "Must be lunchtime. Let's go down to the creek to eat." They scrambled down the bank near where, in his time, there was a child's playground, and weaving in and out of the thick wood, found the creek clear and fresh. Here they ate their lunch, and then, running and leaping, followed the turns of the stream until they neared the marshes and the river. End. Chapter 14. Chapter 15, Mr. Wicker's Window, by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. The two boys came out toward the mouth of Rock Creek, and as the woods thinned, they saw ahead of them a sandy sloping bank on which a small boat was drawn up. Around the coals of a fire nearby, 3 men were crouching. Remembering Mr. Wicker's warning to be cautious, Chris put out a hand to touch Amos, and the two stood still. "Let's climb up a little above them," Chris suggested. "We're beyond the bridge. They might be... well, we'd better be careful. I want to see what they're doing before they see us." Amos agreeing, the two boys, with extra care for rattling twigs, moved stealthily up the banks of the Potomac that rose with increasing steepness. The men, who were huddled near their fire now, came directly into their view below, and Chris and Amos could see that they were playing cards. One seemed to be losing to the other two. He heaped a pile of his small possessions in front of him on the sand in lieu of money. They were certainly a villainous-looking trio. The boys could hear some of their explanations. It was with a million feeling of curiosity and uneasiness that Chris recognized the losing gambler to be Simon Gosler, the hunchback cripple. "Come on, Gosler!" I heard one of the men cry in annoyance. "Pay up! You're lost!" "I've no money to pay you," complained the sly voice of the cripple. "I'm a poor man. Well, you know it. A cripple. Just a poor old cripple." "Ah, none of that," the foot-in winner. "We know how well you're doing. You're begging. More in a day than we get in a month's pay. Pay up now, or it won't go well with you," he rasped out, laying his hand on a dagger stuck into his belt. "What about your glass, your spyglass, Gosler?" urged the first man. "Put that up and it will cover your losses well enough," he sneered, but Simon Gosler hugged his coat to him and looked from side to side, searching for a way of escape. No, good fellows," he moaned. "Not my glass. I won that from the captain himself 3 years ago, and I shall never part from it willingly." "You'd part with the silver quick enough," snarled the first gambler. "Well, of that you must have plenty, for it's too rare you ever lose. Come now, we'll give you a few minutes more to make up your mind, but make it up you must. Either the glass or the silver. You may choose." The two gamblers rose menacingly and moved away to put their boat into the stream. Simon Gosler was mumbling and sniveling and fingering his coat pocket in which he kept his glass. Chris, watching him, had a sudden inspiration, whispered to Amos, "Hide here behind those bushes and don't follow me. Don't move or show yourself. I'm going to have that glass." So saying, he moved carefully back until he was out of sight of Amos. And then, for the first time on his own, he tried a change of shape. Choosing a blood-fraught stone at the edge of the shrubbery and carefully removed from the sight of the two winners, he changed himself into a silver coin and allowed himself to drop with a sweet metallic ring on the stone. Ting! Waiting, winking in the sun for Simon Gosler. The old cripple saw the coin before it had bounced twice on the stone with a sly look over his shoulder at the backs of his companions. As he pushed at the boat, hoisted himself up on his crutch and began hobbling over towards his find. But instead of a coin, he found only a resolute boy awaiting him, tossing and catching a silver piece. It was one of those Mr. Wicker had given Chris but an hour before. He looked Simon Gosler in the eye. "I've heard what went on, Simon Gosler," said Chris, his eyes on a level with the rheumy, watering eyes of the cripple. "And if you will sell your spyglass to me, I'll buy it off you with this silver piece. Otherwise you shall not have it." Simon Gosler's eyes dripped tears of greed at the sight of the coin, and then another expression washed over them. Fast as he was, and fast as was his movement, Chris was faster. As the old beggar braced himself and brought the head of his crutch down where Chris's head should have been, someone from behind dealt him a staggering blow from a sizable club, and yet when he turned around, no one was there. When he faced about again, rubbing his head and whimpering with rage and frustration, he found himself once more facing the boy who was tossing and catching the round silver coin. Chris stood with his legs apart, his head back, his eyes full of scorn. His hand did not cease to toss and catch the silver piece. "Well, you old villain," he challenged, "will you take the coin and bear its change, or shall I hit you again with that flub you just felt?" "Yeah, it doesn't feel the same when you get it back as when you give it out, does it, you old faker? Hurry up. Your friends will soon be coming back, and I don't think they intend to argue." Simon Gosler still rubbed his head, and muttering, finally spoke. "Very well, you nasty young man, I'll sell you my glass. Give me the coin." He stretched out a dirty claw. "Oh, no." Chris shook his head decisively. "No, indeed. You put the glass down between us, carefully, mind you, and back away. I'll throw you the coin when I've seen if the glass is worth a silver." Mumbling himself. Simon Gosler did as he was told. He reached back in his coat pocket to draw out a small spyglass, which he laid down on the ground. Then he backed away. Chris picked up at it and examined the glass, tested it, and then, just as the two gamblers came back up the riverbank, tossed the silver piece to the beggar. Gosler caught it in midair with the dexterity of years of practice. In an instant, Chris had vanished into the thick shade of the wood, and going as fast but as quickly as he could, regained the place where Amos waited for him. "Gee, Chris," Amos explained, for he had caught all Simon's expression of speech, "we got us a spyglass." "We sure have," Chris agreed, "and it's a fine one. Best I ever saw," he said. "Here, try it out over the river there, where that ship is anchored." Amos pointed the glass through the shrubs towards a distant ship that swung at anchor close to the shore, and while he tried out their prize, Chris watched the departure of the three gamblers. Gosler had evidently paid up while Chris was returning to their hut and perch, for he was now hustled into the boat by the other two. Soon the three were down the stream, and their boat was moving up into the main flow of the river. "Here," Amos said, "that's the glass. That's a mighty fine ship out there. Black as a Mirabelle is white, but she looks fast and strong just the same." But Chris, taking the glass, was idly following the progress of the three men. Gosler, lost in gloom, sat in the stern, hugging his rags about him. The other two bent their backs to the oars and headed straight for the anchored ship. Turning the glass to the brig, Chris hunted for the name as the prow swung about. Through the glass with the letters, gold on the black-painted side, leapt to his eye across the distance. "Venture," Chris read, and with a beating heart he saw his adversary's ship. for the first time. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 15, by Carley DAWSON. End. Chapter 16 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. Come along, Amos. We must get a closer look at that ship, Chris cried, putting his glass away. Scrambling down, the two boys ran along the stream until it was shallow enough to cross. The water was icy, telling, as well as the turning leaves and cooler air, that fall had come and winter was on the way. Hurrying forward, Chris and Amos reached the mouth of a stream where it joined the river. There, on the left bank of Rock Creek, high rushes grew in rank profusion on the mushy land. They rose higher than the heads of the two boys and were too closely packed to allow for easy passage. "We'll have to skirt the very edge," Chris said, glancing about. "Barefoot would be best. This soft ground would go over our shoes and maybe suck them down." "Keep light against the rushes," Chris warned Amos. "And if a boat shows up coming from the wharves, we can't take any chances. We'll have to dive into the rushes and hide, just in case it's Claggett's shoe." "That's right." Amos nodded his head vigorously. "I don't want to meet him again if you do less than me," he chuckled. The two went on, making slow progress, for the river was deep at that point, with a little foothold between the edge of the jungle of reeds and deep water. "Keep an eye out, Amos," Chris called back over his shoulder as he went ahead. It was no time before Amos's voice came huskily up to his friend. Chris, hold on! There's a boat with 4 men in it just left the last wharf, and they're heading this way. Get in those rushes quick. My clothes will be mighty bright." Rushing and panting, they shoved their way into the dusty rushes, swooping back until they could barely see the river through the stalks, and it was just in time, for barely were they hidden when they heard, carried over the water, the dip and splash of 2 pairs of oars and the creak of oarlocks. Then, in another moment, came the high-pitched voice of Osterbridge Hawsey. This gave a shiver as it reached him. "Claggett!" In the voice of the fop, who was with Claggett's shoe, was sitting in the bottom there of the boat. "Claggett, I find myself quite fatigued. A little wine, I fancy, might revive me when we reach the ship. Eat it, I think, and spice the world of the night chill. And Claggett," went on the voice, almost upon them now, it was so clear. "What do you think of this muslin for my new shirts? Is it not delicate? Irish. C'est l'avant sans dire, as the dear French say. I feel sure it will be satisfactory." From Claggett's shoe, the two boys heard not a word, and clearing out, they saw the boat shoot by. Osterbridge Hawsey, wrapped in a great cloak, was admiring a bolt of muslin that he held, but Claggett's shoe, his face shadowed by a hat, was holding his whip upon his knees and glowering at the water. The boat passed, and some time after, the two boys heard from across the water the echo of wood against wood, as the dinghy reached the Venture's hull. After a while, as the boys were about to move along, a heavy drooping sound and the shuddering of the marshy ground made the two in hiding look at one another in concern. "What in the world?" Chris murmured. The sound, accompanied by steps, oaths, "Damn!" and an arithmetic drop and shudder, continued far along the shore. Stealthily trying not to shake the rushes and show what they might be, Chris and Amos pushed through the marsh. The sun was setting as they came near the steps and voices, pushing through the weeds towards the river. Chris found they were nearly opposite where the Venture floated, below Mr. Mason's island and at a desolate part of the river. Chris gestured Amos forward, and they went on step by step until, in a pause of the thundering dropping sound, they knew themselves to be near its origin and parted the reeds enough to see. There, within a few yards of them, and at the edge of a hard-beaten track from the main shore, lay a mass of cannonballs and shot for guns of various sizes, such as are used on men-of-war. The crew of the Venture, able to carry but one at a time, kept a line going from shore to pile, and this, as they dropped the cannonballs from their shoulders, was the sound of them shaking in the ground the boys had heard and felt. Seeing the red caps and kerchiefed heads of men above the rushes, the boys let the reeds fall back. "I'm going to have a look at the ship through the glass," Chris whispered and moved forward closer to the shore. Parting the stalks, he trained the glass at Claggett Chew's ship. It was a fine, rich vessel, that was evident, and swarming with activity. At this hour of dusk, other boats along the river had stopped their commerce for the day, and there were none to observe what Claggett Chew might be about. Chris and Amos were the only watchers. The cannonballs and ammunition were taken out in boats and hoisted up in nets. Chris observed everything closely and saw still other crewmen disappearing with their burdens down the hold. Then something caught his eye, and he examined the name along the side through the spyglass. Curious, thought Chris, that all the letters of the name seemed exact except the second and the third. Among the other letters of carved and gilded wood, the E and N were not quite as straight as all line as the rest. "Oh, well," Chris thought, "it's doubtless the custom of the time, for all I know." Putting the glass in his pocket, he rejoined Amos, but as he did so, the last two sailors put down their cannonballs and wiped the sweat off their foreheads with their arms. In the ensuing silence, a rustle of the rushes as Chris and Amos moved away were plainly to be heard. "What's that?" one man cried out. "It's Spy there! Here, take this club and beat him out. We'll catch him." The two men charged into the brush so fast that Chris barely had time to whisper to Amos, "Hurry, Amos! Run! And I'll be all right. I'll draw them off. I'll meet you where we ford the stream." Amos safely out of sight, the men came only on a small dog, foraging for rats, wagging its tail and handing out a yip or two as it followed round. "Yew! Yew! Give it a kick there. It's only a stray dog," one said. "And devil take it. What do I care?" answered the other, turning back. The dog lay panting at the Wicker's edge. Looking past the ship as it rested, it saw what he thought was snow upon the water and banks. But it was just thousands of ducks migrating south, and when they rose to move farther away, the sky was overcast and thunderous with their wings. Long after, dark, cold, dirty, and quite wet, the two boys reached the house on Water Street. "Where did you go?" and Becky inquired, frowning with solicitude at the bedraggled pair. "Oh, no place much," Amos answered, yawning. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 16, by Carley DAWSON. End. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 17, by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. The following morning, while Chris was telling Mr. Wicker of the ammunition being loaded on the Venture, Becky Boozer announced a visit from Captain Blizzard and Elisha Finney. "Show them in, Becky," Mr. Wicker told her. To Chris he said, "I wonder what brings them here so early. It must be a matter of some importance. Stay with me, Christopher. I shall present you to the captain." The extraordinary pair came in, and Chris was introduced to Captain Blizzard and Mr. Finney. The captain was all smiles except for his eyes. Chris noted that his eyes did not smile at all. Mr. Finney, true to form, cast down his eyes, sighed, and let the corner of his wide, thin lips droop almost to his chin. When char large enough and solid enough had been found for Captain Blizzard, and Becky had brought in a decanter of sherry and glasses to be set before the visitors, Chris shut the study door and sat down on the floor where he could observe the three faces before him. Mr. Wicker spoke first. "Well, Captain, what brings you here so betimes? No trouble of any kind, I trust." Captain Blizzard sat down his glass of sherry and cleared his throat. "Now, sir, needs must I come to unpleasant news, and sorry I am to bring it. I have heard that the Venture plans to sail at any time, and you well know she is a fast-sailing ship." He folded his plump hands over his paunch and twiddled his thumbs with agitation. "Sir, it has been nosed about that the Venture is headed for the West Indies." He paused, but glanced at Mr. Finney, who nodded forlornly, his mouth drooping. "That is not so." The captain looked with anxious eyes at Mr. Wicker. "Early this morning, Ned Silly brought me the information that the Venture is to sail to the China. seas. Mr. Wicker's face was grave, but showed no surprise. I knew some trouble was ahead, he said slowly, but did not know what form it was to take. He paused. News of sailings and destinations get about so rapidly, it is much more than likely that someone overheard the destination of the Mirabelle, and sold his knowledge to Captain Chew. Although, he added up thoughtfully, I think Claggett Chew guessed it. Well, and Mr. Wicker looked alertly at the two men. What advice do you give me? Mr. Blizzard wagged his head. Nay, sir, it was for orders that I came to you. It is for you to say. How soon can the Mirabelle put to sea? Mr. Wicker asked, and Chris's heart skipped a beat. At any time, sir. The captain at once replied. We have nearly water enough, and quite sufficient stores. The men are all assembled. And the captain fell silent, and no one spoke for several minutes. Mr. Wicker, leaning his chin on his folded hands, was lost in thought. How move the tides? He finally asked, raising his head. The captain, with surprising briskness for so large a man, pulled some folded shirts from his pocket. Without a word, the three men rose and went over to the table, pushing aside the china bowl filled with flour to spread the charts flat on the tabletop. Captain Blizzard leaned his knuckles on the boards. The tide will be high at midnight, sir, he informed them. See, he pointed a short forefinger at one spot. Here is a sandbar that the tide covers but for a short time, and should there be other ships crowding the river near this point, we must slip through then, or not at all. Mr. Wicker examined the charts and nodded. Very well, he said. So must it be. And Chris felt that his heartbeat would stifle him. It pounded so fast and thickly in his throat. All at once, looking up into the thoughtful face of his master, Chris longed to be able to stay safe at home. The imminent journey, so far, and perhaps so perilous, suddenly seemed too much for him. Mr. Wicker had taken the river charts and rolled them up, and now turned to the captain and first mate. Captain Blizzard and you, Mr. Finney. Should watercast be seen going on board, the whole of Georgetown will know you mean to sail. I therefore ask you to so contrive it that the casts be hidden in bales or boxes, so they seem to be anything but what they are. He tapped the rolled charts thoughtfully in the palm of his hand. Our only chances to steal a march on the Venture will be to sail it a day before her. The two men listening nodded in agreement. There is one other thing. Your orders for where you are to anchor, once near China, will be secret and carried on the person of this boy. He laid a hand on Chris's shoulder. It is a task of utmost secrecy to carry out, and will require your help, encouragement, and silence. Captain Blizzard and Mr. Finney looked solemnly at Chris, who looked solemnly back. Not only that, Mr. Wicker went on, but his presence on the ship must not be known until the Mirabelle is well at sea. He glanced down meditatively at Chris. I shall arrange to bring him aboard somehow, and give you your sailing orders later. He strode over to the window, looking out to his gardens and the trees where the apples showed their russet cheeks. Leave me these charts for yet a little while, and I shall ponder out on our plans, said Mr. Wicker. He turned. See that the water casks are taken all at once, Captain, and hidden, and make plans for Christopher here. And then a beseeching look from Chris, he added with a smile. And Amos. No sooner were the captain and Mr. Finney gone than Chris spoke up with great excitement. Mr. Wicker, sir, I have a plan. May we look at the river charts again? Master and pupil spread out the charts once more, and Chris pointed eagerly. Look, sir, here is the sandbar, and here, he put his finger down, is the Venture, or she was yesterday. Now, sir, the sandbar being just below and ahead of the Venture, once the Mirabelle has slipped by, wouldn't it be too bad if something happened to make the Venture drift with the tide and run aground? He looked eagerly up into Mr. Wicker's face and saw it in the reflection of his own excitement. There are times, Christopher, said Mr. Wicker with his eyes snapping, when you surprise even me. But how is it to be done? Well, sir, began Chris, it is a little tricky, but I think, what with the things we know, it can be worked. He began outlining to his master the details of the plan. End of Chapter 17 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. Chapter 18 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording by Arthur Piantadosi. It was perhaps as well that Chris had more than enough to think of. Otherwise, the wretch at leaving home might have been even more distressing than it was. His last day passed like a flash, though from his attitude no one, certainly not Becky, would have guessed that the next morning he would not be there to eat his breakfast in the sunny kitchen window. Amos, quick to sense all of Chris's moods, knew something was afoot. When Chris and Mr. Wicker finally told him of the sailing plan, Amos's eyes grew rounder than ever and sparkled more brightly, but he said never a word. At 10 o'clock that night, when Becky had gone heavily to her room, wondering perhaps why Chris had given her so hard a hug, Ned Silly knocked to the back door. He had brought a lighted cart on which there stood a large wicker hamper. Ned and Chris lifted it into the kitchen where Mr. Wicker drew the curtains and held a candle high. The candlelight flickered and flamed up like a trapped bird at the corners of the room, and sharp bird-winged shadows caught across Mr. Wicker's tall, dark figure. Yet to Chris, who was to hold the scene ever after in his memory, the kitchen by the light of that one candle and the figure of his master standing in its center moved Chris as he had never been touched before. Amos stood near the basket, looking first into its square depth filled with shadow, and then up, inquiring at Mr. Wicker, but he did not speak. "Be of good heart, Amos," Mr. Wicker told him kindly. "And look after young Christopher as best you can." Then, as a gesture from Mr. Wicker, Amos agog stepped into the hamper where he stood uncertainly, his expression half terrified and half delighted. "Yes, sir, I will," he piped up, shriveled excitement. "I'll keep my eye on him." He promised and then curled up in the hamper. Ned Silly shut down the top, and he and Chris lifted it to the cart. Mr. Wicker spoke low in Ned's ear. "All is well understood?" he inquired. "This is no time for misunderstandings." Aye, sir. All is clear," the good Ned replied. "Then God speed to you all and bring you safely home," said Mr. Wicker. "Be on the lookout for this lad, Ned, when you get past the bar." "We shall," Ned whispered back, "and good luck to the two of you." Clucking to the horse, on wheels covered with rags, and with cloths about the horse's hooves to deaden their sound, Ned Silly and the hamper went quietly up in the direction of the dwarves. In a moment, cart, horse, and driver were swallowed up in the denseness of the night. A black night it was indeed. Although there was a moon, the clouds scudded over it, and an autumn wind bent the trees, tearing the leaves from them. A mist rose from the river, but it was blown away from all but the most sheltered places. Mr. Wicker and Chris stood in the silent kitchen. Looking about him, Chris remembered with a pang the first morning he'd seen it, with Becky in her gaudy hat standing near the fire. "Come on, Christopher," Mr. Wicker bade him, taking up his cape black cloak and another one for Chris. "First, wind the rope about your waist, and once on board, bind it under your shirt. Let no one, not even Amos, know of it." Chris did as he was told. Mr. Wicker then gave him a leather pouch hung on a cord. "Here are some ointments of magic that may prove their usefulness," he remarked. "Wear them about your neck." So saying, he slipped the leather cord around over Chris's head. "What happens to the rope and pouch when I change my shape, sir?" Chris asked. "They will remain with you. Have no fear of that," Mission replied. "What would be the use of magic if it proved unable to adjust itself?" A smile played over Mr. Wicker's face. "So all is ready," he said, glancing around. "Now we must be off and lose no time, for we have much ahead of us," said Mr. Wicker dryly, blowing out the candle. Before he knew it, Chris stood, until what far off time, outside Mr. Wicker's house. His master locked the door. The wind, swooping down like some great bird, tugged at their cloaks and chilled their faces. Chris led the way to the creek and the marsh, but at this time both he and Mr. Wicker wore high boots which kept the icy water and mud from their feet. "What I wouldn't give for a flashlight," Chris muttered as he came to the marsh. "Yes, the 20th century has many conveniences," Mr. Wicker replied, and Chris could imagine, behind him, the man's sardonic smile and amused eyes. They came out suddenly from the blackness of the woods, the wind-tipped river, and though the moon was still obscured, the river held a pallid sheen of its own that gave a little light. There was not a sound to be heard but the hurried lap of water against the shore, the suck and pull of Chris and Mr. Wicker's boots in the mud, and the sharp, hair-raising rustles from time to time in the reeds. Chris's heart thudded in his throat at his furtive noises, for they could only be made by rats or water snakes, and Chris liked neither of these, especially at night. Pushing along the marsh edge and feeling their way, the two figures at last came in sight of their goal. The high, dark hull of the Venture rose above the water, an amber lantern hanging in her stern. The wind swung the ship, and the tide, still flowing up the Potomac, showed that the bow held by the anchor was pointed somewhere upstream. "The anchor may have dragged," Chris whispered to Mr. Wicker. "Now for our boat." The rope seemed to uncoil from about its waist almost of itself, and with the gestures he had been taught, Chris formed a very adequate craft, a little trifle lopsided, it must be admitted, as he had small practice, but seaworthy nonetheless. "I shall see that the men sleep soundly," Mr. Wicker murmured. "You do the rest." "I shall, sir," Chris agreed, and then the moon showed an edge for the moment in the clouds. "Look, sir, the Mirabelle!" Towards sleeping Georgetown, for it was nearly midnight now, whiteness showed itself. Closer against the distant wharves, the Mirabelle was edging out, and Chris knew that Ned, Bowie, Abner Cloud, and the others were pulled up by the ship's boats into the main flow of the river. Once turned, she would float noiselessly down the Potomac past the Venture, and once he was aboard, would hoist her sails and set her course to sea. "Then quick," made Miss Wicker. "We took too long. We are a trifle late." They stepped into the boat, each taking an oar, and with only a few small pulls came alongside the silent Venture. They moored their boat to the anchor rope. Mr. Wicker touched Chris by way of wishing him luck and disappeared. For half a second more Chris waited. No sound came from the ship, but a light showed in the captain's cabin. In a twinkling, a monkey with a pouch about its neck ran up the anchor rope and, pausing on the gunwale, sniffed at the pungent flower smell that it now knew meant sleep for all the sailors. Then it bounded toward the light. A window of the cabin on the lee side had been left open. Clinging to the piece of rigging before it spread to the sill, the monkey's eyes caught what seemed to be a shadow darker than that of the mist of the night, moving away from the sailor left on night watch. The man now lay slumbered in sleep. The same heady scent of spices and flowers that had overcome Chris when he first entered Mr. Wicker's shop blew away on the gusty wind. The ship tugged and strained at her anchor, wind and turning tide making taut the line that held her close to shore. The Venture, her rigging and mast scarcely visible, so somber was the night, lay ominously silent, excepting for the murmur of voices from the cabin. Abruptly aware of the passing of time and the approaching white cloud on the water that was the Mirabelle, the monkey sprang to the side of the open window and peered inside. A smoking lamp hung low over a center table, dropping a dusky round glow on the larger circle beneath it. Claggett Chew was blearily studying a paper spread out before him, leaning his ugly bare skull on one hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and an empty wine bottle and glass holding only wine dregs showed he had been drinking and was now half asleep. Osterbridge Hawsey, in a heavy silk robe and embroidered slippers, lounged sideways in a chair with his legs hanging over the arm. His hand trailed an empty glass on the floor, and a silly, drunken smile played over his face. "Claggett," he was saying, "is the place marked? Yup, oh dear, the hiccups," he complained with a frown. "Let me have more wine." Claggett Chew did not reply, nor rise to fetch another bottle. Osterbridge Hawsey gave another hiccup. Hic! And I was again, "Market, Claggett, you may forget all those walls to get over or under," he said. "Oh dear, kick! Think of those jewels, Claggett! Dare take these hiccups!" He exclaimed in a fury of annoyance, but made no motion to change his comfortable condition. "Claggett!" Osterbridge Hawsey snilled. "Are you asleep or angry or put across where that tree is, I say? I want those jewels, Claggett, and so do you. Befuddled, his perspectives hopelessly blurred by excessive wine, Claggett Chew made a mark on the map. "There," he growled, his upper lip drawn back over his teeth. "Will that shut you up?" A moving shadow, duskier than the shadows themselves, came through the door and hovered over Osterbridge Hawsey. Claggett Shoes suddenly started up. "I smell him," he murmured thickly. "He's here! Below! White Watchman!" he shouted drunkenly, as he got up, stumbling and thrashing about in the uncertainty of his movements. His chair crashed to the floor, and the monkey made a leap, cuffing the lantern from its hook. The light was dashed out, and in the dark as he jumped, the monkey seized the creased, well-thumbed paper as he leaped back towards the pale square that was the window. Behind it, Claggett Chew's oaths and explanation became fainter as the spicy smell grew stronger. And at last his mutterings trailed off into snorts and finally snores. The monkey, clutching the paper to itself, sat on the window ledge, stuffing it into the pouch about its neck. And the monkey's smile flittered around its face as it heard a last dreaming sound from Osterbridge Hawsey. Hick, Jazz, whoop, came from Osterbridge Hawsey. Down the anchor rope scrambled the monkey with the agility and speed for which monkeys are famous. Mr. Wicker was already in the boat. "How shall we be, sir?" came the low voice of Chris. "Shall I become a beaver and go down and gnaw the rope off at the anchor?" "No," said Mr. Wicker. "It can be done more easily done than that, and nothing to trace it. Get in the boat. Here comes the Mirabelle." Taking his own shape once more, Chris saw the white ghost-like sides of the Mirabelle soundlessly passing downstream. Not a creak nor a splash of water came from her as she passed, but from the stern a tiny light, struck by a flint perhaps, blinked once and twice, and then a third time. "Now," in Mr. Wicker's voice, "let me have my hand upon that rope." He only seemed to hold the anchor rope a moment, and with an easy pull. The tugging strain was suddenly gone, and the Venture veered away like a frightened waterfowl. "Will she go where she should, sir?" Chris wanted to know, leaning forward. "That she will, Christopher," came the familiar voice in the dark, "and we must get her out of the way, for here she comes down at us. The wind and the tide and, other forces will drive her solidly upon the bar. If I mistake not, it will be several days before they get her off." And on the night air, Verducus heard a faint, short chuckle. "Poor boy," his master told him sharply. "Here she comes." Chris grasped the oar and swung in the boat only in time, for the down-flowing tide and rising wind combined to drive the Venture forward at increasing speed. The tide being still high, the ship was carried well upon the sandbar before it grounded, lolling over on one side, much like the sleeping sailors. "Quick, lad! Now we must catch the Mirabelle, and you and I must part." "Oh, sir!" Chris cried, holding his oar above the water and turning his head toward the man beside him. Mr. Wicker clasped Chris on the shoulder, and the glint of moonlight showed him to be smiling. "I shall miss you too, my lad," he said. "Now, let us send this boat over the river as fast as she can go. And bear in mind, keep your own shape at all times, unless you can change it out of sight of prying eyes." He pulled on the oars. "Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. Among the effects placed in your sea chest, you'll find a conch shell. Hold it to your ear, Christopher, as children do to hear the sea. You will be able to hear my voice, if ever you should need to." "Oh, like a walkie-talkie?" Chris asked, pulling at his oar. "Somewhat," and Chris knew his master smiled at him. "How about getting you to shore, sir?" Chris inquired, pulling in rhythm so that the boat flew down the black and silver river. "Have you forgotten who I am, my boy?" he was asked in return. "No, sir," said Chris, feeling a little small. "Then undo the digging and clamber up the side, for here we are," said Mr. Wicker, and the towering hull of the Mirabelle rose above them. Chris grasped a rope ladder that hung down beside them to the water's edge and turned for a last word. "I'll do my best, sir, but I hope you'll stay with me," he cried. "All that I can, Christopher," came the distant voice. "Godspeed." And looking about, Chris made out, coasting at the air, a seagull, balanced upon its black-tipped wings, swallowing a lump in its throat that proved bothersome. Chris jerked at one oar and deftly coiled the magic rope over his arm, holding to the ship's ladder on the other. A signal flashed, a lantern swung in an arc, Dim figures waited in their places, hauled on the lines. As Chris stopped to the deck over the side, the great white sails rose, spread, and bellied out from the three masts. Chris looked in wonder at as Mirabelle, proud as a woman, lifted up her head. Soon on the silent river, only a dwindling sight of lonely sails was to be seen, heading toward Chesapeake Bay and then to sea. But anyone with eyesight good enough might have seen a solitary seagull following. End of Chapter 18 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley Dawson. Chapter 19 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. The long days passed on board the Mirabelle. The hours rolled majestically past, as did the waves through which the Mirabelle cut her way. Amos and Christopher were kept out of sight until Mr. Wicker's ship was several days out to sea, for the crew, not knowing the success of their voyage depended on Chris, would have been surly at the presence of two such young boys on board. Useless cargo, in their opinion, knew nothing about seafaring. But when Chris and Amos appeared under the banner of stowaways, the sailors considered them full of spunk and welcomed them warmly. Both Chris and Amos found life on a sailing vessel strange and fascinating, but difficult to get used to. Ned Silly, their best friend on board, was the one to whom they turned wherever his duties gave him free time. However, to Chris's surprise, it was the first mate, sad-looking Mr. Finney, who would patiently instruct them in sea terms and answer their endless questions. As the days passed and the Mirabelle pursued her long course through tropical water, Chris, with many free hours to occupy, he at last understood how the model of the Mirabelle had been so painstakingly arranged inside a bottle. For the time it seemed long between glimpses of shore, and until they sailed for a time along some wild and beautiful tropic coast. Then Chris would lean in on the side of the ship, looking at the mountains or jungled shore. A scent such as comes from the open door of a hothouse would drift out to sea to the sailors, who looked yearningly toward the land and the greenness. A warm breath of flowers, damp moss, and leaves in the sun would mingle with the rough, salt smell of the sea. Chris and Amos imagined themselves what the forests or the mountainsides would be like if they could only land and investigate them. Now and again, small flocks of birds, migrating perhaps, or blown out to sea, would land on the Mirabelle, and Silly made a large cage for some of the sweet-singing, gaily feathered creatures for Amos and Amos. And on one occasion, when the Mirabelle was sailing past Brazil, a flock of butterflies was carried out on a breeze from shore and hung on the rigging until the boys imagined themselves in a blossoming wood. Chris had found, his first day at sea, the conch shell Mr. Wicker had mentioned, and he alone of all the Mirabelle's crew knew how the venture had fared. That first evening in the little cabin Captain Blizzard had given Chris and Amos, Chris had waited impatiently for Amos to sleep. The two boys each had a hammock slung across the cabin by night, which they rolled up and put away to give more room by day. But that first night poor Chris had begun to despair that he would ever hear Mr. Wicker's voice from the shell, for Amos was excited and had no wish to go to sleep. He swung back and forth, happy as a dark bird in his hammock, his round eyes looking toward the porthole where there was the faint gleam of bright sea. "Chris," Amos said, "we're sure going on a mighty far trip. That Mr. Finney, he showed me on a map, but I never heard of any of the places we passed by. The Bahamas, he says to me, then the West Indies, Cuba, Barbados." He was ticking them off on his fingers as he named them. "And on to South America, away down on the tippy end around, what's the name of that loud-named place?" "Cape Horn," Chris said. He was scarcely listening. Amos tried to prop himself up on his elbow and promptly fell out of the hammock in a flurry of arms and legs and a heavy landing thump that brought a shout of laughter from Chris. After an attempt at making his bed against the hammock in some little difficulty and clambering safely back in again, Amos composed himself with the least possible movement in the swinging bed and yawned. "I just remember," he said, "where else we're going? Wise Man Islands or Solomon Islands?" "You mean Solomon Islands?" Chris asked him. Amos gave another mighty yawn. That's what I said. Miss Becky, she read to me from the Bible about Solomon, how wise he was. There was a pause. On that way, Amos's voice was becoming indistinct. We'd go past the West Indian Islands next, Chris murmured to himself. I remember that. And the Selby Sea, Amos said in a whisper. Slabs, Chris corrected softly. What I said, came Amos's voice, and then at last there was silence in the cabin. He almost got as far as the China Sea, Chris thought to himself, and holding to the hammock, eased himself out, and on bare feet went quietly to his sea chest. Its square bulk stood in the shadow of the wall, but fragments of light from the night sky caught the brass nail heads and bands upon it, so it appeared to wink cheerfully at Chris in the gloom. Slowly, to avoid any creaks that might awaken Amos, Chris lifted the lid, thrust in one hand, and found the shell. He held it near the small port for a moment, its rosy interior faded of color in the gray light. Then he turned it in his hand and put it to his ear. At first he heard only the rushing sound of surf on a beach. Then the sea sound became fainter, and a voice so familiar that it meant home to him came to Chris's ear as if from a long way off. Christopher, here I am, came Mr. Wicker's voice. How are you? All going well, I hope. Please be doing me the favour to tell the captain not to put ashore at his usual place in Tahiti, but to go by night to a cove he will find 12 leagues further along the coast. I will tell you what to do nearer that time. You will find ample fresh water near that cove, but the Chinchilla is up to mischief. You must escape it, and all on board the Mirabelle should be witnesses to what Claggett Chew plans to do. The voice faded out and then returned. You will probably like to know how far behind the Venture is. She ran aground, most unfortunately and most surprisingly. It's 3 full days behind you, but she is a fast ship and can soon lessen this distance. Please to tell the captain so. He is the only one to know of my gifts, and it is possible for me to communicate with you. Tell him not to stop for water or food until his stores are running low. You must not waste time. Have you heard me? Tap the edge of the shell 3 times for yes. It's tapped 3 times. Feeling much happier, and all at once not quite so much alone, the voice came back to his ear. I'm following your progress from this room in the manner you know. Practice your magic alone, or you will lose the knack. Now, good night. Oh, yes, Becky Boozer has been crying into her apron all day. Partly for Ned Silly, but I fancy, Chris heard a chuckle from a remembered room. But I fancy, largely for 2 boys. Good night, Christopher. Sleep well. End of chapter 19 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. Chapter 20 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. As the Mirabelle sailed farther into tropical seas, Chris and Amos worked out a pattern for their days. Before sunup, while the air was still cool from the night, the 2 boys were awakened by Ned Silly or Abner Cloud. They joined the sailors on deck to do their share of chores, mending rigging, patching sails, strugging decks, or polishing brass. When the sun rose, the boys breakfasted. The men of Mirabelle then went on with their various tasks, but Amos went up to the captain's bridge where he listened to Mr. Finney and Captain Blizzard, and Chris went down to their cabin for an hour or more. Supposedly, Chris was studying lessons. This was only partially true, for instead of sums, he was practicing magic, in which he soon attained a high degree of proficiency. What he most enjoyed was turning himself into some small, commonplace creature to plague his friends on board. A mouse one day, a flea the next, a fly on the third. Quite naturally, no one suspected his ability to adopt such fantastic disguises. So little did they guess. He had 1 or 2 narrow escapes from being swatted or stamped on. It was Zachary Height whom Chris wanted to watch, and as a flea or a fly, he often rode about on Zachary's jacket, listening and observing. But it was not until the Mirabelle had rounded Cape Horn one morning that Chris, in the disguise of a fly, rode unnoticed on Zachary's jacket when that sulky young man, after looking around to make sure the others were all at work, slipped down to the sailors' quarters below decks. There he dragged out his sea chest, and from under his belongings pulled out a second chest, fitting a key to the lock. He lifted up the lid. Chris, perched on his shoulder, peered over to see the contents. They were disappointing. Nearly a grey powder, carefully packed in a piece of tarpaulin. Wonder why he's kept it so dry, Chris pondered. But Zachary was already refolding the tarpaulin and unlocking the lid. In the next moment, Zachary had uncovered a length of white coils. Then Chris understood. By golly, he exclaimed to himself. Dynamite! Or gunpowder! So much! What's it for? Zachary made no other disclosures of interest that day, but after that Chris spent all the time he could, both day and night, watching the young sailor. He was determined to discover, if he could, what Zachary intended to do with the gunpowder. It was hard for Chris not to be able to ask Mr. Wicker's advice and not to have his master's superior knowledge to lean on. And had he known it, it was just this lack which was making him quick-witted and more resourceful. One night, a short time after Zachary's uncovering the gunpowder, Chris noticed that Zachary remained on deck after the others had gone to bed. He continued to sit with his back to a stanchion, dreamily gazing at the starry sky. Chris was in a fever for Amos to sleep, which his good friend soon did. Then a gray mouse scuttered along the wainscot of the ship's passageways until it reached a good vantage point from which to see the young sailor on deck. Chris had chosen well. A mouse is used to the dark. For several hours Zachary remained still, and the mouse dozed, woke with a start, twitched its ears, and waited. Then, long after midnight, when alone of the entire ship's company, only the helmsman and night watch were awake, Zachary very slowly slid his way to the ladder leading to the hold. The mouse, scurrying forward, was able to follow by means of a dangling rope and a leap into pitch blackness at the rope's end. The poor mouse hit something and ricocheted off. It lay stunned for a moment or two, a few inches from Zachary's feet as the sailor stood at the foot of the ladder in the black, heavy air of the hold. Then Zachary lit a candle end he had brought in his pocket and lifted it up above his head to give the maximum amount of radiance. The glow of the candle stub, like a yellow daisy in a cavern, spread petals of light for only a short distance. By its sputtering, the mouse looked up at the towering figure Zachary now made above it, and hearing the sharp squeakings and furtive scratches that signaled rats, the mouse thought it more prudent to adopt the shape of a fly. This Chris did, and on Zachary's shoulder the fly's many-faceted eyes could not only see everything, but see them several times over. Zachary then put the candle in the corner of the packing case, and from under his shirt pulled out the coils of the fuse Chris had seen a few days before. He took up the candle stub and began a long and patient search, measuring with the length of fuse and hunting for a secure hiding place for the gunpowder. In the end, he found a cramped space just big enough for him to slide into, made by the shifting of the cargo, which had seemingly ridged itself firmly, forming a curious little cave of barrel sides, crates, and heavy bales of cotton overhead. Dangerous, thought Chris, should anything rock the Mirabelle in such a way that the cargo shifted back suddenly to its original tight formation. The hold of the Mirabelle was large. The packing case cave was surrounded by hundreds of pounds of solid cargo. It gave Chris a trap feeling he did not like, and he was relieved when Zachary edged and squeezed himself out again into a freer part of the hold. Zachary measured with his fuse from the crate cave, where he evidently intended hiding the gunpowder, to the farthest point away from it, nearest the ladder, for the treacherous young man wanted all the time he could get to escape from the doomed Mirabelle. Time to climb the ladder, reach the ship's side, and perhaps row away to a safe distance. The cruise proved to be rather shorter than Zachary Height wished. His candle stub, set on a crate, was burning very low, and he had only a few more moments in which, that night at any rate, to decide where he would light the lightning end of the fuse. Just before the candle went out, Zachary's fuse coil reached a group of molasses barrels, and here the young man decided that the fuse, when the time came, would be hidden and lit. He made a mark in white chalk behind one of the barrels, and then hurriedly began coiling up the fuse as he turned toward the ladder. At that moment the candle end, drowned in a pool of its own melted tallow, guttered, blinked, and went out. The bloody blackness of the hold rushed over Zachary and the fly, who clutched the threads of the sailor's coarse shirt. Zachary was only a young boy, scarcely older than Chris himself, and the fly could almost feel the quickening of Zachary's heartbeat as the sudden flow of dark, the scent of the late hour, and the rat-infested hold. Zachary moved quietly in the pitch black, his hands outstretched to feel the ladder, his breath coming and going rapidly through his parted lips. The heat of the airless place, the heavy smells of the cargo itself, oppressed and weighed on both Zachary and his unsuspecting companion. The Mirabelle was moving slowly forward in calm, tropic seas, scarcely making headway on an almost breathless night. Down in the hold, the ladder eluded Zachary's reaching fingers, and the creaking of the ship was all that was to be heard except for the faint sound of Zachary's breathing. Then all at once, as something happens in a room full of talking people, there came a moment of total silence. For a second there was a space in the creaking of the ship, the pad of rats, or the slight shift and reshift the boxes. And in that second, just as Zachary's fingers touched the ladder, to Zachary and to Chris's shoulder came the distinct sound of another man's breathing. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 20, by Carley DAWSON. End. Chapter 21 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. Exhausted as he was by his long vigil and the effort needed to change his shape, it was another hour or more before Chris could sleep that night. The sound of that heavy but held back breathing, so close to Zachary and himself on the black hold, frightened Chris almost more, once he was safe in his cabin and hammock, than it had at the time. Zachary had bolted up the ladder like a frightened squirrel, with Chris as a fly, holding on for dear life. Even so, Zachary moved none too fast to suit Chris, who flew off towards his own cabin in a chattering fright. The lumpy form of Amos, asleep in his hammock, was reassuring, but Chris lay shivering and puzzling for a long time before he finally fell asleep. The next day, lying on his stomach in the hot sun, he dozed with his cheek on his folded hands, his mind going over and over the details of the night before. Try as he could, Chris could not remember having seen any member of the crew even near the hatch leading to the hold. Let's see, he began in his mind. A bunch of the men were singing. Bowie was one of them. They went down to their quarters first. They were really closest to the hatch. Mr. Finney called Abner up to the bridge, and Abner came back and went down a while later. Guess Mr. Finney went to his quarters. I don't remember seeing him cross the deck or come over that way at all. Then, let's see. Captain Blizzard took a turn around the deck. It was getting dark. He joked with the cook at the galley door and probably went on, for I didn't see him come by again. Next, Ned Silly was relieved at the helm by Elbert Jones, who took over. Ned went on down. Or did he? Chris wrinkled his brow with concentration. I guess so, he thought. But I don't know so. It looks to me as if it could have been one of several people, and I'll be switched if I know who. I'll keep my eyes open. Maybe whoever it was will give himself away somehow and give me a clue. The Mirabelle was nearing Tahiti. The air was balmy, and already a different fragrance pervaded it, altogether with a softer quality which Chris knew meant land. At noon one day, Captain Blizzard announced to Chris and Amos, "Should the wind keep up as it is now, by nightfall or by dawn at the latest we shall sight Tahiti. We've water and fresh stores to take on there." He beamed over as many chins of the boys. "'Tis a fair place, it is Tahiti, and once you lads will have interest and pleasure in seeing." Chris lost no time as soon as he could do it without being noticed in hurrying down to his cabin. Locking the door, he took the conch shell from his sea chest and held it to his ear. The voice of his friend, so far distant now, came to his ear, and smiled with the pleasure this brief link with home gave him. "Nearly Tahiti, eh, my lad?" came to Mr. Lister's voice. "Then listen carefully. Ask for a private interview with the captain, and when you're alone with him, tell him that these are my orders. He is to sail on past his usual anchorage, making all speed. You will know the reason for it at sundown today. Captain Blizzard to cover around the point. He will know, and continue for 12 leagues farther on. It must be done by night, for he must not slacken. Then he will see my moonlight reef. The water is phosphorescent. When it breaks over the reef, it will shine in the night. Then he must heave to, and you will go over the side, and as a fish, find out the channel. For the corner is dangerous, and the way into the cove almost impossible to find even by day. Land there is more like a cup with a chip in its rim. The chip is entrance to the cove. This entrance, overhung by standing trees and jungle, is just large enough to allow for the passage of the Mirabelle. Nevertheless, went on Mr. Wicker's voice in the shell, the mast and the side of the ship could be seen from the sea, so with all haste once anchored in the cove, the men must go ashore, bring back palm fronds and leafy branches and camouflage, as you say in your time. The mere fire from a topmost mast to the water's edge. Let the men rest, but by mid-afternoon have them hide along the shore facing the sea, for they shall be witnesses to what is to transpire. Then you must do your part, for you must board, package your ship, and see to it that that vessel does not gain many days' advantage over the Mirabelle. By daylight, the Mirabelle will find a way safely to sea again, and you will rejoin you with the aid of this rope. The voice paused and then inquired, "Is all this clear?" Chris tapped 3 times, his heart thumping with excitement at the prospect of immediate action. Going up to the captain's cabin, he took advantage of a moment when Mr. Finney and Amos were outside to ask Captain Blizzard if he might speak with him alone. "Certainly, my boy," boomed out the captain, his blue eyes abruptly keen and penetrating. "Mr. Finney will be some time on deck. We cannot be overheard in here." He motioned to a stool as he let himself fall heavily into a teak-work with an armchair made especially for his bulk. But Chris was too excited to sit down and delivered his message standing. When he described how in the night, that very night, he realized with a jumping pulse, he was to go over the side of the Mirabelle and find the channel, the captain looked at him piercingly. "How now, lad?" he said in his deep voice. "How are you going to find the channel in the dark?" This was a question Chris was unprepared for, but he took a long breath which gave him a moment of extra time, and then replied. I see uncommonly well at night, Captain, sir," he said, "and I'm a very strong swimmer." His face rose with nervousness that this might not do as an answer, and he stood stiff and still before Captain Blizzard. The captain sat forward in his chair, looking at him for a long moment, considering. Then he said, "Well, I do not care for it. I cannot say that I do. This ship is more to me than wife or mother or family. She's all I have, young man, and you can understand that to trust her to so young a lad, so clever though you may be, to go safely past jagged coral reefs into a quarter of I never guessed at. Well," he threw out a hand and then rubbed his chin with it. "You can understand I do not fancy it. However," and he leaned back in his chair again, "I take orders from Mr. Wicker, the owner of the Mirabelle, and since he says so, this is how it must be." He paused, fingering his lower lip and looking sideways in a reflective fashion at Chris standing before him. "He told me that you would have information from him for me from time to time. We shall say no more, but I trust you understand the responsibility you have. This ship, its cargo, and its men will be in your hands." Chris felt cold for a moment, chilled as he had never been before, but he spoke firmly. "Yes, sir, I think I can do it safely." "Or I should not try, sir." Captain Blizzard's round pink face creased in its winning smile. Aye, no doubt. Just bear it in mind at the time, eh, lad?" "I shall, sir," Chris replied. He then went on to describe what else was to follow, the covering of the ship with leaves to make it blend with its surroundings. Camouflage was not a word the captain or anyone else of his time yet understood. "After we see whatever it is we are to see," Chris ended, "I'll be absent for a while." "What can be said during that time, sir?" Chris thought to ask. Captain Blizzard pondered for some minutes, and Chris was grateful that he asked no questions. At last he answered. "I shall say that you have a tropical fever, Christopher," he said. "I am somewhat skilled in medicaments. I have to be, as a captain of a ship, and the crew know it. I shall say that you are in my own cabin so that I can care for you. I shall allow no other to enter it but myself. It will be a most contagious fever for a time," he added as his eyes twinkling. "I shall bring you food with my own hands. Nothing much, more than gruel, and I dare say I can eat it myself if I cannot throw it out of the porthole." He grinned at Prince. "Have no fear on that score, Christopher." He looked steadily at the boy in front of him. "You have your part to carry out. I have mine." Not since he had left Mr. Wicker had Chris felt such confidence as he did in the words and actions of Captain Blizzard. He He knew now that his absence, for as long as he had to be away, would be covered up and satisfactorily accounted for. Their conversation had taken some little while, as they went over for the last time all the details of what lay ahead of them in the next few hours. Chris, glancing out the windows of the captain's cabin, saw the splendors of a tropical sunset streaking the sky. "Oh, sir!" he cried. "Mr. Wicker said we know the reason why we must take shelter tomorrow at sundown today. And now it is sundown." With quite surprising silence and agility for so large a man, Captain Blizzard was out of his chair and halfway to the door of his cabin before Chris had much more than finished speaking. Over his shoulder, continuing with rapid, quiet steps to the bridge of the Mirabelle, he said, "Run down to your cabin and fetch up that good spyglass of yours, my boy. We shall have a good look, for, as you know, night falls in a few moments after sundown in these waters." Racing to his cabin and back, even in those few seconds, Chris could see a change in the sky. The brilliance of the colors, their extravagant and awe-inspiring cloud effects had taken on the intensity of light which meant they were at their peak. Standing beside Captain Blizzard on the bridge, Mr. Finney and Amos just beyond, Chris and the captain looked through Chris's powerful spyglass at the wide stretch of the horizon. All around lay only the sea and the dazzling sky. Not even a porpoise or flying fish broke the surface of the water, which was placid save for long swells over which the Mirabelle dipped her white sails. The color ebbed from the sky as if drained from some celestial bowl, and in the place of scarlets and turquoises, the clear yellows and the plums came a deep blue that was the forerunner of a fine, clear night. Chris turned slowly his glass to his eyes, searching the edge of what was now their world, and especially the line where the sea and sky meet. All at once, as if a white dagger had stabbed the rim of the ocean, white sails grew upward against the encroaching night, and Chris found what he was looking for. "There, sir!" he cried, pointing at the distance, and the captain and Mr. Finney swung their glasses to where his finger led, far astern of the Mirabelle. Captain Blizzard's round, cheerful face hardened as he looked, and Mr. Finney's lugubrious countenance seemed positively despairing, while Amos swept on one finger, crying, "Let me look through your glass. What you see? What is it you all see?" It was Captain Blizzard who answered him. "We see the Venture, Amos, Claggett Chew's ship, coming up fast astern. Let it all pray the wind holds." Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 21. By Carley DAWSON. End. Chapter 22 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Pianetosi. The captain, turning quickly, bellowed for all hands to come on deck. When they were assembled below him, he spoke. "Men, you followed me for many a voyage, and I have always brought you safely home. Is it not so?" A good-humored and enthusiastic roar of assent came from the sailors. Captain Blizzard began again. "What lies ahead of us in the next few hours will not make good sense to many of you. Nevertheless, I ask for your instant help, and you shall see what lies at the end of my orders when we reach that time. Are you with me?" "Aye!" cried the sailors, their faces close together below their captain, and upturned to see him and catch every word. All but Zachary Height, Chris noticed. Zachary remained sullen and apart, his arms folded on his chest, taking no part in the enthusiasm of his companions. "Well and good," roared Captain Blizzard. "I thank you. Now crowd on all sails you will take, boys, for the Venture follows hard upon us." Without a word, the men sprang to work, darting up the masts and out over the rigging like monkeys. Every bit of sail the Mirabelle possessed bellied out on the night breeze, and Chris could feel the ship leap under his feet as the additional canvas caught the wind and the graceful ship surged forward. Night fell before the men had finished, and Chris and the captain could no longer see the sails of Claggett Chew's Venture. The captain turned to Chris. "It would be my advice, lad, to go below and sleep for a bit. You too, Amos. I shall send Ned to awake you when land is sighted." This seemed good reasoning, and the two boys went below when they snatched a few hours' sleep. It seemed only a minute to Chris from the time he lay down in his hammock, knowing he was too excited to sleep until Ned Silly was at his side with a lantern, bringing food for Amos and himself. "Bust eat up, lads," Ned told them. "And join the captain," says he to me, "for land is just ahead, and the captain do be waiting on you on the bridge, this me lad." The food was bolted down in no time, and Chris, feeling fresh and alert, ran up to the warm darkness of the bridge. To his surprise, the usual lanterns were not lit. Only a small shaded light shed its rays on the compass near the wheel. In his questioning look, Captain Lizard muttered, "Impossible to tell now how close the behind the Venture may be. We have come quickly, but they have the faster ship. I have no wish to give them more clue than necessary as to where we may be." He looked keenly toward the bow, his hands clasped behind his back. "Land is off the starboard quarter, and our McLeod is out on the bowsprit looking for the reef. We have passed our anchorage. They expected us, or some other ship. But Pire's really on shore. Sail has been taken in. We are going slowly, and will soon be there, by my reckoning." His eyes grown used to the dark, Chris now saw that it was a remarkably light night. There was no moon, but a myriad of stars gave a clear pallid sheen to the sea. Chris, looking to his left, could make out the blacker mass against the stars that was Tahiti. The Mirabelle was close inshore, and the scent of hot sand from the beaches, or of flowers and of plants, made Chris take many great vital breaths. "May I go and be with Abner?" he asked the captain. "Aye," replied that good man, for by this time Chris was as sure-footed as any sailor, and for the last month or more had been clambering barefoot in the rigging with the best of them. "Aye, lad," Ripton told him, "and hurry. Happen your eyes are sharper than Abner's. Sing out when you spy the reef. We will heave to, and then God be with you, my lad, to find us out the channel to the cove." Chris ran forward to the bow of the Mirabelle and out along the bowsprit, where at the tip he could see the long form of Abner Cloud, stretched out at full length, and waited, eyes straining ahead. They both saw the phosphorus gleam and fade as the waves broke over the coral. Eerie jade green and white gold, the phosphorus shone in the starlight. "Reef ho!" sang out Abner, and the shout of his shout was echoed back from the closest of the shore in late dangerous mockery. "Reef ho! Reef ho!" came a third time at the bridge, and then "Heave ho!" under Captain Blizzard. "Drop anchor, lads!" Abner left his place to go back and lend a hand, and in sullen solitude Chris grasped a rope and swung down to the water. A porpoise slipped away from the Mirabelle and moved this way and that to get its bearings. Then the mass of the reef to the left and the hidden shelf of a second but obscured underwater reef to the right made dark patches in the phosphorescence. Far below lay the ghostly spread of sand, and the porpoise nosed its way forward. The channel to the cove proved to be some 500 yards long. It seemed no time before the porpoise passed from the shadow of the trees at the shore into the starlit cup of the cove. Taking a turn about in the enjoyment of flipping its fins and giving a leap or two, the big fish then went back towards where the Mirabelle hung suspended on the glassy sea. A boy it was that pulled himself up, hand over hand, along the anchor rope and stood dripping seawater on the bridge before Captain Blizzard. "I found the channel, sir," he said, abruptly conscious of his importance from the admiring way in which Samus was staring at him. "There's a dangerous shelf of coral that shuts out on the port side. If you let me go first, and the men man the boats and row her in, I think we shall do it safely, even in this light." Captain Blizzard looked at him. His expression was serious and trusting. "Well, lad, we will do what we must, and you and I understand each another. Ahoy there!" He roared down at the shadowy decks from which the black spikes of masts rose high to break the sky. "Man the boats! We shall tow the Mirabelle to cover, for there's a channel here." He turned to Chris as the sound of running feet and of the boats being hoisted overboard came loudly in the stillness of the night. "Now, Christopher, my boy, do you go down and go over the side again, and remember what we spoke of a few hours ago." The next half hour was an exhausting one for poor Chris. It was an impossibility for him to keep for long at a time either his own or the shape of the porpoise. He had to enter the water under the eyes of the sailors waiting with their oars poised above the sea, in the shape they knew, Christopher Mason. But once he dived under, in order to seek out the treacherous channel in the half-light, he needed his fish's eyes and senses. He therefore would swim a few yards as a fish, but had to surface again as himself in order to let the men see again and call, "The length of 2 boats, keeping to starboard, boys. Then ease her over this way, to port." So it went, almost foot by foot, until the Mirabelle was safe inside the cove and turned broadside to the entrance. Then, and only then, with the anchor safely dropped to the white sandy depths of this hidden harbor, did Chris, tired to his very bones, climb up the ladder and over the ship's side. There remained the camouflaging of the Mirabelle, for the stars were fading, and before long dawn would banish secrecy. And Captain Blizzard and Mr. Finney waited Chris on deck. Captain Blizzard had his hands clasped behind his back in a habitual gesture, and as Chris stood before him, swaying with fatigue, there was a look on the captain's face that Chris had never seen there before. The usually cheerful, joking man was grave, while Mr. Finney, so sober and forlorn as a rule, looked positively jubilant. "My good lad," the captain said, "you said you could do it, but truth to tell, I doubted it from the bottom of my heart. Now that you have succeeded where I am sure no other could have done as well, I find I have no words of praise good enough for you." He looked almost tenderly at the tired boy. "I am proud of you, Christopher. You did a man's task with a boy's body and mind. And it took a man's spirit, too." Without further words, the captain of the Mirabelle held out his pudgy hand to hold Chris's in a steadying grip, and Mr. Finney swung out his hand, his long face breaking into one of the rare smiles Chris was ever to see on it. "Now, me boy," uttered the captain, "do you go to your well-deserved rest. Depend upon it, we shall cover the ship with green until she looks like the proverbial Christmas hall decked with boughs of holly, as the song goes," he added, chuckling. "A little later in the day you shall be called to see what you will make of the result. And now, to bed with you both!" and clapped Amos on the back. Never in his hammock was he more like a cloud to Chris than it did on that night. Nor was sleep ever more engulfing. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 22, End. Chapter 23 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. When Chris awoke, he saw that Amos had already stolen out of the cabin, for his hammock was rolled up and put away. By the strength of the sun and the heat that seeped even through the boards of the ship, Chris judged that the morning was well advanced. Dressing was rapid, for Chris, like the rest of the sailors in the tropic heat, wore only his breeches. His bare chest and shoulders were tanned and healthy, and the soles of his bare feet as tough as shoe leather. Running up to the bridge, he was startled at first, at coming on deck, at the sudden green shade everywhere. Then looking up, he saw that to their very peaks the masts and rigging of the Mirabelle had been hidden with palm fronds. That side of the ship that could not be seen from the sea through the narrow channel entrance had been completely covered with green. The work was not yet finished, but most of the crew were sleeping during the hot hours, while a handful had volunteered to complete the job. The cove by daylight was even lovelier than it had seemed by starlight the night before. The deep water, with a base of coral sand, flashed in emerald, turquoise, or sapphire blue. Its clarity and sparkling colors put the jewel tree into Chris's head, and he had a moment's throb of fright when he realized that it was this very night that he must board the Venture to impede her progress toward the Chinese prize. He put those thoughts from his mind until the time came, and decided to tackle what was most pressing. The most urgent matter that first claimed his attention was breakfast. And when he reached the bridge, he was delighted to see fruits from the island piled in shady corners. These and bread and cheese made up his meal, which he ate while watching the fine leaves and fronds put in place on the sides of the Mirabelle. Captain Blizzard came up to him, his hands clasped behind his back, and nodded toward the men pulling themselves slowly over the ship's side and falling exhausted into the shade to sleep for a few hours. "They will be fresh enough in a while," he said, "and then we shall one and all row ashore to see what we shall see." He paused, and Chris, looking up, saw that the captain's gaze was fixed on Zachary Height. Zachary was obviously not only far from sleeping, but was restless, jumping up to look out to sea and then sitting down again. It would be only a few minutes more before he would jump up once more to pace the deck or lean at the ship's rail. "It would seem," the captain said casually, "that Zachary has something on his mind." Mr. Finney joined Chris and the captain at the moment, and looking down at Zachary, nodded his long, sad face in lugubrious agreement. Chris opened his mouth to say something to the captain of what he had seen Zachary doing. Before the words could leave his mouth, he was interrupted by the appearance of red-faced Ned Silly. Cheerful as a sand flea at the prospect of going ashore, Ned had come down from his rest with a small company of the sailors to ask permission of the captain if they might leave the ship. "Well, why not?" the captain demanded. "And why not take all the rest too? We were all to go ashore presently in any case. Those who still want to sleep can do so even more comfortably on the sandy shade under the palms." So in an instant the decks of the Mirabelle were crowded with laughing, jostling men, duties over for that day, tumbling down the ladders to the dinghies in which they rowed ashore. Chris and Amos were shoved along with their friends, Chris hiking up his breeches to cover the coil of the magic rope around his waist, the leathern bag hanging in plain sight about his neck. The sailors often teased him about it, saying that he kept his riches there, but they made no attempt to snatch it from him. There had been no time to warn the captain, but as the last boatload of sailors jumped into shallow water and scattered under the shade of the trees, Chris searched and searched again for three faces among the crowd that he did not find. Zachary Height, the captain, and Mr. Finney were not to be found. Aghast as he realized now that what Zachary's plan was, to blow up the Mirabelle just as the Venture and its crew came near enough to shoot down the unarmed men. Chris rushed back to the water's edge and stood there hesitating in the powerful sun. How could he change himself to a fish or other shape, unobserved? The sailors from the Mirabelle were everywhere, in the thickets where the shade, as well as along the edge of the cove where he now stood, indecisive. To use the rope was just as impossible, for the beach was broad, and Chris was acutely aware that he stood out like a single tree in a field, there in the white sand in the broiling sun. "Better come out of that sun, Chris," someone called to him. "There's too much of heat in it to be good for unkivered heads." Chris knew the voice of the sailor was right, and it was on the point of jumping into one of the dinghies where they lay pulled up on the beach. Far out on the cove, the decks of the Mirabelle were deserted and, unlike themselves, so empty of life. Sweat started out on Chris's forehead as he imagined Zachary in the hold lighting the fuse, and he wondered where the good captain and Mr. Finney might be. He wondered, too, if he could row over in time, or if he would be blown up with the ship. The boy had his hand on the scorching wood of a dinghy, his muscles tensed to thrust it into the waters of a cove, when out for the still harbor, jangling in the heat, came the prolonged and piercing scream. Hot as he was, Chris felt himself go cold at the sound. He knew instantly, though he had never heard it before, that this was the death cry of a man. The scream came a second time. Terrifying and despairing, and out over the water followed it. It came in low, scattered rumble. Crush! Silence fell for several frozen seconds, and then all at once Chris became aware that as he stood, rigid with horror, by the boat, that the sailors of the Mirabelle had rushed out from the coolness of the shore, to stand stiff and appalled beside him. A babble of voices broke out, and one by one the boats were hastily launched, heading back to the ship, leaving Chris shaking and nerved on the sand. Over the water, as brawny backs bent to the oars, the words came flowing back. "Someone's dead for certain sure. Who was left on board, you say? Leave the lads, no sight for young uns. Pull, ye lazy lubbers! The Captain and Mr. Finney bean't among us." It was a little later that Chris remembered Amos having taken his arm and led him into the shade, and of how sick he was. The heat and the scream and the fear and the sense of having failed in warning a captain combined to churn his insides into a queasy place that violently rejected his pleasant breakfast of so short a time before. Then, weak, but somehow feeling better, Chris lay in a pool where Amos found a cool pool of water with which he bathed his friend's face, and then sat fanning him without a word. Chris must have dozed, for when he came to himself, the light had changed, and men were carrying a shapeless bundle wrapped in canvas to a grave dug in the sand. Chris started up and joined the men gathered solemnly about the grave, and as he searched among them, knew a great sense of relief and joy when he saw, standing at the grave head, the captain and Mr. Finney. As Chris came up to them, Captain Blizzard was speaking, a Bible in his hand. "Men of the Mirabelle, by rights as captain of this vessel, I should rightly the burial service for Zachary Height. They made his death by accident, boxes and crates killing him in the hole the way they did. But," and the captain scanned the tough, weather-beaten faces near him slowly, one by one, "you that helped to uncover him knew what he meant to do. we harboured a viper. Men who meant to destroy our ship and cargo and leave us to who knows what fate. Had not the bung of that keg of molasses above the lighted fuse most providentially fallen out, and the fuse been put out by the syrup, no doubt neither Finney nor I nor the Mirabelle would be here to tell the tale. He paused again, and there was not a stir from their audience. From under their dirty handkerchiefs or straggly unkempt hair, the men who knew no other life but the sea, no happiness or danger unconnected with it, never took their eyes from their captain. "So, men," Blizzard resumed, "the gunpowder that was meant to be the end of our fine ship is now safe, and out of harm's way. The traitor who intended this infamous deed has been dealt with by fate and killed in a tomb of his own finding. Therefore, feeling as I do for my ship and my men, I cannot bring myself to read the holy words of this man who had no charity in his heart." Captain Blizzard handed the Bible to Ned Silly and stood with his hands behind him, nodding his head as if to stress his words. "Yet," he said, "he is being buried far from home and kith or kin. It is not proper that she should be left without even a token of respect." He gestured with his plump hand to the Bible. "Do go settle among yourselves who shall do the reading, but pardon me that I am so small a man that I cannot forgive a villain." So saying, he turned slowly away, followed by Mr. Finney, who more than usual sober and calm. Unto the dry clatter of palm fronds rose the voice of Ned Silly, laboriously reading, "I am the resurrection and the life." But Chris, watching the disappearing backs of the captain and first mate, was thinking what a curious and fortunate thing it was that the bales had fallen on Zachary just at the right time, and when there was not a ripple on the cove. Chris watched the fat, short man and the tall, lean one go, resolution and anger still evident even in the set of their shoulders. The boy was thoughtful, thinking back over what Ned had said of them that first day on the docks. "Faithful," he seemed to hear Ned say. "That's true, the two of them. Whatever they can do for Mr. Wicker is law for Elisha Finney and Captain Blizzard." Chris thought them two very remarkable men indeed. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Barely were the last spadefuls of sand packed down into Zachary Hite's grave when Amos, who had wandered to the beach facing the sea and outer along a short line, sang out, "Ship ahoy!" Remembering their orders, the men rushed over from the cove but remained hidden behind trees or shrubs. Chris and Amos climbed a tree from whose branches they had a fine, unobstructed view up and down the coast. To the left, far distant, a point of land jutted out into the sea, tropical trees carrying their green out in a long curve. To the right, just appearing the direction in which they themselves had come a few hours previously, came a majestic ship, black from stem to stern. Black was its hull, but black too were its sails. He looked exceedingly ominous on the afternoon blue of the sea, and as it came almost level with the channel to the cove, its sails were lowered, and the watchers on shore could hear the splash of the anchor as it was heaved overboard. Then Ned Silly, oldest of the Mirabelle's sailors, came panting up from the cove in Zachary's grave to look out from the leaves at the base of the poised tree. "Oh, lordy, lordy!" he exclaimed when he caught sight of the black ship, the last somber sails being taken in. "What did I tell you, lads?" he cried, noticing anyone near enough to hear him. "That be the Black Vulture, the pirate ship. No vessel is safe near the Black Vulture. What a God's mercy that all of us and the Mirabelle are out of sight, for the men aboard the Vulture know no pity, lads." Growls and murmurs rumbled along the shore from clump to clump of leaves where the men stood hidden. Chris pulled his spyglass from his pocket and looked eagerly at the pirate ship only a little ways out from shore. It looked familiar, although Chris had had time to see so few ships he could not be certain. He shifted the glass, looking at details here and there, and at the name on gold-carved letters against the black painted side. Vulture. The letters stood out neat and clear, and then his heart stopped and started again. "Ned," he called down softly, for sound carries far and clearly over water, as every sailor knows. "Ned, don't most ships just paint the same on the side?" Aye, lad, that they do, Ned replied in a puzzled tone, looking up through the leaves at the two boys. Then isn't it unusual to have letters carved of wood and gilded on the side of a ship? Chris persisted. Aye, that it be. Ned's puzzled tone was sharper now, and he looked up at Chris and then out to the pirate vessel. What are you aiming at now, my lad, eh? Ned asked. What's on your mind? Just tell me what ships you know whose name is not painted on but set in carved letters, Ned, Chris said, and he lowered his glass and looked down. Their conversation in the silence had some quality of excitement in it that had been caught up by the others, for when Chris glanced down he saw half the ship's company knotted around the base of the tree, and a half-circle of faces turned up to his along with Ned's. Ned's face puckered with effort for a few moments, and then as he muttered, "Let me see now. There's the Southerner. No, that's painted on. Or the Tresillian Drew. No, that's painted too." He turned, searching the faces of his friends. "Come, boys, what ship has carved letters for a name, not painted ones? More's a better memory than mine." The captain and Mr. Finney came to join the crowd, standing back in the shadow of the palm grove. Both men were listening attentively. It was Bowie who finally spoke up, slowly, as if unwillingly. "There's only one ship that ever I did see with carved letters on her side, and that was Chew's ship, the Venture." He was surrounded once by a low murmur of assent from all sides. "Aye, aye, that be so, 'tis so." Chris, from his higher perch, pointed an accusing finger out to sea. "Look then, for there's your same ship. The Venture and the Vulture are one in the same. Here, take my glass," he cried, handing it down. "See the two second letters, they're just a bit aslant. Weeks ago, at home, I thought it seemed strange that the E and the N looked loose. But loose they are. Once at sea, they're changed. Bolted in, maybe. I don't know how. And there's your merchant ship at home and pirate ship at sea." The men turned, wonderingly, but angrily, too, for the remembrance of what Zachary Height had tried to do, and so nearly succeeded in, and rankled, and they now began to understand many things. Voices began to rise dangerously high in the growing youth, feeling, "Ah, the dirty dog! And his friend the heirs! Have we been harbouring the like of them at home? Aye, to let them go free to settle the next fine ship, take all their cargo, and leave our valiant men to drown." The captain came forward, his hands upraised. "How now, men, be still! We are here to see what may take place, but if your voices should carry, as well they may, over the water, we should have a chance of it. Do as you be still and watchful." A little cry from Amos, who had taken his eyes from the sea. "Look, around the point. It comes another ship. Looks like she is what the old Blackbow was waiting for." Sure enough, as the fine white sails of a good-sized vessel made its way around the point of land, distant shouts and confusion could be heard on the Vulture. Looking through his glass, which he lent to Amos every few moments, Chris could stake out scuttering figures on the deck of the pirate ship. Men springing up to the rigging and others walking up the anchor as quickly as they could. On the bridge, Chris could see the tall, gaunt flight of Claggett Chew. The humpbacked figure of Simon Gosler stood rubbing his hands at one side of his master, while on the other, observing the work of the sailors with a supercilious air, leaned a familiar and ridiculous figure. Dressed as if he were for a court ball at Versailles, and holding his lorgnette a few inches from his nose, Osterbridge Hawsey remained elegantly aloof from anything so degrading as hard work. He looked on with a superior smile as the black sails were unfurled, the anchor was heaved dripping from its bed, and the hard-pressed, dirty crew made all speed to go in advance of the oncoming ship. Still others among the pirates could plainly be seen mining the guns they had already been brought out from the hiding places, while still more stood by to furnish their comrades with cannonballs and powder. Amos became so excited he leaned too far forward, and nothing leaned from his difficulties with his hammock, fell out of the tree onto the heads and shoulders of the men below, causing astonishment and swallowed laughter before he was hoisted back up again. "Bless my cap and buttons!" he instantly cried. "There's a fight for certain. I can see the flash of light on the swords and axes." Quicker than it would take to tell, the Vulture, black sails spread, moved forward to head off the merchantmen, evidently homeward bound from China. The pirate ship sailed back on the coast, turned, and forced the oncoming vessel to stop. And then, as well as the watchers could guess, a parley ensued, but if the pirates thought the prey would be an easy one, they were mistaken, for the merchant came forward suddenly, all sails set, in an effort to ram the Vulture, but the rich cargo vessel was hopelessly at a disadvantage. The pirate guns opened fire, ropes were thrown over to the peaceful ship, and with yells of triumph that carried even among the tumult of the fighting, the pirate crew leapt on board. Tiny figures could be seen falling into the water from the merchantmen, and in a bitter hour or so the sound of fighting died out altogether. The men watching from the shore had been kept there only by the obedience the captain was able to extract from them, for rage was in the heart of every man at the sight they were forced to see, but were powerless to prevent. Even among such hard-bitten old salts as they all were, more than one could be seen mumbling a prayer for some of the unfortunate men who would put up such a gallant fight. "Come, lads," Captain Blizzard said to them at last. "We have seen what we have to see, and many is a witness now against Claggett Chew and all his company." Aye, that we are. We'll bear witness to such villainy. They should all hang for it," the voices cried. "Let's go back to our own ship, for the dreaded Vulture is not yet gone, and unarmed as we two are, what chance have we against cannonballs and armed men?" The men turned about and trooped back to the dinghies, while Captain Blizzard stayed behind a moment to speak to Chris. "My boy," he said, his hand on Chris's shoulder, as in front of them, in the late afternoon light, the men of the Mirabelle made their way back to the ship. "'Tis my advice you had best return with us now, or you might be missed by one or another of the men, and they have much time to think. You shall do what has been set for you to do. We shall stay here another day to take on water and fresh fruits." He looked smilingly down at Chris, but his eyes were unconcerned. "It will not be a moment too soon for me until I see you safe and sound on board again, my lad," he said. "For I like you well, and would have no smallest harm come to you." Together they went down to the beach in the waiting dinghy. Chris dared not look at the sky above them, for he knew dark was darkening it, and with the night he must leave. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley Dawson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. As soon as the night was dark enough, Chris loudly complained of not feeling well, of being hot and dizzy, and in no time Captain Blizzard had, as loudly, told him he was to go to bed on a cot in the captain's cabin. Captain Blizzard closed the door behind him, and in Amos and Ned Silly's hearing, told Mr. Finney he was very much afraid that just at a touch of the sun was coming down with a tropical fever. Chris remained alone in the cabin from that time. Soon, in the cool of the night, the sailors at the Mirabelle set out in dinghies into a cascade of fresh water that emptied itself into the cove at its farthest end, taking with them casks and barrels to replace and enrich the ship's water supply. Their deep voices swept back over the water to where Chris stood by the empty port of the captain's cabin. He was forcing himself toward the moment when he must board the Vulture. His resolve was held back by his mounting anxiety as to how best to carry out what would be necessary, and his strong, natural reluctance to leave the Mirabelle. Leave it he must. He stood pondering on what shape to assume, and when he heard the cry of a belated night bird, and saw it coast by on silent wings to vanish in the night, he decided to take that shape. It took all his courage and determination, but this was the first step toward what he had trained for so long to do, and he knew he must do it, and do it once. The boy looked at lost time around the cabin, then spoke the magic formula in his mind, and with sudden enjoyment in the sense of flight, he soared away from the ship out over the cove. The bird swept twice around the Mirabelle, rising higher as it went. Below, the few lights of the ship had been carefully hooded away from the sea, and the bird, spiraling lightly on air currents, drifted out from land. The black bulk of the Vulture was easy to find in the clearness of the night. She was riding an anchor close inshore, farther down the coast, and final boatloads of men were returning from the merchantmen, carrying the last of the spoils. Sweeping by toward the beach, Chris saw that most of the bandit crew were already drunk, shouting and carousing around fires where they roasted wild creatures they had already killed. He noticed a few Tahitians standing apart at the joining of the palm forest and sand, watching the coarse faces of the drunken men. The Tahitians, sitting so well into the beauty of their island, gold of skin and crown of flowers, carrying themselves with dignity, were as far removed as could be imagined from the idea of pagan men. They contrasted sharply at that moment with those from civilization who in filthy rags of clothes and with disorder of gestures and voices staggered about, aimlessly gorging food and drinking. The watching pagans glanced from the brawling pirates back a short distance down the beach, where already a few bodies had been washed ashore from the fight. Their distaste and bewilderment were plain. Chris soared high above the din and the smoke of the fires, and then seeing Osterbridge Hawsey being rowed back to the Vulture, followed after. Osterbridge Hawsey had 2 baskets at his feet. One was filled with carefully chosen fruits, and the other with the exotic flowers of the island. Hastily changing himself into a green parakeet, Chris alighted on the rail of the Vulture just as Osterbridge Hawsey reached the top of the ladder. Determined to make a good impression and perhaps catch Osterbridge's fancy, Chris, in his bright parakeet plumage, bobbed his head and sidled up and down the ship's rail, eyeing Osterbridge Hawsey with his head at one side as he had seen parakeets do. The railer succeeded, for Osterbridge, with a cry of pleasure, declared himself enchanted. "I must have the little bird," he exclaimed, naively taking off his fashionable hat, even more out of place in the tropics than it had been on the Georgetown docks. He slapped it quickly over the parakeet, which allowed itself to be captured. This, Osterbridge Hawsey's own prize, became crow with delight. Clambering as gracefully as possible over the battle-scarred side of the Vulture, he took the parakeet gently out from under his tricon. "A parakeet, as I live!" he shrilled, sounding very much like a parakeet himself. "My soul, what a prize!" He railed on, entirely to himself as he turned out, for the sailors were not at all interested in the pet, exhausted from the battle or drunk with captured wine. And all despising the fastidious ways of Osterbridge Hawsey, they paid not the slightest attention. They obeyed occasional orders from him, for they knew they would be whipped by Claggett Chew if they did not, and so hauled up the baskets of fruit and flowers, dumped them unceremoniously in the captain's cabin, and left as quickly as they could to rejoin their shipmates on shore. Holding the parakeet firmly, Osterbridge Hawsey tied a long silk cord to its right leg, fastening the other end to the arm of his chair so that he could closely observe his new pet. Chris did not disappoint him. As the parakeet, he played the clown for all he was worth. He strutted up and down and bobbed his head whenever Osterbridge Hawsey spoke, so that it appeared that the brightly feathered bird was in constant agreement with his captor. Or he would cock his head to one side as if weighing one of Osterbridge's remarks in a truly comical manner. Looking about meanwhile in his black beady eyes, Chris saw that Claggett Chew was lying in a bunk against one wall, nursing his left leg where she had given a sword thrust in the fight. He was obviously in pain and perhaps feverish, and Osterbridge Hawsey's childish talk irritated him and bored him so that he turned his face to the wall. Light from the swinging lamp that Chris remembered for many weeks before threw black hollows into Claggett Chew's eye socket and deeply lined face. Now and again he could be heard grinding his teeth at the pain of his wound. But Osterbridge Hawsey, throwing his fine coat and plumed hat to one side, lightheadedly amused himself by trying to tempt his new pet with some fruit. "Claggett!" he cried, as if Claggett Chew could possibly be interested in a parakeet at this point. "Do look what I have captured! This is my very own spoils of war," he crowed. Claggett Chew made an impolite noise and said nothing. "Well," Osterbridge Hawsey gave a shrug as answer to that noise, "you know how I detest fighting. It is vulgar, messy, and noisy. I can imagine no possible good word to say for it, and I see no reason why you should not have made them give up their cargo without a skirmish. Oh!" he said at the remembrance. "Now a gentlemanly fight with a rapier is quite another thing," he went on. He smirked and made a face as a parakeet who does its best to smirk back. "That is a graceful and fine art. Refined and not at all degrading to one's character." No sound came from Claggett Chew. Osterbridge Hawsey rattled on, and Chris, pecking at the fruit, preferred him, thought that sometimes Osterbridge Hawsey might possibly talk just as gaily to himself as he did to the unresponsive Claggett Chew. "Claggett, you're a man!" He rose. "Really? They're making an exhibition of themselves on the beach. Just as well there is no one to see but as some aborigines. Quite revolting. How can you bear to associate with such types when you are so much above them yourself? But then, they mustn't pique you, must I, poor Claggett? I expect your wound smarts a trifle. Chew turned his face towards Osterbridge Hawsey, his eyes blazing with rage and his mouth working with the fretful annoyance of an ill man, but he only muttered and turned away again. Do you know? His most delicate friend pursed, stretching out a long finger for the parakeet to perch on, which it was evident pleasure it instantly did. Do you know, Claggett, this dear little creature seems to feel less and almost human. Quite touching. He paused, admiring the vivid colours of the feathers, which perhaps awoke a kindred feeling in Osterbridge Hawsey, loving a fine display as he did. I shall give you a name, my little feather captive, he said, and wondered. I wonder what would be suitable. Something French, undoubtedly. He waved a hand and laced it. The wrist fell forward in a not overly clean frill. Louise, after the Duke? No, that would be too great an honor for so small a bird. Gaudy though you are. I think Monsieur, after the king's brother. That's it, little Monsieur. He broke off dreamily. To think that I once knew such a royal, such a distinguished man. He sighed reminiscently. Ah. For the first time, words came from Claggett Chew. He bit them off as if the saying of them cost him a very great effort. More extinguished than distinguished, I would say. Osterbridge Hawsey permitted a sad, condescending smile to cross his face, and he shook his fist at Claggett Chew. Ah, Claggett, you never knew him, you see. I am sure you would have liked him. Such charm, such distinguished. Oh, dear me, yes. A most unusual royal personage. Osterbridge Hawsey said, smiling happily at his parakeet. Most of them are so much alike. He singled out several fresh fruits, peeling some for Claggett Chew. Silence fell over the cabin, except for Osterbridge Hawsey's delicately smacking lips as he finished the fruit and licked his fingers one by one. The increasingly heavy breathing of Claggett Chew fell asleep in the distant sound of shouts and clamor from the shore. Osterbridge Hawsey made a pouting face at the sleeping figure of Chew. Evidently, Osterbridge was bored. He went to the door and clapped his hands, but no one responded. Except for the few men in the parakeet, the vulture was deserted. Osterbridge Hawsey came back into the cabin holding a bottle of wine, which he uncorked and poured into a glass. Chris, foreseeing what would follow, walked up to the back of his new master's chair where he hoped he would be forgotten, and tucked his head under his wing in case Osterbridge should look for him. Waiting for the right moment was the hardest thing Chris had to do, but he knew, as Osterbridge Hawsey drank glass after glass and his book fell from his fingers, that the right moment would not be long in coming. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 25. End. Chapter 26 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. The tropic coolness of the light intensified as the hours advanced. An added freshness swept out from the shore, carrying its scent of flowers and earth. The feasting pirates had evidently fallen asleep over their food and empty wine mugs, for they did not return. With a growing sense of uneasiness, Gauze cautiously brought his head out from under his jade-green wing. He had for the past hour the eerie feeling of being stared at, and he peeked his scarlet and yellow breast feathers while sending a glance about the cabin. He knew, without having to look, where the source of his uneasiness lay. Claggett Chew had turned on his right side and fixed him with a pale, piercing, and unblinking eye. So fixed it was that for a heart-thudding moment Chris imagined his enemy to be dead. But after a longer pause than usual, pale, heavy lids finally blinked, though the unwavering eyes did not move from where Chris was perched as nonchalantly as he knew how to, on the back of Osterbridge Hawsey's chair. The intelligence behind the stare was infinitely keen and resourceful. Chris, preening himself in a difficult effort to appear what he was not, knew that if Claggett Chew had not already guessed his disguise, he was certainly more than suspicious. Hastily and with increasing starts of fear that sent the blood spurting through his veins, Chris cast about in his mind as to how he could distract Claggett Chew. As a parakeet, he was chained with a tough silk cord that bound his bird's foot. He glanced down. Osterbridge Hawsey's now sleeping head lolled like a child's to one side. Chris eyed the length of the coral silk cord and then hopped lightly from the back of the chair to Osterbridge Hawsey's shoulder. A blink of his parakeet's eyes from under their gray lids showed him that Claggett Chew had him fixed in a penetrating and unwavering stare. In his role as parakeet, he moved sideways up Osterbridge Hawsey's shoulder, making for the shelter that the lolling head would afford to hide him from his enemy's eyes. As he moved step by step, the parakeet made small, low, raucous noises, not loud enough to awaken Osterbridge Hawsey, but enough, he hoped, to make him seem a natural creature to the man who watched him so intently. As he neared Osterbridge Hawsey's neck, seeing a ridge of collar on which he intended to perch, Chris took heart and with the last quick effort climbed the collar to hide behind Osterbridge Hawsey's head under the thick cluster of curls tied with what was now a ratty black bow. He was, in this precarious shelter, about to change himself into a fly when a scraping noise froze him with fear. Looking around Osterbridge's neck, he saw that Captain Chew was making desperate efforts to get out of his berth, and had not taken his eyes from the place where he had last seen the parakeet. Chris knew in that moment what an astute and formidable enemy he faced. Paralyzed, he remained in his green and red parakeet feathers, watching the motions of the injured pirate. Claggett Chew might be suspicious, but he was also a fevered and badly wounded man. From his insecure hiding place, terrified at every sleeping movement from Osterbridge Hawsey, and even more fearful of what Claggett Chew intended, Chris stared out as purposely as Claggett Chew had only a few moments before. The ashen-faced man across the room in the glare of the hanging lamp heaved and pushed at the sides of the bunk, his eyes brilliant with high fever. The sweat of illness and strain glistened over his bare head and collar on his face. He ground his teeth at the sudden, almost intolerable flashes of pain that gripped him when he moved his leg. Still, he persevered and grasped at a corner of the bunk and pushed himself upright. If it was possible for his white face to become paler, some last vestige of color seemed to leave it. Claggett Chew threw up an arm to catch on something to steady himself, swayed, and closed his sunken eyes. His arm caught the lamp, which, rocking, threw jet shadows as jagged as its light was harsh. Claggett Chew's prominent broken nose and deeply grooved lines running down for a minute into the thin lips under his mustache changed the cruelty of his face into a brutal mask. To Chris, he scarcely looked human. He was a picture of all that was heartless and evil. But holding to the edge of his bunk, weakened and ill though he was, the power of his will still ruled his body. He doesn't know when he's licked, Chris thought, and not knowing, he isn't. Then, trying to hoist himself upright, Claggett Chew began beckoning and appealing to Osterbridge Hawsey, and Chris shook at the momentary possibility that some noise or word would waken his sleeping hiding place. "Osterbridge! Osterbridge!" Claggett Chew cried hoarsely. "Wake up! Hear me? Fire take your eyes!" he muttered in his rage. "Can you not rouse? Osterbridge! Osterbridge!" But after a slight shift in position, Osterbridge Hawsey slept on. Claggett Chew, his face livid with pain, blood reaving down his chin where he had bitten his lip in an attempt to stifle his groans, managed to push himself up and totter to a chair against which he leaned weakly, calling out again, "Plague your bones, Osterbridge, you sot! Help me, you sleazy fashionable!" He started across the few feet of floor separating him from his friend, and stooping though he was to adjust his height to the low-ceilinged cabin, nevertheless his bulk was a terrifying sight as he stumbled and staggered forward. His hairless head nearly scraped the ceiling, and his shoulders were as broad across as those of two men. His hands, white but strong and bony, twitched as the finger ends as if they were unused to idleness without hurting, or without the handle of his whip to grasp. 2 steps forward, Chris saw, was all that Claggett Chew needed to show him where the parakeet had gone, snatch him up, and snuff out his life as a candle flame is pitched between finger and thumb. Chris was tearing with his beak at the silk cord on his foot, raking at it between every look he sent towards Claggett Chew. Chris knew if the pirate touched Osterbridge Hawsey, or worse felt the touch or the noise would succeed in waking the heavily sleeping fop and the parakeet. Exposed would be easy prey for Claggett Chew. The captain of the Vulture, sweat rolling down his tortured face, his eyes starting from their deep-sunk sockets with a strain of keeping himself on his feet, began roaring at Osterbridge once more. "Osterbridge, scummy no good, wake! That parrot is a scar, its jaws, as someone's given a boy! Osterbridge!" he roared with a final terrible effort. Then everything happened at once. Osterbridge Hawsey was aroused at last and sat up abruptly, heavy-headed and brutally asking, "Claggett, what the noise? Cannot the man be allowed to doze in peace? Where are your manners?" In the same instant, Claggett Chew reached out to pluck the parakeet from behind the sheltering head and neck of the fashionable. Chris, with a superhuman effort, chained himself to a mouse, tearing his foot from the frayed cord that held it, and leaped into the air. Simultaneously, Claggett Chew, overcome by the approaching blackness he had been fighting, crashed to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 26 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. End. Chapter number 27, Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. A mouse streaked out of the door of the captain's cabin and did not stop until it reached the farther end of the Vulture, where it hid quaking behind someone else's old shoe. The little creature, quieting down at last and feeling its heart regain a more familiar rhythm, sniffed distastefully at the shoe. It was plain to see, it thought, that the Vulture was an untidy, ill-cared-for ship. Old shoes were never left lying about in the Mirabelle. The thought of the Mirabelle brought Chris's mission on the pirate ship into sharper focus. He glanced up at the sky. There was little time left in which to work safely, for Claggett Chew's sharp eyes had noticed the infinitesimal scar in his cheek, and his astute brain had put 2 and 2 together. Chris wondered with a new start of horror if Claggett Chew could read his thoughts, and if this was why he had stared at him with such intensity. Well, he shrugged, he knew what had to be done, and if he looked quickly, and Claggett Chew's swoon lasted long enough, not even he could stop him. Looking about to make sure he was unobserved, he took his own shape again with a sigh of relief. It was almost like holding one's breath for long periods of time to be in the shape of a bird or a mouse. But to be himself, he knew, held even greater dangers. For the first time he opened the leather bag in his neck and felt inside, the first thing his fingers closed on as he pulled out. He turned the object in his palm toward the starlight to see what it might be. It was a folding knife in a case of tortoiseshell inlaid with strange signs of silver and mother of pearl. Chris opened it. The blade was razor sharp, and put it experimentally point down on the point of the deck. As if by itself, the blade revolved with intense speed, sinking in so fast that only just in time did Chris snatch it out and hold it more tightly. Trying it out, he found that the blade would go through anything. Sometimes so easily as to scarcely seem to cut, leaving no trace of a mark, it was so keen. At other times, when he pressed it on it, the blade whirled around, boring a hole as needed be necessary. What a useful gadget, Chris thought. This is just what I need, and now is the time, he said to himself, and sprang up the nearest of Vulture's 3 masts. What he had to do would take long, and there was little time left that night in which to do it. For he intended slitting the ends of rigging here and there, not so deeply that they would give way at once and be soon repaired, but so that with the first hard blow the lines would break. Growing daylight should have warned him long before he was done, for Chris wished also to slit the sails, very slightly, when they had been unfurled and the Vulture was under way. The sounds of voices broke his absorption in his task. Looking down from the top of the mainmast where he clung, Chris saw a boatload of returning sailors and realized with a start that it was nearly sunup. In a moment, a rat ran down the mast to disappear into the foul-smelling hold of the pirate vessel. How long must he wait in the hold? Chris wondered. Although he might be in the shape of a rat, it was only his outward form that had changed. He could not eat grain or refuse that was not suitable for a human. He did not relish having to hold his own in a fight with the true rat, there in the darkness. He contemplated boring a hole in the hull of the Vulture, but decided to wait until the ship was under sail. He bitterly regretted not having brought food with him. Feeling hungry after his exertions about the ship, there was nothing else for it but to hide as safely as he could in his own shape. This he did, after a thorough search in his rat form, to find what seemed a safe, hidden place high on the top of a pile of the loot stolen from the merchantman. There, the exhausted boy, curled close to the steady sudden movement of the ship, fell into a sound sleep. The dip and sway of a sailing ship cutting the seas and a ravenous appetite combined to wake Chris. For the first few moments he was confused as to where he was. Little or no light seeped into the hold, and he was further troubled by having no idea how long he might have slept. His first thought was to find food. Climbing down from his sleeping place, he felt his way back to the ladder leading up to the deck. The hatch at the top of the ladder was open, and through it came a long, faded shaft of light and a freshening draught of air. By the quality of the light, Chris judged the time to be well along in the afternoon. He was debating with himself whether it might not or changed its shape and ventured up to find something to eat, when on one of the lower treads of the plank ladder he stood beside of a plate of food. Chris stopped staring at it for a moment. His mouth watered, for he had not eaten in many hours, and the sight of meat, bread, and fruit was almost more than he could resist. But resist it he did, for he argued in himself. If this has been put there, it must be for me. If it is for me, it may well be poisoned. I shall not be tempted, nor such Claggett-Chew would like me to be. He therefore left the plate of food where it was, hoping the rats would find it long, and he would have proof through their actions whether or not his theory was right. There, in a shadow fell over the hatch far above his head. Chris hastily became a fly, soaring up to hit Simon Gosler on the nose. Crawling in a leisurely fashion on the beggar's hump, he lingered long enough to see what the cripple was about. Simon was looking down the steep ladder, shading his rheumy eyes against the brilliance of the setting sun with one filthy, crooked hand. Chris crawled nearer, could make out what the old man was muttering under his breath. "The captain, he says, go down and see, is the food add up, says he, but 'tis a leery hard way for a poor old cripple to hop down that steep ladder. I'll not do it. He's a sick and fevered man. I'll say it was et up. The rats will have got it before I get to his cabin by any case, and then who's the wiser? Besides, there's no boy on this ship. What a fancy!" he muttered. "He is an ill man, is Claggett-Chew. Mare's bones a rat! I need do no more for him than what I have a mind to, doing as many of his misdeeds as I do. Ah!" he mumbled his answer in anticipation. "And indeed, Simon Gosler could be captain of the good Vulture, unless he says the word to the right quarter." His eyes, no longer hidden behind black patches, narrowed with cunning. "And in the meantime, who gets the best share of the spoils?" The beggar broke off in a cackle of glee, rubbing his dirty, gnarled hands with satisfaction and turning away to go back to the captain's cabin with his message. Chris flew away in the direction of the cook's galley, where as a fly he found it easy enough to eat his fill of meat and what few good things the Vulture afforded. Refreshed, he flew hard against the wind in order not to be blown off the ship entirely. Up to the safety of a part of the rigging, from there he could ponder on what he had seen, and hear what there was to be seen. Tahiti seemed to have been left far behind, for the Vulture was well out to sea, and no smallest cloud on the horizon gave any hint of distant land. The sailors had set the sails, and a good breeze filled the black canvas of the pirate ship. The pirates themselves, still surly from having eaten and drunk too much after the day before, were quarrelsome and tired, and lay about in sprawling groups on the deck far below. Looking aft, saw Simon Gosler hobbling from the captain's cabin, and Osterbridge Hawsey's graceful, overdressed figure outlined in the doorway. On an impulse, Chris flew down to hear what they were saying. "I thank you, Gosler, for your message," Osterbridge was saying. "For Captain Shoes is most relieved to have heard it. I think I will now rest gently and sleep. Who is it, you say, who has some knowledge of medicine? The ship's carpenter?" Here Osterbridge Hawsey rolled his eyes upward and shrugged his expressive shoulders. "Dear me, at least to be a sawbones. He has a saw," he said disdainfully. "And knows how to drive a nail into a coffin too, Miss Astor," whined the beggar. "Enough!" cried Osterbridge in sudden anger. "Fetch him at once, and tell the cook as you pass the gallery to the captain some plain hot broth. He is much fevered." The atmosphere seemed right to Chris for all he had to do. Without Claggett Chew's commanding and forbidding presence, the pirates would be in a turmoil. Chris returned to the higher rigging to wait until darkness should be more profound. It was not long before the tropic night fell, deeply blue in the first hours until the stars should give off their high, clear light. As the Vulture rolled and pitched over the sea far down beneath him, Chris clung to the rigging and took the chance of changing himself into his own shape. Then, with all the haste he could, he moved 100 feet above the hard decks, up the masts and along the sails, setting the new knife gently here and there to part the fibers of the cloth. As he went, the lines were touched occasionally in vital spots. It took long, for it had to be done with care. Chris scarcely made a move without looking down to see whether the sailors might not have glanced up at the dusky, full-bellied sails, but they were weary after 2 such hard-filled days and soon fell asleep on the planks of the open deck. Only Simon Gosler hobbled in and out, watching a sailor here, stealing from another there, lifting his head slowly above the window of the captain's cabin to spy on what went on inside. Like a dark and malevolent spirit, Simon Gosler, crippled in thought and body, moved restlessly about the ship. Chris contemplated his task on the sails and rigging, and slipped down to hide behind the third mast as he looked out to see where Simon Gosler might be. He could see him nowhere, and holding his breath, stepped over 2 sleeping pirates sprawled on their backs on the deck to reach the hatch of the hold. He had one last task to perform before leaving the Vulture. That hatch top was open, laying back as before, and Chris, feeling some danger, changed to a mouse as he crouched on the top rung. Hesitating, sniffing the fetid air of the hold, he finally ran down the ladder edge. Then he sensed uneven death at his foot. In time to leap as far as he could, he reached the last few rungs of the ladder. For Simon Gosler stood waiting at the bottom, armed with a club, which he brought down with a splintering crash on the wooden crossbars as the mount ran past and leapt out of sight. Courses instantly filled the hot air like so many wasps. Simon Gosler thrashed about with the club, laying it about him on the floor, narrowly missing several times, and yelling at the top of his raucous lungs for companions to help him. In no time, figures carrying flaming torches clattered down to the hold, and Chris, his own shape regained, knowing would have to be quick, as he had never been quick before. With a flick, the new knife was open in his hand, and the blade pressed with all his strength against the hull of the Vulture. He was crowded into a corner as far as possible from the advancing row of torches and shouting men. Frantic rats, terrified by the flames of the torches and the vibrating noise, scampered over Chris's feet or ran up over his bending back and shoulders. But he did not move. The blade whirled in the stout wooden side of the Vulture, but it seemed no time before the flicker and wavering red of the nearest torches sent their flares over him from a distance. Chris could make out the silhouette of hunching figures as the first black trickle of seawater pierced through the side of the ship and stained the dry planks. Still the boy pressed the knife on a moment more until the water was a steady spurt, wetting his hand with its coolness. Then, as the torches sent their flames moving into the obscure corner where he had been, a fly soared up and out, over an empty metal plate and 4 dead rats, over the stooped, screaming figure of a hunchback, and a scattered line of searching men, out to the freshness of the night and the open sea. Only Osterbridge Hawsey, curious at the torches and shouting, looked out the cabin door in time to see a tiny boat scud past. back toward Tahiti, and only in his befuddled dreams did he puzzle over how the small craft could sail against the wind, or wonder how it could sail so well when it seemed made of rope. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28, Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Chris and Amos lay belly down on a low clump of pine scrub at the top of a precipitous rocky peninsula. Below them in the blistering noon lay the palace walls of the Lord of Seven Seas, descendant of the sun and moon, overlord of the mountains and the plains, prince of all the isles, father of plenty and brilliance before which all cast down their eyes, the Emperor of China. The two boys were uninterested in titles. Somewhere within that city within a city, inside the enormous spread of the palace walls that were surrounded in their turn by the city of Peking, lay the goal they had come so far to seek, the jewel tree of the Princess of China. Now, like a general planning his campaign, Chris lay looking down at the high angular walls, thinking of how he would gain entry. On regaining the Mirabelle and a boat made for the magic rope, Chris had reappeared among his friends, recovered from his fever. He had given much thought to what he considered would be the last dangerous section of the journey, and after listening to what his master said through the shell, was permitted to take Amos on this stage of the voyage. It was reasoned if something happened to Chris, Amos might be able to carry out their mission by himself. The boys had come to Peking on camelback, a camel made for the magic rope. As Amos had never seen a real camel, he thought the rope animal quite natural, and as remarkable a creature as the real one. Chris took care to make it or disentangle it out of Amos's sight, and so many were the strange and wonderful things to be seen that Amos had no time to concern himself over the reality of a camel. The arid countryside was blanched by the excessive heat. Flies droned over the dates and figs that the boys pulled from their pockets to eat. Amos wriggled with excitement as he pointed out details to Chris. "Chris, look at that procession going down to the big gate. All those pigtailed gentlemen dressed in embroidered coats. I like that blue one with butterflies on it. No, I'd soon have that black one, satin one with the dragon on red and yellow." He looked again more closely. "Or that one with a peacock in green and purple. Which would you sooner have?" Chris paid little attention to Amos's exclamations. Leaning on his elbows and looking at the scene below, his mind worked busily on those last vital problems. But Amos was not waiting for an answer. His mind was on the present moment and the present scene, forgetful of what lay ahead of them a few hours away. He chattered on. "I like their funny black hats and droopy mustaches. Why don't they look like us, Tris?" he asked. And then, who all's in the curtain stretcher they're carrying? "It's a pelican, Amos. They carry dignitaries in them." "Hate to be a dignitary in all this heat," Amos said enviously. "What are they doing now?" he inquired, and both boys parted the prickly pine needles to look out and down. The leader of the procession rapped 3 times on the great gate with his gold staff. Sentinels and guards came forward, walking on the broad gate top, and after talking with the members of the procession, turned to give an order. Gaily dressed trumpeters with dragon masks on the visors of their helmets raised brass trumpets. A long throbbing "Way-ho!" shuddered out, and the great outer gates of the palace, studded with pointed-on spikes of carved metal, swung slowly outward. 16 men came into sight, 8 on either side, pushing wide the gates. "Gee, imagine the weight of those doors," Chris murmured, and taking out his spyglass, looked through it. "Golly Moses!" he exclaimed. "Take a look, Amos. Those gates are made of bronze, nearly 3 feet thick. And now they have the gates open. Look at the depth of the walls. They're as deep through as a room." The waiting procession, the richly dressed courtiers and curtained palanquin, moved inside, and the gates were slowly pulled closed by lines of men dragging at ropes and chains to shut them. And within the main gate drifted out the sound, becoming fainter and fainter, of other trumpets sounding the order for the opening of other gates. 10 times, the boy counted, the trumpets blew, with the same "Way! Whoa!" throbbed against the sultry air. "Laws a me!" Amos sighed. When no more trumpets were to be heard. 10 walls and 10 gates at the very least. Course we don't know. He rolled his worried eyes toward Chris. We don't know whether those folks got to the Emperor or not. Likely he's in behind a couple more walls, just beyond the safe side. He searched his friend's face. How are we going to get past all that many guards and trumpets, Chris? Even if we could tie up a guard or two, how in the world are we going to push open gates that heavy? Amos need not have been so concerned, for Chris had a good plan, but just at that moment the heat overcame Chris. Putting his head down in his arms, he slept. Amos slept too, and it must have been several hours later that the rising sound of a crowd, talking and laughing with excitement, penetrated their sleep and brought them to consciousness. For a moment they both lay rubbing their eyes and peering out. Then they realized, by the growing crowd on either side of the palace gate and along the narrow street leading away from it, that something of importance was to come from the palace and parade through the streets of Peking. Wonder what's going on, Chris muttered as the crowds below swelled and grew. Boys climbed upon and on another's shoulders. Teakwood stools were brought for the richer people to stand on, and along the street that led away to the right around the palace walls, Chris and Amos could see embroidered silks hung from all the windows, and Chinese people in their best holiday clothes laughing excitedly. All were looking toward the gates, and at last, from far within, even more distantly than before, came the first sounds of trumpets. Dun 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 dun. These had a sweeter, cleaner sound than those the boys had heard at noon. Never heard a sweet tone, Amos said. Might be weight of silver, way they sound. The boys counted, and 12 times the low, lovely voice stood in the air. 12 gates, said Amos, and look, you were right. They are silver trumpets. The trumpeters atop the great hour gates were now differently dressed, and there were not 2 but a dozen lined along the deep palace walls. The trumpets, 10 feet long, were curved, and of silver that in the sunlight dazzled the eye. As they were blown, the final gates were pushed aside. A long procession emerged of such fantasy and variety of color that the 2 boys were spellbound. Elephants and camels, llamas and horses, all richly caparisoned in eastern silks, passed along with their riders. Guards with curved swords and many-thonged whips formed a double edge behind those in the procession and the bystanders. Still others led leopards and black panthers on chains as an added protection to those they guarded. Palanquin after palanquin passed by, but still the crowd seemed to be waiting for something. Then, as the silver trumpets continued their sweet, lingering notes, a murmur arose from the crowd. 4 lines of youths preceded a palanquin more firmly decked than all the rest, and the murmur rose. After it came 4 lines of Chinese girls, fanning the air with peacock fans on long staves, fans of white egret feathers and ostrich plumes dyed a yellow gold. Amos, Chris breathed, that color! Yellow is the relevant color of China. He did not have to elaborate his thought, for the palanquin that finally came in sight showed by its richness that it could belong only to royalty, and by its beauty and grace only to a woman. Made of silver and rock crystals, studded with diamonds and pearls, and hung about with sheer curtains of embroidered yellow silk, the palanquin belonged without doubt to a young girl of the royal house. As it appeared under the high arch of the outer gate, a roar of joy and greeting rose from the waiting crowd, and with one accord every man bowed low, covering his eyes with the wide sleeve of his left arm. The women and girls in the crowd, and those leaning from the upper stories of the houses, threw down before the palanquin objects that flashed and twinkled in the sun. Remembering in time, for he had been so much absorbed, he had momentarily forgotten it. Chris whipped out his spyglass and looked at the curtains of the palanquin. The thin silk was transparent enough under the strong focus of the glass, and behind it Chris could perceive, leaning delicately against silk cushions, a Chinese girl, as beautiful as a dream. Her slightly up-tilted eyes were large and dark. Her skin put a magnolia flower to shame. Her mouth was lifted in a charming smile, and her long, exquisite finger held a spray of jeweled flowers. All about the palanquin rained a shower of jeweled buds and petals, for no doubt a real flower was thought too inferior for the only child of the descendant of the sun and moon. Prince of all the isles and the lord of the seven seas, the Princess of China. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, Mr. Wicker's Window, by Carley DAWSON. This is a LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. Chris put down his spyglass, and the two boys, hidden on the piney knoll, watched the procession out of sight. "I'm supposed to take something from her," Chris said with his eyes sparkling, "but I know now what I'm going to give her back in return. I feel sort of sorry for that girl," he added thoughtfully. "What we gonna do, Chris?" Amos wanted to know. "What all comes next? And have we some more of those dates?" It's passed him some. "We have to wait until dusk anyway," he said, his voice abstracted. "And by the look of the light, that won't be long." The piney knoll was steep and rocky, and only two adventurous boys would ever have reached the top. 'Tis precipitous on which to build houses. It rose far above the surrounding roofs of Peking. The green and scarlet of curved tiles spread under the boys' sight like a curling sea. Before them, stretched out in angular wings to right and left, swept the palace walls. Listening and watching, the boys gathered by the silver trumpet notes that the princess and her retinue had re-entered the palace gate walls by another gate. Thinking about it, Chris mused, "I wonder if that first palanquin held someone she's to marry. It could be. If so, this may be her last appearance to the people of a city before leaving for a new domain. She would probably take the jewel tree with her. I can't imagine a woman leaving a thing like that behind." He paused, remembering. She held a spray of jeweled flowers in her hand, maybe off the tree, and I never saw anything like it. Well, can't do a thing until dusk comes down. The evening was not long in coming, and Chris, who had been sitting cross-legged under the little crooked pines, looked across with great concern to where Amos lay on his back, dozing. I can't take him along, Chris thought, and I can't leave him alone if I should get caught. What in the world do I do? Then, remembering the bag of magic odds and ends, Chris put his hand inside it and drew out a small folded piece of silk and netting. On it, a piece of paper like a label showed Mr. Wicker's fine script. Chris looked closer and read, "Strike 3. Strike 3. Chris held the folded object in his hand, then glanced at Amos. Amos slept, going softly out of the pine grove to a narrow ledge of rock where he was out of sight. Chris put the object down and said, "Strike 3. Nothing happened. The object remained an object. Then, suddenly understanding, Chris struck the stone ledge 3 times. Once the folded object began to unfold itself and puff itself up like a little mushroom. In a matter of seconds, Chris could see what it was becoming, and before he could wink 10 times, a balloon with a basket hanging from it, quite big enough for 2 boys, hung swaying in the air. Chris examined it with pleasure and then struck the ground 3 times again. The balloon gently collapsed and refolded itself, basket and all, into its original neat shape. "Now if that isn't handy," Chris exclaimed. Then, looking at the light fading from the sky, he picked up the folded balloon and went to waken Amos. "Amos," he said, shaking his friend's shoulder, "it's time for me to go. Aren't you awake?" Amos blinked a few times and said he thought so. "Then listen to me," Chris told him earnestly. "Listen hard." Amos sat up more alertly. "I have a handy thing here which is for you to use only. Do you hear? Only if I don't come back." Amos's eyes began to get brighter, and he swallowed. "Don't come back? Law, Chris, don't you leave me in this hidden country where nobody understands good English," he cried. "Why, unless I steal, and Miss Becky told me never to do that. But unless I did, how could I eat in these foreign parts?" Chris sat back on his haunches. "Well, I don't know how you could myself, But don't you cross any bridges until you come to 'em. Look." He held up the folded balloon. "If I'm not back by 2 sunups from now, I may have to hide all during tomorrow. If I'm not back by then, put this package out beyond the trees in the clearing. That's very important. You've got that?" "I haven't got anything but a few dried up fruits," responded. "That's all." "No, Amos!" Chris gave another rousing shake. "I mean, do you understand that much?" Amos brightened at once and broke into a wide grin. "Oh, yes, of course. Why didn't you say so in the first place? You said put the catching out in the clear. Where's that? On this little tippy-top of a hill?" Amos asked, looking about. "The ledge near where we climbed up. That's big enough," Chris reminded him. "Oh, yes," Amos said, looking wise. "Well," Chris took up again, "you put the package on the ledge and strike the ground 3 times. Like this?" And before Chris could stop him, Amos had struck the earth beside him twice before Amos just raised his hand in midair. "Amos! Not now! I said only if you have to get away. If someone comes after you, or if I don't come back. Promise me not to strike 3 at all, except for either of those 2 reasons." Amos raised his right hand, very solemn. "I promise," he said. "Only," he added, looking bewildered and already somewhat forlorn, "what happens when I do hit 3 times?" "Why, it's a special kind of balloon," Chris began, after correcting what had almost been a bad slip. "A what?" Amos stuck his head forward, trying hard to understand. "A balloon? Oh." Chris stopped and stared at Amos. Perhaps balloons had not yet been invented. Oh, very confusing. "It's something that will hold you up in the air. There's a basket for you to sit in." "No, sir!" Amos cried, wagging his head decisively from side to side. "Me in the air over the roofs and high up? No, indeedy, Chris, not me." Chris was becoming exasperated. He had important things to do. "Look, Amos, if you have to use it, you'll be in such a bad fix that being up in the air will seem like the very best thing that could happen. Stop running. I'll be back, I hope." He turned away toward the ledge in the clearing. "And now, wish me luck, and stay here and wait for me. Don't follow me now, or watch, or I might fail." Amos jumped up from the pine-covered grounds. "Oh, Chris!" he cried, his voice sharp with distress. "Can I go? You might get hurt. There's no telling what can happen if you're all alone." Chris was tempted to take his friend with him, but someone must get the news back to the Mirabelle if he should fail. If this happened, he did not doubt that the magic balloon would carry Amos safely to the ship. "No," he said after a long moment. "Better not. But I'd sure like to, Amos. Now don't lose that package. It's your escape. Wish me luck." Amos clasped his hand and then, rushing off, dashed back again. "Here, Chris, our fruits. Better not to eat strange food in this foreign place. Good luck," he added. Chris stuffed the fruit in his pocket. Amos turned back into the darkening pine knoll and pushed his way out to the narrow steep ledge hanging high above the roofs of Peking. Chris unfolded the magic rope from around his waist and, standing as far out on the rock ledge as he dared, in order to have the greatest possible freedom of movement, he attempted for the first time to draw an eagle in the air with his rope. It was a complicated, fast maneuver. The rope twisted and whipped in the air, and the result was a molted-looking, droop-tailed buzzard. Its wings were not wide enough, its back very insecure to look at. In short, Chris knew it was a total failure. He tried again, racing against the oncoming darkness, and this time he succeeded, although when he pulled it close and straddled the body of the magic bird, his heart was in his throat that it might unfurl itself, become just a rope, and hurl him to his death far below. But this second eagle seemed secure enough. Chris pressed his hands on the wings spread out on either side. With a jolt they flapped, and the boy's strange conveyance moved somewhat unsteadily through the air. Chris, frightened but resolute, found that by touching the head of the bird in the direction he wanted to go, the magic eagle would turn. And after a few moments to test out his new method of travel, Chris coasted over the gaily tiled roofs as he hunted for something. Peking at that time had many palaces. Wealthy Chinese and people of title and family owned beautiful houses set in terraced gardens surrounded by parks and ancient trees. Somewhere Chris had heard of this and remembered it, and now in the dusk that was nearly night, the angels carried him silently over the city as he looked for what he wanted to find. At last, the very fragrance rising up towards him on the night air guided him to a large palace set in gardens. Pools of water reflected the first stars among their lily pads. The shaded walks and lawns were deserted at that hour. Swooping down and flying back and forth to make sure he would not be seen, Chris grounded the eagle and holding fast on one wing-tip in case he should have to take off in a hurry. He walked up and down, examining and searching. End of chapter 29. Chapter number 30 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. The night was too clear to suit Chris for the dangerous work that lay ahead. The eagle bore him up again from the garden, and turning back, lifted high in the air as it neared the maze of walls of the emperor's palace. Chris longed to fly lower, but he was afraid that one of the many guards might give the alarm. The eagle, flying between the palace and the moon, cast a quick racing shadow over wall and ground. The one advantage on such a clear night, Chris thought, when he could easily spot it, was in the silence of the magic bird. He bent over to peer down between the eagle's beaked head and widespread, beating wings. Wall after wall, palace and garden within palace and garden, he saw. Windows were lit like fireflies far below him, and the series of courtyards opened themselves in seemingly endless duplication. How, he wondered, could he ever find the inner garden? Well hidden, certainly, where the Princess of China walked under trees and looked at her goldfish in long, clear pools. Then he remembered with a start the folded paper seized so long ago in a ship anchored on the Potomac. A cabin under a smoking lamp, the strong scent of flowers, a monkey's form, came back into his memory, and he felt in the leather pouch for Claggett Chew's plan. His fingers touched it and brought out the creased, finger-marked scrap of paper. In the moonlight he unfolded it. Sitting on the eagle's back, high above the walls and palaces of the Emperor of China, he found that he could follow from his height and check with a map, building by building, in one courtyard after another. Moving cautiously forward in the air, he looked at the heavy cross mark made by Claggett Chew the night the Mirabelle had set sail. Then, all at once, beneath him, Chris made out walls ahead that seemed higher than the others. He flew over temples with gently rocking bells hung at their curled caves, and over peaked rooftops of carved stone until, reaching a place apparently identical with the cross on the map, he dared to drop a little lower above a certain courtyard. As he did so, he saw that the guardhouses were set about on the top of the wall, which measured about 10 feet from side to side. All faced outward away from the gardens they protected, hidden now in shadow. Why, it's like a prison, Chris thought, except that the guards aren't allowed to look down at her. The poor kid. Imagine living here all your days. No wonder she was pleased at being in the procession yesterday. No fragrance except that of cool water came up from the courtyard to Chris. Going higher into the air, he hovered there on his eagle's back, watching the guardhouses. He timed the guards, counting. After an hour, he found that there was 2 minutes between the time Guard 6 reached his post and Guard 7 went back to replace him. Chris waited again, watching the guards and counting half aloud in case he missed the 2-minute interval. 1. There he goes across to 2. 2. Then our 2 goes back again. 3. There 3 marches along to guardhouse 4. 4. There he goes to 5. Chris's breath came quickly and his heart began to pound in his ears. 5? 5 starts out towards 6. 6? And now they changed swords or something, and here I go. Gusting on the back of the eagle, the bird sank slightly into the black well of the courtyard, past the guardhouse and down, just as guard number 7 appeared to walk back to replace guard number 6. The walls of the princess's courtyard were indeed as high and forbidding as those of a dungeon. A shimmer of water reflected the night sky, and looking down, Chris saw a dark and glistening mass beneath him. It seemed to be trees, but when his tangling legs touched them, sharp edges cut his legs, and he quickly veered away. Last, coming down at the edge of the pool, his eyes became used to the gloom, and he could see about him. The garden ground trenched under his feet and glowed in the night, and bending to touch it, Chris's fingertip came away dusted with gold. "Golly Moses!" he breathed. and looked about. The edge of the long rectangular pool was of silver, the walk around it of jasper and chalcedony, and as he lifted his eyes to look farther, he saw that the whole entire garden was made up of trees with jeweled leaves. No wonder the leaves cut my legs, Chris thought to himself. They're probably emeralds. Towing the eagle by its beak, he wandered about. There were neither grass nor flowers, no true plants or trees. All bushes, borders, and shaded walks were of jewels. They gave out onto the air no scent of greenness and no welcoming scent of flowers. Gee, Chris almost said aloud. Who'd want to play on ground-up gold? Well, except that it's yellow, it might as well be gravel. And no trees, not real ones. Gee, she must be a pretty miserable girl. I wonder if birds like the jewel trees. Looking into shrubs of coral or jade or amethyst, Chris found no nest and shook his head. Guess I brought the right replacement after all, he decided. Now to work. Which shall I take? He made a tour of the jewel gardens, and at the end of the pool, facing a carved jewel doorway and the windows of a pavilion set into the surrounding walls, Chris found a tree he thought right. Small and round, as if freshly trimmed, it answered Mr. Wicker's description of months ago. Leaves of emeralds, buds of diamonds, flowers of sapphires, and fruits of rubies studded thick with pearls. Taking out his magic knife, in a second, Chris had cut away a large circle of earth in a tub shaped to shelter the roots, and carrying his heavy burden to the eagle's back. There he took off something which he planted where the jewel tree had been, and cupping his hands, watered it from the pool as best he could. Just as he finished and was moving away, a movement in the black rectangle of the pavilion door at the end of the garden caught his eye. He had only time enough to pull the eagle, the jewel tree, and himself into the cloaking shadow of a nearby avenue of emerald trees to avoid being seen. The movement was pale and slight against the blackness of the open door, and night was very still. As Chris held his breath, the dampened leaves and petals of the bush he had planted sent their green fragrance lifting and turning on the night air. As if that had been the signal he had long waited for, a dust-colored bird flew down to perch on the thorny stem. It was a nightingale. Its song started softly at first, and then, as if it forgot it was alone, the lovely variations grew, pealing out where no bird song had ever been heard before. Chris was not the only one who had never heard a nightingale. To the other occupant of the jeweled garden, it was newer and more beautiful than anything she had ever heard. The princess's tiny feet made no sound on the gold gravel as she edged nearer to the bush and the song. At last the nightingale flew away, and the scent of the roses, drifting toward a princess who had only been permitted flowers of stone, was overwhelming. She went up and broke off a flower as red as a ruby and as red as her mouth. As red, too, as her blood, for a thorn stabbed her, and she nearly dropped the rose with a soft cry. But the wonder of it was stronger than the pain. She buried her face in the freshness of the red rose, the first flower she had ever seen. Behind her, rising gently and quietly out of sight, was a smiling boy and a tree of jewels she would never miss. Chapter 30. End. Chapter 31 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This is LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arthur Piantadosi. Chris's thoughts were so taken up with the pleasure of the little Chinese princess that it first rose that he had miscalculated. As a matter of fact, he had forgotten about the guards in his excitement at holding the jewel tree and at getting away, and just as the eagle rose to the top of the wall, one of the guards saw him. Had it been earlier, Chris could have risen quickly out of sight, but the jewel tree was heavy in itself. The earth holding its roots was an additional weight, so that the eagle only rose half as quickly as it had before. The guard gave a shout, and a spear whisked past Chris's ear. Instantly the flames of bonfires spurted up on all the walls, and to his terror, Chris found himself in a glare of light as powerful as modern searchlights. He clutched the jewel tree, urging the magic bird up, but there were limits even to magic, and the bird was moving at the peak of its ability. Black, racing figures darted along the walls. The flames of the watchfires flew up higher in the air, and now arrows were singing their ringing note of death about the boy lifting so slowly into the night. Chris, crouching behind the jewel tree, was rocked and nearly unseated from the eagle when an arrow hit the earth around the tree roots, embedding itself deeply and quivering there at an angle. The shouts and confusion grew, but after a few terror-stricken moments, Chris knew that he was high enough to be out of danger. He gave a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and turned the head of the laboring eagle toward the city. His thoughts were on escape, but first he had a duty that, as an honorable person, he felt bound to perform. He was naturally observant. He had also made a point of noticing landmarks, so that he found the garden from which he had taken the rose bush without too much trouble. What he was totally unprepared for was the entire city Peking, aroused by the watchfires in the palace walls, was awake and in alarm, and the lights of flares and lanterns glowed from every house. Nevertheless, to replace the rosebush was an honorable necessity, and in spite of wide canary-yellow blocks streaming from the windows of the lesser palace and falling in broad sections over the lawns and far into the gardens, Chris came down as much in the shadow of trees as he could, and breaking off a sprig of the jewel tree, stuck it in the ground where the rosebush had been. Then, quickly regaining the eagle's back, he was lifted into the air and up over the roofs. What was his consternation, however, on nearing the pine knoll, to see the whole group of scruffy trees aflame, and no sign of Amos! The pine needles and tree trunks thick with resin burnt fiercely. Chris did not dare to come too close. Not only was the heat intense, but the crowds looking below looked upward to watch in a puzzled way, while others ran from near the palace gates to gaze and speculate. Chris turned sadly away, large tears for Amos running down his cheeks, his head constricted and his eyes half blinded, when from a great distance he heard a trailing call. "Oh, Chris! You! Chris!" Chris's heart leaped up, and wiping his eyes clear, he looked in the direction of the sound. A balloon was moving rapidly away over the peaked, curved roofs of Peking, careering slightly from side to side as it sailed in the night breeze. By the time Chris had caught up with Amos in the balloon, Peking lay far behind them. Holding on to the edge of the basket, Chris blurted out, "What in the world goes on, Amos? I thought you were burned alive. I was never scared in my life." Amos's eyes, wider than ever from the incitement of events, batted at Chris. "You're scared? What do you think I am? Get me out of this! I never did want to be up in the air, nohow. And I want out now!" "What about the fire, Amos?" Chris persisted, holding onto the jewel tree with one hand and the balloon basket with the other. "How did you get out?" Amos sent a squeamish glance out of the corner of his eye at the moving ground beneath them, and then, realizing they were on their way back to the Mirabelle, swallowed and began to talk. "I waited like you said, and I guess I fell asleep. All at once, such a noise and flame splashing woke me up, and right away seeing flares and commotion all over the palace walls. I suppose they had spotted you somehow. I thought, should another fire break out somewhere else, it might pull the crowds away from the palace or make them think something was going on up here. So I lit a fire with my flint and then ran right quick up the passage ledge, struck 3 times and shut my eyes." Here Amos covered his eyes with one hand, "and got in. And this silly thing's been a-tipping and a-teetering ever since." Chris brought balloon and eagle down into a rice field, and the 2 boys transferred the jewel tree to the greater safety of the balloon basket. Amos, having the wonderful jewel tree to guard, forgot his fears and sat down beside it, where he soon fell asleep. Chris, tying the tail of the eagle to the side of the basket with his shirt, towed Amos and the jewel tree through the air all that night and all the next day. They came down at noon in a deserted part of the country so that Chris could sleep and rest, and Amos find fresh water for the leathern bottles they had strapped to their waists. Then they went on until they saw the sea and the wavering line of the coast below and ahead of them. The eagle and balloon came gently down at dusk. The balloon was folded into its small size and put back in the pouch around Chris's neck. Out of sight of Amos, Chris transformed the eagle to a boat in which, in the dark of the night, the 2 boys reached the side of the Mirabelle with their precious cargo. The sailors of the Mirabelle were asleep, but Chris roused the captain, who helped them secretly carry the jewel tree to a corner of his cabin. All hands were then called on deck, and everything was hustlery and bustle. Before dawn had broken, the Mirabelle had left the coast of China and was well out to sea. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. It was not until Quist, relieved, proud, and happy at the success of his mission, opened his sea chest and took out the shell that he had the faintest vibration of trouble or danger. Until then he had lived, breathed, and thought only of obtaining the jewel tree, and once that had been accomplished, he felt that his anxieties were over. However, as he shut and locked the cabin door behind him, feeling with an increasing zest the surge and rock of the Mirabelle under his feet as he plunged through the sea, something brought him up short, and he took the glow from his face. Slowly and with a grave expression, Chris went to his sea chest and took the shell from it, but he almost knew before he heard it what Mr. Wicker would say. Nevertheless, when through the whirls of the shell at his ear he heard the familiar voice, so far away and so long unheard, his eyes lit up again. "You have done better than my fondest hopes, Christopher, my boy," may Mr. Wicker's voice. "I cannot commend you enough for the success of your difficult mission and the manner in which, with courage, quick wit, and fortitude, you met every danger. Amos is much to be praised, too. He is a loyal friend, and I am as proud of him as well as of you." Chris, kneeling by the brass-studded chest with the shell held to his ear, could easily bring before his inner eye the cozy room in Georgetown, the crackling logs upon the hearth, and the voice of Becky Boozer raised in lusty song coming from the direction of the kitchen. He missed it, much as he loved the Mirabelle, and much as he prized the friendship of all aboard here. Still, Mr. Wicker and Becky held a special place in his heart, and he longed all at once, with almost intolerable sharpness, to be at home once more. That his mother was getting better he had never doubted, but kneeling there alone, he suddenly wanted to have done with adventure for a while. "My boy, are you listening?" came Mr. Wicker's words, and Chris's thoughts brought him back with a jolt to the cabin of his ship sailing the China seas. "Christopher, my poor lad," Mr. Wicker said in his ear, "have you forgotten the mulcher?" "No," he answered for the boy, "not altogether. Perhaps just a little. Yet make no mistake. The captain of the Vulture has not forgotten you, nor is he under any misapprehension as to who it was who so carefully crippled his ship so he did not reach Peking before you." Mr. Wicker's voice took on the edge it always held when he spoke of Claggett Chew. "Claggett Chew waits for you beyond Shanghai in the East China Sea. Be wary and be rested, Christopher, for you will have a battle such as you've never dreamed of. Even I cannot tell how it will end. It will depend on your quickness and ingenuity, and do not forget that leather pouch." The voice of his friend hesitated, and then said so faintly and from so far that it was all Chris could do to hear it, "I repeat, be wary, Christopher. He will do everything in his power." The voice faded away, and Chris, with heavy gestures, replaced the shell, slid the lid of the sea chest, and unlocking the door, went with dragging feet to tell Captain Blizzard of what awaited them. The wind was only moderately fair, so that the Mirabelle took some time passing beyond the Yellow Sea. During those days, Chris practiced his magic with more concentration than ever before. He rested and slept, ate hugely, and exercised by climbing up the masts of the Mirabelle, so that by the time a long dark line was sighted on their starboard side on the Chinese coast and the approach to Shanghai, Chris was fit and well as he had never been before. Warned by Chris in time, Captain Blizzard, on hearing of the dangers ahead, had determined to put it into port at Shanghai, and there, with much haggling and bargaining, bought 4 cannons and ammunition. He also laid in a store of swords, daggers, and assorted weapons for all on board. Believing that an ounce of prevention was better than a pound of cure, the worthy captain drilled all hands on the Mirabelle twice a day thereafter. This, the weather being fair, and the ship needing only the helmsman and lookout to care for her, the sailors were quite willing to do, more especially when their captain, in whom they had unbounded faith, told them he had a good reason to believe they would have a nasty and perhaps disastrous encounter with that pirate ship, during which they bade it fair to be bested if they did not bestir themselves and prepare for it. The men entered into the training with gusto. They made dummies which were hung on ropes and maneuvered by their friends, braced in the rigging. The dummies were suddenly swung out and down in every direction, in imitation of pirates boarding the ship, and were fallen upon by the sailors of the Mirabelle with roars of glee as if they were at that very moment being tackled by the pirate crew. Then they practiced fast turning and tacking of the ship, and even in between the regular hours set aside by the captain for what he termed fighting time, several groups of men could always be seen on some part of the deck practicing dueling with sword and dagger. In short, long before the Mirabelle reached the East China Sea, its crew had become proficient in all manner of hand-to-hand fighting. The Mirabelle was level with the Ryukyu Islands in a dusty, glary day, when the lookouts' long-out cry, "Ahoy!" floated down from the crow's nest to those sailors who were engaged in a mock fight on the deck. "Sail ho!" Instantly every man was at the ship's side, steadying his eyes against the dazzle of what made a brassy light over sea and sky. The Ryukyu Islands off the port beam were not visible in the metallic haze that grew as the sun arched higher. The fitful wind gave promise of stopping altogether and leaving both ships becalmed. Chris, on the bridge beside the captain, stood looking through his spyglass at the advancing sail. Captain Blizzard lowered his own glass to turn inquiringly to Chris. "Yes," the boy said at last. "I'm sure now. I ought to know those sails. They're unmistakable. That is the Vulture, sir." Captain Blizzard wheeled about before the last word had left Chris's lips and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "All hands on deck!" he roared. "Man the guns! Bring out the ammunition and every man to his place!" The training the men had gone through instantly asserted itself, although there was a great deal of running about up and down the ladder to the hold, and of handing up the heavy ammunition. All was orderly, and not an extra word was spoken. There was little enough time left over, however. The Vulture approached rapidly, and then crossed the bow of the Mirabelle so narrowly that the Mirabelle had to put hard about, and Captain Blizzard roared orders to take in sail, in order not to smash into the pirate vessel before it had been carried by the breeze beyond its prey. This maneuver by Claggett Chew momentarily threw the Mirabelle's crew into confusion and turned their attention to the hasty management of their ship. To Chris, working with the men at whatever was most urgent, it seemed only an instant before the Vulture was again alongside the Mirabelle, and Claggett Chew stood on the gunwale, hailing him. "Heave to, or you shall sink to the sharks!" he cried. "Look to yourself, pirate!" Captain Blizzard thundered in reply, and giving a signal, the unsuspecting guns of the Mirabelle belched out their deadly charges. Claggett Chew was knocked back to the deck of his ship, and Chris had time enough to see him shake off the hand of a sailor who would have helped him to safety. Chris also saw, peeking out from the doorway of Claggett Chew's cabin, the white, horrified face of Osterbridge Hawsey Huku. "Could not stand the sight of blood so common." The face withdrew, and Chris could imagine the dandy playing cards or reading as best he could in the din until the battle was over. The pirates, many wounded and all taken aback by the unforeseen presence of guns on board the Mirabelle, were tough fighters notwithstanding, and moved the Vulture in even nearer till the two ships, with fallen masts and entangled rigging, were locked on the brazen sea in deadly struggle. Brave as the seamen of the Mirabelle proved themselves to be, the pirates were seasoned in pitiless combat. The guns of both ships roared and coughed, and the battle raged from noon into the afternoon. Finally, Chris could bear it no more. The crew of his ship was weakening, even as were those of the Vulture, and shuddering though he was at the thought of sharks in the sea. Chris knew he had to use every method in his power if any on board would survive. Keeping his own form, he jumped into the blood-tinged water, his magic knife open and ready in his hand. Chapter 32 of Mr. Wicker's Window. End. Chapter 33 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. The smoke of the guns of both ships so hung upon the air that Chris counted on its heavy curtain to screen him from his enemies. He swam to the far side of the attacking vessel, and there forced his magic knife for the second time against the side of the Vulture. He was treading water, holding to a rope that dangled over the side of the ship, when, with no interior tremor of warning, a cut that he almost thought had penetrated the bone lashed across his shoulders, narrowly missing his left ear. Without stopping to think, Chris took half a breath and submerged as deeply as he could go, hearing about of him even through the sound of the battle and the wavering water, the of Claggett Chew's metal-tipped whip as it hit the water where he had been only a second before. Chris would have dived under the great barnacled hull of the Vulture then and there, to come out up on the other side, but good swimmer though he was unsure that he could hold even a full breath for so long a dive. Added to this, he had had no time to do more than gasp a momentary breath of air, and even as he rose to the surface with bursting lungs, he saw the figure of a man leap into the water from the side of the Vulture. Before the bubbles of the man's descent had had time to disappear, the most dreaded of all sights for a swimmer showed itself above the water. It was the sinister triangle of a shark's fin cutting the surface of the sea as it advanced with terrifying speed to where Chris gazed, almost paralyzed with horror. Thrusting the knife into the pouch at his neck, Chris took the shape of a dolphin and plunged deeply, even as the infuriated shark was carried over and over beyond him by its own impetus before it could turn. But turn it did with lightning speed, and Chris knew he had no protection against that murderous underslung jaw, racked above and below with deadly teeth. The shark, in one long, powerful movement, had turned and gone under the dolphin, which now raced toward upward from the dim, lightless depths of the sea to the surface where it hoped to escape. The shark turned on its back with a motion at once lazy and sickening in its assurance of its prey. Its soft, greenish-white belly glimmered slimily in the sea, its frightful jaws open as it came almost languidly up through the water, certain of snapping its adversary in half. But in that one movement where it turned belly uppermost, its eyes were unable to watch its goal, and in that moment the dolphin took a desperate leap for the water, and the seabird soared into the air. The seabird had no more than wheeled to sight the shark below, and a scream from the air above it made it instantly drop and shift to one side as a hawk, talons spread and eyes red with hatred, plunged down from a great height, its beak open to seize and rend. The seabird, veering away on the wind, became a fly, but the hawk instantly vanished to be replaced by a bat. It started after the fly with such velocity that it was the current of air from its wings that drove the fly closer to the pirate ship. With a despairing effort, the fly flew directly into the smoke of the battle, and at that moment a mouse hid in a corner near an overturned cask, shaking in all its limbs, its pointed teeth chattering with fright. Finally regaining its breath, it ventured to look around the corner. All seemed serene to the mouse, who saw no shadow of danger, although sounds of battle still ebbed and flowed on the deck below it, crisscrossed by shouts and orders, screams and groans, as the pirates and the sailors of the Mirabelle doggedly fought on. The Sauce wished to take its own shape and continue its work with the magic knife which had been interrupted, though too soon to have done any good. At last it decided to run along the deck near Claggett Chew's cabin. From there it hoped to reach the side of the ship nearest to the Mirabelle. As it slipped from its hiding place and began its run, he realized too late its mistake, and panic almost overcame it, for a cat had been crouched behind it and it now gave a mighty pounce. One outstretched paw came down on the mouse's tail, with the mouse wrenched free and desperate and panting, dashed into the first opening it saw. This proved to be no less than Claggett Chew's cabin, the door of which had been left open so that Osterbridge Hawsey could watch the fight with the least possible discomfort. He sat somnolent in a comfortable chair, his long legs stretched out before him, smoking a clay pipe. His attention wandering, as it so often did, he failed to see the mouse that ran under his legs into the shadow beneath them. The frantic mouse, now determined in the seconds left for its decision, to attempt a bold move. In a flash, in fact, as the yellow cat with angry yellow-slitted eyes put its head around the door jamb, a jade-green parakeet with red and yellow breast feathers hopped onto Osterbridge Hawsey's ankle, and with a speed tempered by its most engaging ways, sidled up Osterbridge Hawsey's outstretched leg. The yellow-eyed cat made a dash with the most clawing paws outstretched to fall upon the bird. The parakeet fluttered into the air out of reach and came down higher up on Osterbridge Hawsey's knee. Osterbridge, startled from his daydream, shooed away the cat and got up precipitously enough to give it a kick which sent it meowing from the cabin. Osterbridge, vastly pleased to see his green parakeet again, was wreathed in smiles. "Ah, no!" he exclaimed, holding out a condescending finger. "Petit monsieur, back again! Oh, simply enchanting! This when poor Osterbridge was so bored and had no one to talk to. Well now, pretty." And both Osterbridge and the parakeet cocked their heads to one another. "And where have you been, I wonder?" Osterbridge examined the little bird perched on his finger, and his eyes were thoughtful. "It is true you have a little mark on the side of your jaw. Parakeets have jaws, my friend. But there's no such thing as magic. Not the kind of magic whereby human can be something else." He broke into peals of high laughter. "What a joke if it were possible! Now what could I be, eh?" He looked fondly at the bird, and the bird looked back at him, daring to open its beak and emit a small clear. Go yourself!" returned Osterbridge in high good humor. He leaned back in his chair. "Now all this is a most engaging train of thought," he pursued. "If I could change myself, what should I be?" He fell to musing, and as he did so, the dreaded shadow Chris had anticipated fell across the doorway. A moment later, Claggett Chew, limping from an old wound and a newly received bruise, stood in the entrance. Osterbridge as he yawned. "Oh, there you are at last, Claggett," he said. "Battle all over? It still sounds rather ferocious to me. But of course I'm no expert. Heaven forbid!" Osterbridge ended, rolling his eyes toward the ceiling with his vague smile. As Claggett Chew did not reply, Osterbridge looked back at him. The pirate's eyes were fixed on the parakeet, and his twitching fingers played with the steel-tipped whip. Claggett Chew's voice, when it came, was as sharp and as cold as a dagger in a dead man. "I will have that bird, Osterbridge," he said. Osterbridge's expression did not change, but his eyes did, and they became almost as icy as Claggett Chew's. "Oh, no, you will not, Claggett," he said, and his high-pitched voice managed to be saturated with sarcasm. "This is the one thing that is keeping me from unutterable boredom while you go into your interminable fight." He paused to give Claggett Chew a cutting look. "You know how I feel about piracy. Too terribly degrading. I can see it has its excitement and rewards. But it is unnecessary." Claggett Chew's eyes had a way of not blinking. They held a crocodile fixity. His tone, when he spoke again, did not vary. "I am not a traitor, Osterbridge, nor shall I bandy words with you on this subject. Give me that bird, or I shall take it from you." Osterbridge Hawsey rose with the slow grace from his chair. His hands curled gently but protectingly around his parakeet. "Claggett," he said in his thin voice that cut now with the unexpected thinness of paper, "I am sorry to say such a thing to you, but your fever during the weeks just past has undoubtedly altered your brain. You are a madman, Claggett." Osterbridge Hawsey removed himself with deliberation from the proximity of the doorway, placing himself on the other side of the cabin table, over which hung the swinging lamp. He did not turn his back to Claggett Chew, nor take his eyes from him. "Kindly leave the room, Claggett," he went on, in too quiet a voice to be otherwise than poisonous, "until you are more yourself. Your conduct and tone are unbecoming a gentleman," Osterbridge said, with his hand held high in disdainful dignity. They were an extraordinary sight. The shaven-head, clay-faced pirate looming so high and so huge in the doorway that he filled it altogether. His clothes torn, filthy and stained from the battle and from careless weeks at sea. His companion was a travesty of his one-time elegance, dirty-lace ruffles spotted by forgotten meals, his velvet coat marked by chairbacks and soiled from months of constant wear, his mouth there unwashed and sleazily caught back, no longer curled with such fine exactitude. Both men had been housed together for too long. Long ago they had exhausted all topics of conversation. Their two different personalities had for months been festering, each at the sight of the other. Now Claggett Chew ground out between his clenched teeth. "You are a fool, Osterbridge. Have always been one, and will so remain. Do defy me and do not give up that bird as hell as my witness, I shall snatch it from you with this whip, and nothing will stop me. Osterbridge reached behind him with his right hand, holding the parakeet in an increasingly uncomfortable and tightening grip in his left. On the wall behind him hung his rapier and its scabbard, delicately incised and showing the fine workmanship of its French origin. With a quick, deft movement, Osterbridge's fingers had found the hilt and drawn the rapier out, his face snarling, his eyes expressionless. They were fixed on Claggett Chew, who had not moved from where he leaned against the side of the doorway. Osterbridge Hawsey's voice was almost more frightening when he spoke again than Claggett Chew's as he slowly brought the rapier to his side with quiet, calculated gestures. I have more than enough of your ordering, Claggett. You may order your scurvy men about what you wish, half-wits, rascals, thieves, and murderers who know no better than to do your bidding, knowing they will die by your hands as they sometime order, but you have met your match. Aye, Osterbridge Hawsey shall not give you into a madman and a murdering pillager. How I ever came to join your pirates, God alone knows, but you shall not govern me, nor shall you one object that as my own. On guard! He cried, whisking out the rapier. Shh! As he did so, such is the force and training of habit, his left hand automatically came to the first position of the fencer and the duelist, and as he came up and the fingers slackened about the parakeet, the long whip lashed out and curled around Osterbridge Hawsey's hand. The parakeet ducked into encircling fingers. Osterbridge Hawsey let out a piercing scream, "Ah!" more of a rage than of pain, and opened his hand. The parakeet, liberated, flew straight into the face of the man with a whip, pecking at it with its sharp beak, scratching at it with his pin-like claws, and beating its wings in such confusing fury that the pirate bobbed his head. At the same time, the big man stepped backward, throwing up his left arm in an attempt either to catch the bird or drive it off. The bird's attack lasted for only a moment. Then, as Claggett Chew's fingers grasped at it, the parakeet was off over his shoulder and lost in the din and obscurity of the battle. Behind it heard the cries of hatred and rage as the pirate and Osterbridge Hawsey faced one another in the cabin to fight with whip and sword, amid the crash of overturned tables and chairs and the splintering crack of the lamp and the window panes. Chapter 33. End. Chapter 34 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Safe on the Mirabelle, Chris, exhausted and increasingly conscious of the pain of the whiplash, took his own shape with sighs of thankfulness and looked about him. A wind was rising, rocking the interlocking ships, and he could see plainly that the crew of the Mirabelle had done enormous damage to the Vulture and its attacking men. Cannon shots from the opening sally, and at such close range it broke two of its three masts, and the decks of the Vulture were a clutter and tangle of lines, sails, and splintered spars. The fact that the men of the Mirabelle were in better physical shape than the pirates stood them in good stead, for their agility and strength had carried them through the battle, even against the wilier and more murderous knowledge of Claggett Chew's men. The pirates, Chris could see, were turning back, and those who still fought were one and all wounded or grazed and losing ground with every passing moment. Chris had been so terrified and panic-stricken by his own personal danger and fight for his life that it took him a few minutes to catch his breath and grasp the situation from where he stood on the captain's bridge, wondering if he still had the strength to force a leak on the Vulture's hull, as he had begun to do. He felt in the leather pouch at his neck for the knife. At the bottom of the pouch, his fingernails hit a gritty substance, and into his head came an echo of Mr. Wicker's words, "Remember the leather pouch." Taking out the knife, the folded balloon, and the map of where the jewel tree had been, Chris, leaning against the side of the Mirabelle, shook out the grainy stuff into the palm of one hand. It looked like ground-up lava. Gray-black, almost a powder, it had a faintly sulphurous smell. As he turned it speculatively in his hand, wondering how he was supposed to use it, A few grains sifted between Chris's fingers and fell over the side into the sea. Instantly, as soon as they touched the water, several infinitesimal flares started up, burning on the waves as heartily as if they had fallen on a dry grass, and their heat produced a steady, earthy mist, which rose in heavy swirls from every grain. Then Chris knew what it was for. Shaking every particle carefully back into the bag, he hurried to find Captain Blizzard. "Sir!" he cried as soon as he was within earshot. "The pirates are bested, and we can make a safe escape if you give an order to set loose the grappling irons and lines and bid our men raise sail." He looked eagerly at Captain Blizzard. "The pirates look pretty tired now, but the Vulture might pursue us if we don't know a way to stop her." The captain looked thoughtful at Chris and hesitated not at all. Too much had already depended on the boy, and he had been faithfully carried out for even Captain Blizzard a doubt of his ability. Orders were quickly given to cast off from the pirate ship, and Chris disappeared to a side corner. There he hid everything the leather bag had contained except the grainy powder. Next, taking the bag from around his neck and leaving the mouth of it wide open, he changed his shape into that of a seagull. Taking the pouch in his beak, the gull soared high above the two vessels, now drifting imperceptibly apart. Sounds of violent fighting could still be heard inside Claggett-Chew's cabin, but the pirate crew seemed grateful enough to call to their bloody decks to rest and care for their wounds. As the two ships finally stood clear of one another, a resounding cheer of victory rose in the courageous members of the Mirabelle. "Hurrah!" Their shirts ripped into hasty bandages, their bodies glistening with sweat and rusty with their own or their foes' blood. They were a bedraggled sight. Nevertheless, as they raised their arms or flung their caps in the air, flinging after the pirates a last few resounding epitaphs. Chris's heart swelled with emotion as the men he was proud to call his friends. As a gull, he swung up into the air away from the Mirabelle and began shaking the dust from the open pouch on the sea around the Vulture. By the time the bag was empty, a mist impossible for any helmsman to see through had surrounded the battered ship from stem to stern, and in despite of a freshened wind, was rising steadily to the top of its one remaining mast. Chris returned to his own ship, and in his own shape at last surveyed the dwindling island of mist that clung persistently around the Vulture. Blow through the wind might, and turn again, though the helmsman might try to do. How long, Chris wondered, would the mist hold? Or would the Vulture be doomed to drift at the mercy of the sea in its magic white shroud? He gave it a long look, a diminishing, irregular white shape on the vast spread of the ocean, then turned quickly and went to the decks below to help his wounded friends. Yet not before he had seen the prow of the Mirabelle was turned triumphantly whole. Mr. Wicker's Window, Chapter 34. End. Chapter 35 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. Chris had always known, tucked away somewhere out of sight at the back of his heart and mind, that he loved his country and his city. But he had never given it much thought. It had been something as taken for granted as the air he breathed. So that he found himself overwhelmed by the gust of emotion sweeping through him when he stood beside Captain Blizzard as the Mirabelle sailed slowly up the Potomac. Chris stood there with Amos on his other side, looking at the shores that were both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar when he saw Mount Vernon on its imposing bluff. Unfamiliar because no domes or obelisks could be seen, no airfield, and no Pentagon. But the sweet green land itself was there, holding out its welcoming and individual scent of fields and rich American soil. However, the Georgetown Ned Silling and Amos remembered, the little town from which they had all sailed in secrecy and haste so many months before, was there awaiting them. The noon sun was bright over the blue slate roofs and red brick chimneys, and Chris felt a choke of happiness binding his throat like a scarf too tightly drawn, the constriction in his heart as if it were too firmly held in a welcoming hand. An excited happiness shook him as the Mirabelle was eased to the wharf side, and at last, after dangers and adventures beyond his imagining, Chris not only knew that he was home again, but saw a familiar black-dressed figure and a plump woman on a monstrous hat waiting for him to disembark. What a day that was! The greetings and handshakings, the enveloping hug for Chris and Amos from Becky Boozer, her eyes filled with happy tears and her bonnet trembling with agitation. Her roguish glances and coy giggles flew out like a flock of doves at the sight of the swaggering Ned Silly, who came down the plank carrying Macaw in a cage for Mistress Boozer, and hustled her behind some bales to kiss her warmly. But most of all, and best of the day, that first look from Mr. Wicker that spoke more than any gesture or carefully chosen words could have done. He had no need to speak. Chris could see the pride and pleasure shining in his face, and Mr. Wicker, so solitary all his life, could see in the boy's eyes an affection his own son might have shown him. In due time, a well-crated object was carefully hauled by cart to Mr. Wicker's back door and taken inside. The ship's carpenter had made a case to measurements given him without knowing what it was to hold, and when Chris saw it at last sit in a corner of Mr. Wicker's well-remembered study, he knew a lightness of mind he had not had since first he had been told of the jewel tree and his long journey. There were long hours of talk with Mr. Wicker before the fire, telling him of every detail. Mr. Wicker's fine dark head nodded from time to time, interspersing his account with an occasional, "Quite so, you did perfectly right," or "Indeed, I did not see that too clearly, and so I was not sure." At last all was told, every tale unfolded. Then Mr. Wicker rose, smiling at Chris. "Go have your supper, lad, and come back. I have some other things to say." The candlelit kitchen, the blazing hearth, the hissing spit on which wood pigeon was roasted, the steaming pots where savory things were cooking, Amos laughing and chattering and swinging his legs from the cane-bottomed chair, Becky Boozer alternating between bursts of happy song and jokes directed at Amos or Ned Silly. Everything seemed beautiful to Chris in the room, the gayest he had ever known. Yet he was conscious of a heavy feeling inside himself in spite of the laughter and the talk, and sat quietly staring at the rosy firelight that flowed off Becky's white apron and starched fichu to her hot, flushed face and kind blue eyes. The reflection of the sparks went even higher to gild the 24 roses and 12 wavering black plumes, and when they passed on, found a kindred spark in the large, contented eyes of his friend Amos. Ned Silly was going through the usual formula, pretending that he should not stay to supper, and that even if he did, he had no appetite at all. "Ah, now, Master Siley," coaxed Becky, her hands on her hips and the soup ladle she still held standing out at right angles. "You will fade away into a wraith, my good man, so you will. Do you not eat a morsel nor a mouthful and die in the night? How shall I bear to live with my conscience hereafter? Tell me that." Ned Silly, seated on the table near the Water Street windows, his legs sprawled out and his rough hands folded over his round little paunch, twiddled his thumbs and wagged his head in a doleful manner, drawing the corners of his mouth down. It was plain that this was an effort. "Lackady," he sighed. "The laugh of a sailor, 'tis that hard. Isn't it not, me boys?" He wagged his head again. "The victuals is hard, and the stomach as delicate nor what mine be." Amos put his hand over his mouth to stifle some sound that broke through in spite of him. Ned gave him a reproving glance. "Or else me victuals is ruined as it off by that gully cooker of ours." He sighed in sorrow. "Ah, sweet Boozer, we are to sample but a spoonful of what us poor sailors must face week after week, month after month, and thus on the high seas, you being such a delicate cook, so to speak, your heart's blood would curdle on the instant, that it would, by my cap and buttons." Tears of pity streamed down Becky Boozer's face, and pulling out a bandana handkerchief from her apron, she blew her nose with a honk. It would have blown a less sturdy man than Ned Silly off his chair. "Dear me, the saints preserve and defend us!" she cried. "I must do all in my poor weak woman's power to tempt you as best I may. Draw up, lads, for here it comes," she announced without ceremony, and the three watching her needed no second invitation. Then such a feast as it was heaped upon their plates and crowded on their table. Steaming vegetable soup, roast pigeons, roasted ducks, several boiled fowl with wild rice, a cold beef pie, several kinds of cheese, tarts and pies, jams and preserves, A blissful silence fell over the cheerful room, and Becky Boozer stood back to survey the two busy boys, an engrossed silent man. Silent, if one can call Ned Cilley's champing jaws, sacking lips, straight sighs after a draught of ale, or loud appreciative belches, a silent meal. When everyone had finished at last, and they had pushed back their chairs and looked about them again with dozy smiles, Chris remembered Mr. Wicker's request. He rose, not without difficulty. Mr. Wicker asked me to see him for a moment. He moved to the passageway. That was a superb supper, Becky. I'm stuffed. Becky looked around, genuinely surprised. Why, a mere mouthful! A taste! A tit-bit! That was all any of you had. See? There's a pigeon or two left, and half a duck, and part of the beef pie. Why, you do but peck at your food, all of you, like poor birds, she insisted. Chris laughed. Ned Cilley, picking his teeth with his habitual ship's nail, was already falling asleep, and Amos, his head on one hand, propped himself up amid a jumble of empty plates. Peacefulness and content lay everywhere in the room, warm as the firelight, and as pervasive. Chris turned. Anyhow, thanks again. I'll be back. He went along to knock at Mr. Wicker's door. Inside, the ruby damask curtains were drawn close about the windows, for it was nearly dark, and the fire here, too, was as red as the rose that was the joy of a princess of China. Chris closed the door behind him, looking around with a smile at the familiar walls and objects he had missed and dreamed of. Many a time. The table with its flowers in a fine china bowl, the desk between the windows with the long feathered quill pens and papers marked by Mr. Wicker's meticulous hand, the carved cupboard at the end of the room, and the Indian rug of many colors under his feet. Last of all, he brought his look back to Mr. Wicker, sitting in the winged leather chair. Mr. Wicker had a strange expression on his face. He was smiling, but at the same time he looked sad. And for the first time, Chris saw some curious-looking garments folded neatly on a stool before the fire. Mr. Wicker, watching him as he gazed about, saw the question in his eyes. Do you not recognize these things, Christopher? He asked. Chris looked more closely, touching nothing. His voice was bewildered. Well, it seems to me I may have seen them before. They sort of looked familiar, but I couldn't be sure. His master's voice was gentle. They are your 20th century clothes, my lad, the ones you wear in your own time. And deeply as it hurts me to say it, the moment has come for you to put them on. Chris raised startled, worried eyes to the dark, penetrating ones, watching him so quietly from the high-backed chair. Not yet! I don't have to go now, do I, sir? And as he saw insistence in Mr. Wicker's face, he began to expostulate as a child does when he wants to retard its bedtime. But I've scarcely got back, here. And we've only had one talk. I'm sure there'll be other things I've forgotten to say that you should know. He threw out his hands as if to grasp at something that might hold him there. And I didn't get to say goodbye to Captain Blizzard or Mr. Finney. They were wonderful to me. Really, they were. And his voice suddenly became very small and high, despairing to whisper at the end. And Becky and Ned and dear Amos. He stood there against the door, swallowing hard, with his head down, his stomach and his throat a mass of hateful knots, and the whole of him swamped with unhappiness. Mr. Wicker had never moved, his elbows on the edges of his chair, and his folded hands just touching his chin. Last Chris whispered, Does it have to be? It has to be, said Mr. Wicker. Without a word, Chris took the folded clothes that seemed so unfamiliar off the stool and dressed behind the other leather chair, his lower lip trembling. Mechanically, as boys will, he shifted everything from his pockets to those of the trousers he had just put on. With careful, slow gestures, he folded up the knee breeches, the full-sleeved shirt, the long white hose, and silver-buckled shoes, the flare-back jacket last of all, and put them where his clothes had been. Mr. Wicker then spoke, getting slowly to his feet and standing with his back to the fire. I'm afraid I shall have to have the leather pouch, Christopher, he said, holding out his hand. Chris took it off and put it on the long, strong hand of the magician. More than that, Mr. Wicker said, putting the pouch in his pocket. I shall have to take everything from you that you have gained here, Christopher. He paused. All but one thing you might choose and keep. One ability. He waited. Choose well. Chris looked up to the man he admired and respected and grown to love, and pondered deeply. To make a boat or eagle or dolphin out of rope? Very tempting. How the kids would envy him. Or change himself to other shapes. So useful. He hesitated. I'd like to be able to come back, sir, he said, and his growing grief at those he must leave prevented him from saying anything else. Mr. Wicker's face broke into a radiant smile, and he held his firm hand. So you shall, Christopher, so you shall. And you shall remember it all, I promise you. That, too, you can have. He stepped forward and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. His eyes were deeply sad, although his lips still smiled. And now, said Mr. Wicker, good soldier that you are from General Washington for your country, all that you learn must leave you and remain with me. Mr. Wicker put his hand briefly on Chris's head and let it slip to cover his eyes, so lightly it was scarcely felt, and then to cover his mouth. Chris waited, but he felt no different. Be a fly, commanded the magician. Chris searched his mind. There were words to say, and you thought hard. He tried once more, and a third time, and then wordlessly shook his head. Make a rope boat, said Mr. Wicker. Chris took the rope. As it hung from his hands, he wondered how one set about it. He had known how. Once upon a time, he let the inert rope fall to the floor. Mr. Wicker put a hand on his shoulder and turned him toward the door. Come, my boy. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This recording is by Arthur Piantadosi. The shop was dark, but headlights flashed out on Wisconsin Avenue, glaring over the meager display of objects in Mr. Wicker's window. There seemed even fewer objects than before, Chris thought, for the carved figure of the Nubian boy was gone, and so was the coil of dusty rope. The ship in the glass bottle was still there, however. Mr. Wicker went forward in the darkness, and leaning over, took out the bottle with care from where it had lain for so many years, dusted and polished only by the loving eyes of a boy who had often pressed his nose against the Georgian panes. You ought to have this, Mr. Wicker said, putting the bottle with its delicate contents in both Chris's hands. Both Ned and I would like to know that it is yours. He turned to put his hand on the doorknob. Chris found his voice. What about the job, sir? He broke out. Can J.K. Harris apply for it? Mr. Wicker smiled, and it was strange in that dim room and constantly lit by the lights of passing cars. Mr. Wicker looked exactly like the venerable, wizened old man, when Chris knew perfectly well he was not. It's peculiar, he thought, the tricks your eyes play on you. Guess I'm tired. J.K. Harris for the job, Mr. Wicker remarked. I know, there is no job to fill. You filled it, Christopher. And all at once, without any goodbye, Chris found himself outside on the top step. The din of cars and honking horns rushed at him like a gape-mouthed monster. The drumming whine and roar from the freeway shook the ground, and up ahead the lights of the Drebel's drugstore looked garish but friendly. Across the way, as he turned to go home, Chris glanced at the two tumble-down storehouses opposite, the winch and tackle broken, and panes of glass missing from the windows. As he reached the corner of Wisconsin and M Street, Mike rushed brusquely up. Hey, here I am! Not much later than I said I'd be, either. What you got? He asked, falling to step behind Chris and looking down at the bottle. Mr. Wicker gave it to me, Chris replied in the colorless voice. What for? I don't know. Guess he didn't need it. A silence fell, and then Mike said as they passed the strong light of a shop window, returning down bustling M Street toward 28th. Say, you been running, or sitting by the fire? You look almost sunburned, and look! They stopped dead while Mike put a grubby forefinger in the mark on Chris's jaw. I never noticed that before. It shows up white and plain. Must have been a pretty deep cut you had there. For the first time in what felt like hours, Chris smiled, and the smile became a grin. "It sure was," he said reminiscently. "Oh, and by the way," Mike said, much further along as he left Chris to go on to his own house, "your Aunt Rachel called my ma and told her your mother was so much better she could come home soon. Seems your father's on his way back, too." He walked off and then turned to call from the quarter-block way, "Bet you'd be glad to have your own folks at home." Chris's grin deepened, but he did not reply, nor even wave, for fear of dropping the bottle. N Street, then Dunbarton Avenue, dropped behind him, and then he came to Happy's grocery with the bookshop on the opposite corner. He stood looking at its lighted windows, the lighted windows of his house, remembering a time when he and Amos had seen only a wooded ridge and a burnt-out campfire. Something stirred in his mind, and after finding the front door unlatched, he eased himself in and up the stairs as quickly as he could. He did not want to face his Aunt Rachel for a few minutes longer. In his own room, he shut the door and carefully lifted the Mirabelle and its bottle up to the place of honor on top of his chest of drawers. Then he stood looking at his reflection in the small mirror hung askew near the window. He looked the same. Well, not quite. A tiny scar was there to prove it was not a dream, and he quickly undid his shirt, and pulling it off, got up on a chair to peer over his shoulder to see how his back looked in the square of glass. A whiplash, like a long, clean Bayer tear, lay across his shoulders, and as he looked, he almost felt again the searing cut. Chris grinned, buttoning up his shirt. Then it had been no dream, no childish imagining. A voice called up the stairs, "Chris! Chris, darling! Are you home?" Aunt Rachel had news for him of his mother's imminent return. Chris opened his bedroom door, pulled out from his pocket the first thing his fingers hit on, and as he went downstairs whistling, "Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies," he tossed and caught again an old silver button, burnt black in a fire. The end of Mr. Wicker's Window by Carley DAWSON.